62.7% versus 62.9% expected there. That's a significant downtick for that as well. Non-farm payrolls on the private side, huge upprint as well, 223,000 versus 125 expected there. So let's see how we react off of this huge move to the upside right now. We are coming back in pretty quick here, about 0.6 for the NASDAQ currently. S&P about 0.5%. Yeah, that's Eli Lilly. Overall, the market liking this move to the upside here. Just hearing in my ear as well, the wage rate, big beat as well. There it is, 4%. Average hourly earnings year over year, 4% to the upside. Yeah, versus 3.7 uptick as well. So overall, if you're just joining a little late here, 254 versus 130. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. That was a big beat there. Interesting look. Yeah, I was reading a report this morning that says we could have had a significant downside miss, especially with Helene, with some of the other issues that we've been having, the dock workers strike, some other stuff as well that could have been brewing in the background, Brendel. But this is a big beat with the employment rate as well. I'll have to keep an eye on how the market digests this. But now, does this put the cuts, do we get the other half-point cut that we were talking about, or are we going to get a little bit less?
Exactly. What does this do to Mr. Powell's narrative going forward here? Quick reversal here. It's worth noting, so we'll see if we can hold. I mean, the NASDAQ's still holding up pretty well, but S&P back downside here to the tune of, I mean, we're still up 0.5%, 0.6 for the NASDAQ, 0.7 right now. But exactly, what does this mean for Jerome Powell and the alleged 50 basis points worth of cuts still to come before the end of the year? That is a huge, huge upprint. Again, 254,000 versus 130.
Brendo, I need to show this chart. This is the 2-year. It's up almost 4.5%. And we were talking about 3.3 the other day. Now we're knocking the door of 3.8. Big move up as well for the 10-year, Brendo. 2 1/3, more than 2 1/4 right now, getting a big bump.
He even alluded to in the comments he made earlier this week about let's see what the data tells us going forward. So here's his first indication of what the data is telling us. This is a weekly chart of the dollar. That is a huge, huge pop off the lows going back to summer of 2023 for that DXY as well. It's Friday. This should spice things up, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. I think it might. There's no question about it. But let's be real. Did you think it was going to be a bad number before the election? Come on. Jobs are going to look good before the election.
Yeah,
that's how they roll.
I think it was priced in that it was.
Yeah, let's wait for.
I mean, that's why it's pulling back.
Revisions are going to have to come in. Obviously, this is the last claim one because when you have the dock strike, maybe affect things, which is now over. Maybe that'll affect things in the next one, but not this one. So you're still holding them out. You're still holding out the highs, right? Like you might have broken yesterday's tops and pull back a little bit, but we're still holding on the NASDAQ at least. I haven't checked the ES, but you're still holding above yesterday's highs. The ES, still holding above yesterday's highs, maybe not above its resistance. So I mean, all looks good. There's a lot of news today. So the good news, obviously, great number there. Dock strike over. Amazon looks great today, up a couple of points. Tesla's even up 2 points, maybe challenges that 250 level again. Nvidia's up 1%. There's a story on Nvidia. I don't think it's that big of a deal. The bad news, however, is Rivian had not very good delivery numbers and Save is going bankrupt. Potentially going bankrupt, which is so ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna try to only rant about this once or twice. How absurd is it that they wouldn't allow the combination? They wouldn't allow the deal to go through for Spirit Airlines because they're worried about competition and what that would mean. Oh, well, how about if they just don't exist anymore? And then their assets just get divided amongst all the big boys anyways. So Spirit Airlines, that's the bad news, down 31%. They might be going bankrupt here. Rivian, not very good, but everything else looks pretty darn good. Chinese ADRs have gapped up again. And wow.
Oh, boy.
The market's strong like Kirk Cousins' right arm.
Yeah.
I had to get that in there.
Primetime Kirk Cousins there. 9-3 as a primetime favorite now.
Michigan State.
9-3 as a primetime favorite.
What's Dak?
Dak? I don't know. He gets a lot of primetime games, man, that Dak Prescott. Every time Ramin's here, what's wrong? Okay. So I'm the sticky note's coming out in a second, but the problem is I like Tesla breaking 245. That's gone. I like the futures breaking 20,100. That's gone. I mean, now the market's starting to go to the upside. That's a huge beat, man. I mean, 256. 254 versus 147. So I went over here and I did my due diligence a little bit, and I'm sure. I don't know if Brendan has this right now over there or what he was going to do with it. But here it is right here. I just refreshed it to see, where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I just refreshed it. There it is. So 60, okay, so it is live updating right now. So 68%, that's just that 25 points. So 25 points coming November 7th. Is what the odds are right now. It was 69, 30, 31. I guess it's the same thing. Now 68% right here. So we'll just keep updating this as we get closer and closer, to the open of the day. And then we'll see if that is reflected in the market. But yeah, it looks like, oh man. All right, now we're gone. Tesla is now way off. It was my number one idea. We write this thing, when this thing's down here at 243, trying to take the 245 break. Now we'll have to play it as dip buys, but that's fine. We'll just continue to watch out for these stocks. And that's sort of the thing, right? When this number happens, you can either chase it right now or you have to let it sort of calm down. And maybe we start making new levels as we get closer and closer to 930. So for right now, the stocks that will be in play will still remain the same, but we came in, I don't have one short idea on here today, and that was before this number. So, all right, we'll go back. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm flat, so we'll watch out to see what happens here. I'm really happy with Nvidia. That was really nice. I got a little scared when that went down into 117 there, because I know that 115 breaks.
Oh, it's breaking out the top.
We're in a problem, and there goes Nvidia. So I have Alibaba on my mind today, the triple Qs, which has been awesome. Amazon, Tesla, EV space. So yeah, Rivian down 9%. Maybe that's battling back. Where the hell's Randy?
It's down 6% now. Actually, Rivian is right back to prior gap support. Well, you know what? This is one that I feel like I'll be shorting pops in Rivian today. But just remember, this thing can squeeze.
Yeah.
You never really know where the pops are going to be. I thought this might go short sell restricted. I'm like, if we could open up 10% down, and there might be like an SSR bounce on this at like 950 or something along those lines. Instead, like this low right in here, we just gap right back to it. I feel like the 1015 and 1030 zone underneath not yesterday's, but that was 2 days ago, would be Wednesday's lows. As long as you're underneath this, there's some room for a fade. But yeah, rising tides are lifting all ships today. I wonder if this is even strong enough to have made SAVE go up a little bit. Yeah, not really. No. I mean, you know what? It's different when you're going bankrupt. You're probably not going to rise too far in that bounce. I think those are the two teams. I paid for locates to be able to short Spirit Airlines today. Just if there is a pop, I can see heavily shorted names getting a bit of a pop, but those two, you can't spin Rivian's delivery numbers and you can't spin bankruptcy. So I feel like those two for me are going to remain looking for spots to short.
All right, even the negative names bouncing on this number as well. Here's Rivian, still down 5.8% this morning, but huge move back above $10 right now for $10. Yeah, for Rivian this morning. Cut their production forecast. Said the part shortage specifically for the SUV and the pickup truck has gotten worse, and they're forecasting that it's going to remain that way at least into the end of the year. So not a good look here. And they also, the sales number was a huge miss as well.
It was a tougher look here, man. I mean, now they're expecting 47,000 or 49,000 vehicles produced by the end of this year. Prior to that, they had been talking about 57,000. Now, if they actually produce only 47 to 49,000, that's going to be less than last year. That's not a data point that you want to see, because you want to see year-over-year growth. There's obviously a slowdown in EV demand, Brendo. A lot of consumers going to hybrids instead of going to EVs to try to get that better range. But believe it or not, they're actually projecting their first gross profit in Q4 of this year. So they're trying to cut down on expenses, which is working. Let's see how they can do.
And it was interesting, they actually mentioned the delivery van in that as well, and how much of that gross profit is going to come from the Amazon contract. We'll wait and see. A few people still trickling in here and going, what on earth just happened? 254,000 versus 130,000 expected there for September non-farm payrolls. The unemployment rate 4.1% versus 4.3%. So huge upside print there for jobs, guys. But thoughts on Rivian here? $10 coming into play.
Rivian.
Well, I mean, okay, we can go for like a higher time frame look on Rivian and do some how bad is it not work?
We were just talking about it the other day, and I was like Polestar, I was like Ride, I was like Workhorse, I was like all these things. I don't know if we jinxed it. And
why do you think Randy's not here today?
And he is here today.
Oh, he is here?
And I'm long that.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm long it too. Wait a minute. I didn't see Randy here today.
That's funny because I pulled in today, and I was talking with my wife, and I said, "Oh my God, Randy's here. It's Friday. What the hell is he doing here?" So maybe, I don't know, his car's there. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well,
there he is. Hey, Randy, what's going on?
Usually I've just seen him around by now. It's so when you zoom out the chart, it's not like it gets better with age. But okay, so the positives, not at the lows. So still room to the 830-ish bottom. We were just sort of going over this one. You're holding on to the higher low at that 1015 area. I think there's a chance at an SSR bounce. Well, sorry. I guess a relief rally because it never went down 10%. It's got a 16% short float. I think that's the case that you get some kind of a bounce and that the market is strong. I mean, you got Tesla going up, you got the market going up. So I feel like this can get a move. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to be looking for spots to get into the short. Not now, but once we open up, as long as we're underneath the shelf, which is about, to me, it's up to 1030. I just feel like this is going to be a short the pop situation. Even if it breaks 1030, like, am I really not going to try to, if it gets to resistance at 1080 to 1090, like 3 days in a row, it was doing a rounded bottom. That's the worst part about this. Had they actually had good delivery numbers, you had a rounded bottom going into it, and there could have been a squeeze here. Now, if it squeezes, it's going to squeeze into resistance, which, as far as I'm concerned, is an opportunity to fade. But as Sean said, you know, like we probably spent a lot of time talking about Rivian because of this group, it's maybe the one that you can trade outside of Tesla, I think, the most. But if you look at Lucid, like Lucid's not that much better. I want to pull up this. You can see the rounded bottom Lucid's making here. But if you look at it on like a weekly chart, it's not as if these guys are any better. Like they all look pretty much the same thing. I would say here, Lucid, just looking at it now, 450 is going to be interesting if it can ever break that. Like, look at this little higher low consolidation, the 50 period, and all that good stuff. But there's a host of EV names that are not named Tesla or something out of China that look putrid. It's just not Rivian's day today, unfortunately. So I can't bring myself to be looking long on this stock. I'll just be waiting for an opportunity to fade. 1030, 1080, one of those two.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just break that bottom at the end of the day here, that 980. So nice bump up there on the number. It's already broken. It's broken below pretty much all the support that we thought we could have. But I mean, it's still right here. But has it broken? Yes. But is it still here? Yes. So I mean, you know, that bottom eventually of $859 probably gets tested. It might even get tested today. We shorted here. Remember when we shorted 13 and then it wound up going down to like 12 change and then 1180 or something this day, and it was just like, wow, what a huge move that was that we were not expecting. I mean, that sort of, now you're in that zone again where we broke this level right here, it's 1288, that's right. So we broke that level right there and we shorted it and then it just tanked $1. So that's something similar to what I'm seeing right now. Breaking whatever this level happens to be, and it's going to be the pre-market bottom of 980. Once we break that, it's see you later. The thing is that are we able to, let me just switch to 100 shares and 200 shares and see if we have, okay, so we do have shorts, so we don't have to pay for them right now, but I think this is a short all day. So, but again, the market, I don't know if I'll be looking at this trade right away. I'd rather play something that's strong and playing some pullbacks in some names like Tesla, for example. And we will get to this name as an individual name in a minute, but look at this move up there to 246.50. Here's the pullback into, and the sticky note's out, by the way. And now there's the pullback into 245. So, if we can open up in and around here, then I think some of these plays, there he is. See, I told you he was in the building today. I said, Randy, exactly.
I know.
So I was talking with Marissa and I pulled up into the parking spot and I said to her, oh my God, Randy's here and it's a Friday. I said, this is amazing. So we have to, you're right. So there he is. He's here.
He
All
came
right, I
in
didn't
to
know if
buy
he had like a
Rivian.
late night bender and he just left his car there or something.
Oh,
but,
it's always possible.
no, is he still in shorts? Yes, he is. The shorts continue to be worn
I have no idea. It's
around here.
so cold around here, but it's all good, man. Look, he's on the bid today. Hopefully, at some point we got to get Randy's thoughts on those delivery numbers in particular, because that is just they're not good, and there's no way to try to spin them. Before we go back to the desk, though, because Stan Hum has said take a look at Clover. When Obi came in, this is the first. Like most times, if like Obi comes in or traders come in on a day like today, like they might be talking about like the dock strike and Amazon looks really good. They'll talk about like Tesla or Nvidia. Like the first stock out of his mouth was actually Clover, which tells you something about what Clover's been doing the last couple of sessions here today. It's on an absolute tear. It's got a decent short float at 6.5. It's not huge anymore. It's 6.5%.
Right.
But it's been like the stock has been upward trending since May, and now it's just going parabolic. It just recently broke out on the daily chart, literally yesterday, and we were waiting for $4 to break pretty much all afternoon. You guys can see it didn't really give you the $4 breakout trade. Now you're just gapping above. I mean, it closed literally at $4. Sometimes, if it doesn't break the low, there's nowhere to go. I mean, as long as it hangs on to $4, why do anything but look for the long continuation? When it made the breakout from $2, it went 5-6 straight days up to $3.40. It just made a break. This break has only been like 2 days, and then this break has only been one. So I think there's still some room for Clover to go. Obviously, $4. It's where it closed. It's a round number. It's where it consolidated yesterday. Kind of an obvious level there.
I just heard some really, really good news.
Well, what would that be? I heard it too.
Yeah, no, it always takes me by surprise on a Friday because I'm always like, and it comes every single Friday.
It's true.
But we just heard that we've got Michael Noss again.
Yes.
That's fantastic. So that's great. I actually wanted to, Michael, if you don't mind, because we don't normally get thrown back over to here, I just want to know what you're thinking about Bitcoin here in and around 60,000, if it's a spot to start accumulating a little bit, or if there's other levels that you like. So that was what I wanted to ask him. And, because we're friends, ask him, maybe we can figure something out. And then we also can't wait till he visits us again. Hopefully that can happen soon. So we'll find out all about this right now at the big desk.
I was cheers, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday. I was thinking that same thing the other day. It's been a long time since you were in the big city. We'll have to arrange another visit maybe. But yeah, give us your thoughts on Bitcoin here, and then we'll talk about why we should be short everything.
Maybe. Well, Bitcoin, again, my whole thing with Bitcoin is that I mentioned before, I love this giant cup and handle pattern that, we talked about with Neil on Friday and all of this. And it looks amazing, but Bitcoin does this thing where a lot of people think it's incredibly volatile because when it moves, it really moves. But I read some study that if you took the 20 best days out of Bitcoin's just entire return, it's about flat. So it does this thing where it just chops around for months or years even during the crypto bear markets, and then it makes these awesome moves. So for myself, I own a little bit because I did buy the most recent dip, but I just have orders at the all-time highs. Just, get me in when it's breaking all-time highs. I think that's going to be the way to play it. I think it's one of those things where there's a lot of money to be lost in just playing this chop, where it's just not going anywhere. So for me, it's a very much a patience game. I do think at some point we resolve higher. I think 100,000 at some point is going to occur. I don't know if that some point is next month or it's wherever. I know I think I was on last Friday saying I think it was going to happen last weekend, and then look at what happened last weekend. So maybe I shouldn't say anything. Maybe I'm just more of a jinx of Bitcoin than anything.
It seems to be the way it goes with that market specifically. It happens, when no one expects it. It's just randomly up 20% or down.
And I think that's going to be something that's going to occur because we know at some point the markets are going to go 24 hours, right? We don't want it. It's going to some point. So I think learning to trade Bitcoin in this way, where you just set your order out and you walk away and you check on it once a week, I think that's going to be even how day trading and things like this are going to happen in the future. Is know your level, try to ignore it until it gets to that level.
All right, let's maybe, and this could come into play as well with Bitcoin, the election angle here. I saw an article, I was going to grab it, but I completely forgot to yesterday. I saw an article that was making the argument about an election year in general, but how often, what is the result of an election year when the market is at or within a couple of percent of all-time highs? So you have a good argument to the downside here.
Yeah, I'm going to make two cases, one of which is a bullish case, but I don't really have much to do in the sense of a bullish case because I've just been bringing you guys, China and natural gas and uranium and all of this. So I'm pretty long already, and I just don't have any more buying power. I'm just one man. But I'm going to give you guys some ideas to the short side if this second thing occurs. So yeah, the first chart I have is one that I'll probably bring up a few times for between now and the election, which I hear is coming soon, which awesome. Maybe Twitter will return to normal when that happens. But this is, the blue line is essentially if you took every election year, so every year that there was a US election, every 4 years, and you just averaged it. This is the average return separated by month. So this blue line shows a bit of a choppy September. We didn't get that at all, but I was expecting that. But from late September, October, and then the first part of November, a potential down move. On average, this happens. Doesn't always have to happen, of course, but this is on average what happens. And I think this has just a lot to do with the fact that, again, the uncertainty of what the next regime is going to look like. I'm sure there's a lot of management meetings happening at hedge funds saying, okay, if this person wins, let's do this, this, and this. But they're doing a lot of meetings right now. They're not doing a lot of active trading, which could, push this down. Again, this is the average that I'm looking at, and this is just how it occurs on average, but it's kind of in the back of my head for, okay, we're at all-time highs. We usually move up in August and chop around September. So if we're going to get this October, and I'm already long a lot of things, I just need to kind of keep those scenarios in mind. And then again, you can see, just not to be a doomer, after the election till the end of the year, generally speaking, you get a pretty nice run. The market likes certainty. I'm sure you've heard over and over again, and that happens early November, I think, is when it occurs. So next chart is the SPY, and this is just option one, and seeing some sort of news event that came out just before I popped on. This could be the bullish scenario where this prior support or prior resistance acts as support. We hold this very well, and this is just a launching pad that we've had to deal with this chop for a couple weeks, and we just launch into new highs, right? Again, that would be opposite of the seasonality, which says that we should chop around like we have been and then pull back, but that's a scenario. And I think it's a pretty clear line in the sand that if we break, that's like yesterday's low and the day before's low, if we break that and hold, then this might be this next scenario, which I have up on the chart here, where this is just a big bear trap or bull trap, where we break above highs, the market tries to get going, and then it can't. And then if we break below and close below that level, then now we have a whole bunch of longs trapped, and we have a whole bunch of shorts that are chasing us down. This is the bearish scenario. I don't know which one's going to happen. Seasonality says number two. I'm long everything, so I'm obviously hoping number one, but we have to plan and we have to have trades if it plans. So I've brought to you two shorts that come from the new Trade Ideas Trade Wave indicator that we're talking about of stocks that aren't participating in this rally. Because if I'm going to short something, it's going to be something that's not breaking to new all-time highs when the market is breaking to new all-time highs. Now, I fully admit I'm not very good at the short side. That's why I usually gravitate to the long side. Plus, the market generally goes up, so the long side's a little bit easier. But the two names I have, the first one here is SMCI. I know this might be a sore topic for some. Every time I talk about this, I seem to get a little bit of backlash. But we triggered a sell signal or short signal on the trade wave indicator, just signifying, again, this is a trend following indicator that we have in Trade Ideas, that this thing's in a downtrend and it continues to move down. I've heard talks about DOJ kicking down their door and all of this craziness going on. And I think it's dethroned Intel, if you at least look recently, as the weakest semiconductor in the world. So if semiconductors are going to fall, I have to bet that SMCI is going to be the worst of the bunch, where Nvidia and these blue chip chip makers are going to be the better of the bunch. So SMCI, it's a very simple looking kind of bear flag to me. I would short if it broke the low of that giant candle. I'd be wrong if it broke above that giant candle. Expecting new lows on this. Next one is JFrog. Never even heard of this company, but I highlighted the monthly chart in the lower left-hand corner, just making new lows after new lows. Can't get going at all when this market is moving. This is something else in the tech space. Gap down on earnings recently, had some very, very bad news, slowly trying to grind up to fill that gap, and then yesterday triggered another sell on the trade wave indicator. So this could be another push down. My play on this would be to play against that gap. If it reverses and it starts to fill that gap and move higher, that's where I'm going to be wrong. So I'm just playing against the low of that gap to the short side. Now, I don't like being bearish. I don't like to be a doomer, especially when things are at new all-time highs as a trend trader. So I just want to make it very clear that these are, if that first scenario happens on the SPY, then these are probably names I'm going to lean on and more of a hedge to an overall bullish portfolio than trying to think that, hey, it's the end of times and we have to heavily short the market.
Point to make in the sense that you're not saying these are going to zero. It's just in case we get the breakdown of the overall market. So
yeah.
I was just saying to Sharif, just off camera there, I remember that IPO, that FROG, down 70% on that 5-year chart. So it hasn't been a good run for that one. So great stuff. Let's chat at some point, Mr. Noss, on maybe arranging another visit into Toronto.
That would be fantastic. There's now 2 children screaming around the house, so a little bit of a trip away would probably be fantastic.
Have a great weekend.
All right, talk to you Monday.
Thank you, Michael. So Frog is leaping lower, apparently. So, at the end of the day, you always want to go short weak stocks and long strong ones. So a couple of short ideas in there. You saw SMCI's chart. I mean, we argue, Rivian looks just as bad. I mean, I don't know what shows up on the trade wave set up there for Michael.
Rivian, it does not show a buy.
Probably breaks it.
Trade wave indicator does not show Rivian as a long.
It probably doesn't. I'm going to make the assumption.
I'm going to ask Michael.
No, but because the other side of it is like, okay, well, what are the longs today?
Oh boy.
Like right now, it's like everything, because we just broke the Nasdaq just broke the high again. I'm assuming the ES also broke the top because obviously, yeah, of course it did. So both 5,800 on the ES, we're 2250. I almost want to say 2025. You guys know what we mean when we say that. So 2250 here, 1 1/4 on the Nasdaq, and 100 points till we get into any resistance. Meta, and I said this would be the truth, except I was wrong about it. I said every other day we're going to be talking about a Meta all-time high. It's like we'll get an all-time high, we'll take a day off, and then we'll have an all-time high. So we get 2 days in a row here on Meta, but everything just broke. Trying to find relative weakness, just on if we get like some kind of a pullback that isn't Rivian or Spirit Airlines is going to be a little bit of a task because there's so much that's strong, you can get overwhelmed.
Kim Rogers says, Pun Master Neil in the house. So
that wasn't even a good one.
I mean, guys, honestly, like these TQQs and the futures, I wanted to say the same thing. We've been looking at these for a very long time at 20,200, and we just broke it. Like that was a huge level that we've been talking about for a long time. So I really, really like the long here today. For some reason, I really liked it before that number. Like I said, we had wrote this down. We tweeted it out. It's out there pre-numbers, and the market was up. It was still up. It was up 0.3. I just thought, hey, into a Friday, if this number, I knew the number was going to come better than expected. I didn't know better than expected, but I got that feeling. Didn't think we'd double it. I mean, that was huge there. But there it is, man, 72.25, like we're basically there right now, breaking higher through 73. I mean, this is going to be, this is the run right now. Did I close that Fed rate tool? No, I did not. Let me just refresh this and then pull it up for you guys one more time here. So it was at 68% for quarter points. Oh boy. Man, we're on one today, baby. There it goes, man. 90% right there. So we knew that hotter job number would do this. So there it is, just confirming what Powell sort of already told us and what Brendan led off with. There's a quarter point here, probably a quarter point in December. Well, yes. So that's
Yeah, we'll still get to the same place.
Yeah, so it's still quarter right now, giving us half by year end. So this is the December number coming at 425 to 450, and then November 450 to 475. So you're getting a 10% chance for 50 points, 90% chance for a quarter. And yeah, it just looks like they're just on that sort of dot plot, you know. As expected, upside moves. Things are breaking out, man. Nvidia likes this number. Amazon likes this number. Apple likes this number. Everything's going. 228 again for Apple. Look at this. Straight to the upside here. Other names, we talked about some of the bank names as well coming with earnings a week from today. Bank earnings coming through. Look at this bump. Boom, $2 straight to the upside. Everything right now getting lifted. Let me just check oil just to see the energy markets right here. Okay, relatively flat. They're not going to care too much about jobs, but at the end of the day, yeah, everything right now getting lifted up. Even Bitcoin, guys, 61.8. Big time movements for Bitcoin. So, yeah, it's going to be a good Friday. I have a feeling it already is. So back over to the desk or back to the screen with Adara.
Upgrade.
A lot of continuation plays are names that have already been on this list earlier this week today for both the upgrades and downgrade side of things. Upgrades, we have HSBC giving Morgan Stanley the nod ahead of bank earnings, which are going to be kicking off next Friday, 1 week from today. CVS Health, we know a lot of catalysts with this one with regards to activist news this week, getting a TD Cowen upgrade. Diamondback Energy also upgraded earlier this week today, getting the nod from BMO Capital Markets, and Equinix getting upgraded here by HSBC Securities, up almost 3% this morning. The downgrade side of things, this is at least its second downgrade this week here for Stellantis from RBC Capital Markets today, though they are up on the day as the markets digest what's going on here with the early end to the port strike. Lee Auto getting downgraded here by Macquarie. Mobileye also in its second downgrade of the week story with a downgrade here from UBS. And last but not least, BofA Securities downgrading Chubb, guys.
Yeah, so with Morgan Stanley, we get bank earnings starting off, which is always going to be fun. See, but I know there's going to be something that is not a great looking chart that wasn't the two names that we're talking about. Mobileye is an example of that as well. Though Mobileye is up 2%. Like I was looking for things that maybe hadn't broken out. But yeah, Mobileye, if there's enough of a move to the upside today, this has like multiple levels. If you just happen to be like a short trader, this is probably going to give you opportunities. However, there was something, I was scanning for things that might have not broken out past where we wanted to get in today on a lot of names. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe Dell. No one pays enough attention to Dell. Maybe it hasn't gone yet. So I pulled it up because we were talking about this, the higher low, the turnaround, blah, 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 all that stuff. Yeah, even this is gone. So Dell through that breakout. I think one of the themes that'll happen as we start to go through the rundown, I think obviously some of these double top highs that have broken out, I'm thinking Apple 227, like the Dell here at 116.5. If we do a dip at the open, it's going to give you an obvious place to look for some bids, right? Like those breakout levels that have obviously come and gone here. You got to look for dip buys. That upgrade downgrade list, I didn't see anything that caught my eye really, except for the fact that if Mobileye got $1 higher, it's probably an easy short.
Mobileye, yeah, that's a good one. I have to look at that for sure. I just went over to the banks. We already talked about what, first of all, up 2% right now is Morgan Stanley. There's a little gap right there. There's the open. We're going to open in and around highs again for Morgan Stanley. So this is going to be a name there on the upgrade. I mean, look, earnings, we looked at it the 16th. So October the 16th would be Wednesday. So not next Wednesday, they're a little bit later. So they're October the 16th coming through. So we have a little bit of time for this one. If JP Morgan beats a week from now, if WFC beats a week from now, if Bank of America beats a week from now, what do you think is going to happen to Morgan Stanley? You're already going to be over this. So if you want to get ahead of their report on the 16th, this could be a name that you sort of dig into a little bit here. And then you could even use this sort of bottom 105, 106. I mean, you might not want to get in today. Let's see. I mean, it's really heated up the whole market right now. But there's USO, but there's Morgan Stanley just heading to the high side. Not only do we get this better jobs number, but then you also get the upgrade. So not much volume, but still trying to go Morgan Stanley. I think you buy this one ahead of the earnings report and just hope that those banks next week print well, and this name will be probably 120 by the time it even gets to their report. So Morgan Stanley on radar for sure.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning. Sharif, we'll have a look at the market.
We closed out yesterday on the ES December contract at 57.50. We're obviously well above that now with the NFPs coming in and pushing these markets. We're already breaching 5,800. We've got to 5,803. So number one, if we ring the bell and we're above 5,800, let's see if we can defend it. If we can't, we're looking at that 57.75. If we hold 5,800 though and head up, we're looking at 58.25 as resistance.
What a move so far here this morning. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video. There's a link for the watch list. All you need is your email address, and we'll send you everything you need to know in the pre-market every single day for free. Again, link in the description for the watch list we send out every single day. Rivian, top of that list this morning. Here's why. 47,000 to 49,000, the new production guidance coming through for Rivian out this morning. Prior was 57,000. That's not good. Sales also downside, missing expectation to the tune of about 2,000 or 3,000. So not good right across the board here, although we are off the lows now.
Yeah, it's not a bad. Look, there is some good stuff in here that they're actually projecting to turn their first gross profit in Q4 of this year. We'll have to see how they do. They've been really shoring up costs, but some of the supply chain problems that they've been having have hurt them. As Brendo mentioned, the guide is definitely down. But if they actually only produce 47 to 49,000 cars this year, it's going to be fewer than they produced last year. Not a data point you want.
No, struggling right now with $10 even here, guys, is Rivian this morning.
Yeah, we'll get to Rivian again, but I just wanted to get the super chat for Nick Dubs here. Appreciate you, Nick W. Thoughts on Blue, similar to where Clove was before its moves, earnings coming up, thinking it has move in it. Fundamentally, I don't know the company. I don't know, I do not know Blue, but I can tell you it's a 25% short float. And if you look at what Clover did, let me just pull up the daily very quickly here for you. On Clover, made that a while ago, made that bottoming pattern here, did a breakout, consolidated, then broke it out again, took the 50 period. Like you could have been in this at many, many points. When it took the 200 period, you didn't have to be early. Like when it made the more parabolic breaks, it had already been going for a week or two. So this has yet to even break out a consolidation of the bottom, let alone like the 50 period. Like let it make a rounded bottom, maybe take something out. If it's going to do what Clover did, Clover went from penny stock to $4. You don't need to have something like that from the bottom. You just want to be after the uptrend. Sometimes you get in early, that's up to you. But joining moves is always a lot easier. Speaking of joining moves, I kind of thought, and we'd said, Rivian, let's have it fill in some of that gap and look for some shorts. And Rivian didn't really oblige us all that much. All that strength that we had, we didn't really press into the 30s, the lower high. You got as high as $10.15 on Rivian. It's back above 10 even, so there's a couple of higher lows now in the pre-market. I still believe this market's going to drag Rivian up here, and then you want to be patient off the open. I'm still looking for shorts in Rivian, like Rivian and, say, Spirit Airlines. I don't see too much of a reason to get off that idea, but I want to wait for it to test at least the first big level in front of that 1030. If it just simply fails 10 even and can't hold the opening range above 10, then 10's an obvious number to look short. But I'm not really thinking long here. I just can't bring myself to it, regardless of how strong the market is.
Yeah, I'm only thinking short. So I think right here breaking this 980 is something that we're going to have to take. I think it happens relatively early. Thing is, if he breaks it and it doesn't go, you can get out of it, right? And so we have $10 there as a limit. $10 is where VWAP is right now. $10 is where the 50-period moving average is. I think it's a short. Regardless, we can sit here and analyze the delivery numbers as much as we want. It doesn't really matter. We're not talking about long-term investment here. We're talking about what the momentum and what the trend is on this stock. The trend is down. There hasn't even been any update. Like the market's been on fire, and this stock is like literally on fire. So it's just, you gotta understand what we're dealing with here. And I think Rivian's a short. So 980 breaker 19. We're there. I'm gonna hit it with some shares. So I hope it works out, and we're here for that. So I'm gonna play that level. I just have to make sure I'm here for it. Probably be chasing some longs maybe off the open. But this now, I said we didn't have any short ideas because we don't. But this is a short idea, breaking through 980. So Rivian should probably have been on the sticky note there. I just was not looking short. If it does bump up, I think you can fade it. But let's let that happen first. I feel like it will break 980. We want to be there. If it doesn't, then we'll see where it accumulates and then build a short position off that. So for right now, it's a short for me, and it's just 980 until we see confirmation of some accumulation spots.
All right, China back upside here this morning. It's funny, the U.S. side higher on the jobs report. China back downside now, coming off an early strong gap. So 2.6% here for Alibaba. I mean, you missed it earlier in the week. Whole bunch of stimulus announced by the Chinese government. There's also this week-long holiday happening until the 7th over in China, which, I mean, is a lot of travel, a lot of spending, a lot of shopping happening as well. So some credit being appointed to that as far as some positive moves this week.
Yeah, no question. There's also the EU coming in, Brendo, and actually imposing definitive tariffs on China-made battery electric vehicles, obviously with being supported by allegations of unfair subsidies. It is important to note that this was not a unanimous thing among some of the EU countries. Germany was vehemently against this. This was being pushed by France and some other countries. In addition to that, a lot of the European automakers like Benz, Beamer, Volkswagen, Stellantis, Volvo, all against it because they think it's going to cause a trade war, and they sell heavily in China as well. So we'll have to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, it's a great point. EV stocks specifically, definitely some relative weakness coming into play when you look at the ADRs by themselves. Still decent strength, though, elsewhere.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're with all this strength here, we might gap fill down on some of the Chinese ADRs. So I'm looking at Alibaba here and got a bit of a target zone because you're gapping around every single day. And I feel like if you do fill in the latest gap, if you lose the bottom now, because you're trending down when the market's trending up, I think somewhere in the 113 to 114. You never really know where it's going to settle down. Like the day that it absolutely tanked off another gap up, like it pulled into that support level at 113, got about almost a full dollar down and then reversed. So you never really know how spot on it's going to be. I feel you just have to be patient with it. When it goes into your target zone, look for a long setup, like a bit of a bottoming candle, higher low break back out of the range. Like that kind of a thing is going to be the play for me on Alibaba. And it's not the only one worth watching. I know a lot of people look at JD, but if you know, what's the difference in the chart? Like if I think it's a gap fill, you could just say, could JD back into like 45 or something along those lines. There is a story on the EVs with Europe and more tariffs. So I think in particular, if you're looking at something like a NIO, the level's been pretty simple. There's a seller at $7 on NIO when it's been like here and here and here. When it was released, it kind of ran away. And then yesterday, it was just the sellers were winning again at $7. So I think it's an easy over-under for that stock. Like if NIO breaks out above 7, I think it's a long. Otherwise, it's like an opportunity to short that 7. I feel like if I trade one of them, it's going to be BABA if it tries to gap fill back in to those support levels. But there's so much to look at in here. I think you just pick the one that you like and grip it and rip it. I mean, JD and BABA have the same setup. Well, if you look at all the Chinese ADRs, they have basically the same setup if you're bullish. If it fills in the gap, you got like yesterday's closes and resistance to just dip by them for the most part.
We will be hopefully ripping on Alibaba today. So Baba on the sticky note here for 4. Hopefully a good play. It's a number 2 play. We like Tesla long here at 245. We like Baba long here, Fabian, at 118. So I think that's going to be a good one. Why not? It's hot again. China. You want to be short China into the weekend? I mean, that's basically what we talked about here. You want to be short China into the weekend? So we'll wait to see if that comes through. I really like the stock. I even tweeted out just a 5-minute chart on this. We're under VWAP though, but trying to hold the 50-period moving average. So long story short here, I like the 118 break. I mean, I think that we can get that. It was pushing it, but now it's coming back in. So it's getting faded a little bit right here. Here's 118. There is 119 higher than that. I just felt like that little 118 top that we had made, we sort of bounced back into that yesterday and then got hit. So I like to see if we can break out through this 118. So I'm going long on a push through. But the thing is, it got a nice move, but not really. I mean, it's U.S. jobs, right? But the thing is like, here's the move from 8 o'clock, like it's actually gone down during this move. So yeah, I mean, it does not look like the rest of them, and maybe we're chasing the wrong name here. You know, names like Tesla. Tesla's pulled back a little bit too, but here's the bump that this got at 8:30. Nothing from Alibaba, right? And so yeah, maybe there is some relative weakness in the name. Not sure what it's doing down here, but I'm still looking at that 118 long break.
All right, let's go on to Amazon. Just took out the highs, bit of a pullback right now, but nice day so far. 2.3% for AMZN. Aggressive language here on the headlines this morning. Mark Zuckerberg bulldozing past Jeff Bezos to become the second richest. This doesn't matter. As far as the stock is concerned, Jeff Bezos is fine. But Meta all-time highs if you haven't checked the chart.
$72 billion he's added to his net worth this year, Brendo.
Not
this
that
year.
couple of weeks.
No, that's a good look for Meta. All right, JMP Securities maintaining Amazon with an outperform and a target of 265. Good look for them today, obviously, with the dock worker strike reaching what it looks to be a tentative agreement on wages. It's a nice bump up for them, 61.5% increase in wages over 6 years. But Brendo, I think we're kicking the can down the road because they still haven't reached a deal on port autonomy. That is going to get kicked down to about January 15th. Just keep the ball moving.
The delivery headline you were mentioning there as well, the potential 20 billion savings for Amazon if they switch over to autonomous delivery entirely. Mm-hmm. What that actually means as to
balance sheets.
Who's going to come to your door with said package is up in the air, I guess.
So Brendo and I were talking about this off camera. So the car drives itself, and there's a little drone that's attached to the car, Brendo. It drops it off right at your front door, and it goes back on its merry way to reattach itself to the car.
I have one positive thing to say about this. The drone will be more successful in punching in the entry code of a condo building than a human being typically
Agreed.
would be. So
no disagreement there.
Definitely better, I think.
Wow. I don't know about that, but the strike's over, man. Well, okay, they are kicking the can down the road to the 15th, as Sharif said. But look, Amazon, like everything else, is already broken out. So you have to contend with that on a day like today. The support level and the trend support and all that stuff that we're looking at 183.5. Which led to some 184 opportunities, recently. You had one day underneath it, and now you have this day of liquidity grab and then gap back over. However, there's right in here, it's kind of like exactly where we got to on the number is about 186.70. And before yesterday, you had multi-day resistance at that level. So Amazon can still break out this top. If we dip, do you get 183.5? I kind of feel like that's pretty unlikely. So I'd probably look at something like the 185, like this close here, or yesterday's pre-market highs, 184.5. I'd be looking to pick up dips here in Amazon. I love the fact that you liquidity grabbed, and it's like it never even happened, and you can resume your bull run on Amazon. So it's got to break out 186.70, and then dip buys. I think usually in this situation, you kind of just play it by ear. I know. Obviously, I like 183.5, but if it falls that far, and I haven't found another place to go long, I think that's a bit of a mistake. But the breakout, I think, can happen right away.
All right. Exact same stuff, man. I mean, we've been trading here, looking at big caps for a while this week for sure. I mean, as the NASDAQ continues to, obviously that wick doesn't happen right down there. That'd be nice. Oh, I'm long 182 right now. But no, look, I wrote down here, I just got to confirm, I wrote down here on Amazon 186.50 as well. So there it is right now. Amazon 186.50. I really like that trade. Breaking out there, long break on port talks, needs to hold this 184 support. Well, we wrote that down before. Obviously, go find it at Trader TV, Sean, both on Instagram and on Twitter. But we wrote that down when it was down here. Before this number came out. So we really liked it. Look where it came up to and stopped, 186.50. So yeah, that's going to be a good breakout long. That's for sure. We'll see if it goes 186.50 here on Amazon. Looks like the thing to do. Meta right now breaking higher. 184.50. We said as long as it holds 184, it looks like it's going to do that. We'll have to fix that wick. That's pretty bad that it looks like that. But there's 186.50. It even looks better now that it's already been the top. It's just a matter of, do you want to take it off the open? Do you want to take out these tops off the open quickly? One name I didn't even look at, it was like a number one stock. Wow. Palantir is back to $40 again. And wow, what a run this name has had. Yesterday, we had the 38 long. We had the 39 long. Will we have the 40 long? If the answer is yes, You're probably right. This name is a huge one more time. Congratulations to everybody that's doing this on Palantir. This has been it's been basically a dream, this stock. So I don't know. Let's just keep on going. Upside with PLTR. We asked Danielle Shea about this one. She's like, what in the heck? So yeah, we're impressed with holding this. If it breaks maybe below 36, you have something to worry about. But for right now, $40 incoming on PLTR.
Let's talk some airline action this morning. Downside for Save here, 145, 35%. We just tried to get back above 150 right now and failed pretty miserably. If you haven't seen yet, the potential anyway of bankruptcy imminent.
Thanks, Lena Khan. No, I'm kidding, of course. But this is as a result of Spirit and JetBlue not being able to merge together. And now Save is struggling with debt as it's reported aggressive losses in the past quarters. They're also re-exploring options to try to get out of bankruptcy before to restructure their balance sheet. They're in talks with bondholders right now, trying to get ahead of this bankruptcy situation. But it's a substantial amount of long-term debt that they have. It's not short-term debt, so getting out of it is going to be a little bit tougher, Brendo. So we'll have to see how they survive here.
Yeah, I mean it's tough as you said. But is there a trade here today, guys, for this?
Yeah, I think so. I feel the same way about this as I do Rivian. It's just that this one might have a wider berth on it for Spirit Airlines. It came from 224 down to 130. I think obviously pre-market highs, pop and fade. 175 is the midway point. So if it breaks out the high, I still want to look short at 175. Now, we had to pay for locates here at Real Trading. They were dirt cheap, essentially nothing. It was like a fractions of cents. I'd have to double check to see exactly what it was. So we can go short today. If there is a break of 155, if it's not just a pop and fade at the open, then I think 175 is the spot. If it's going super strong above that, then I'm not going to fight it at that particular point. I think it sucks that the deal wasn't allowed to go through when everyone said, hey, if they can't do this, they're probably going to go bankrupt, and it's not good for anybody to going bankrupt. I'm not happy to see it, but this like Rivian is on the short list today for me.
Yeah, I was just, I'm not, why did I just type in BA and whoopsies. I'm updating the news version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so right there, Boeing. I just want to have a quick look at this one because it's near that 150 level as well. We've held off at 150 breaking. If there's some more negativity, I mean, again, the market kind of saved this here. I mean, has it saved it? I don't know, but for today, maybe. I just want to look at this 150 level. So that's coming through right now on Boeing. So just watch out for a little dip in that one. We talked about the Jets ETF. If you are looking, I don't think Save may be in here. But at the end of the day, nice move to the upside in this ETF as well. So yeah, I think that there's different ways to play all these stories, but I like that Boeing down there near 150. See if it can hold that. If it breaks it, I think it's a definite short down there to 145.
Wrap it up with semiconductors here. Still a few minutes to go, but definitely more positive than the rest of the market right now, that's for sure. 1.6% here for Nvidia, trying to stay, it tagged 125 a couple of times already. No real significant headlines this morning supporting these, but man, what a couple of days it's been for these.
It's already up 1 2/3, Brendo, here, despite the fact that it's got an interesting headline here. The Department of Justice and the SEC are backing a class action lawsuit to take on Nvidia. Specifically, what they're alleging is that they misled investors about their cryptocurrency revenue. They actually generated money from mining or sales of these GPUs for cryptocurrency, but they reported it under their gaming sector, and they're saying that they misled investors like that. This lawsuit was actually stayed, but it's being reignited now as the DOJ and the SEC file an amicus briefing, so we'll have to see how this all works out. Not really a big deal for on the day, though.
Yeah, clearly. Just straight upside this morning off this jobs number. Just seeing Ford popping up. I'll double check on that, but just heads up, anyone watching Ford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can't bring myself to understand why that story is going to be a big deal. Like what is their gaming revenue even up? Like $3 billion? Whatever. It doesn't. I don't think it's that big of a deal. We're up 1.5 points on Nvidia. Obviously, the breakout levels. When you sit down, the number can go either way on jobs, right? So I kind of was feeling you had 121.50 is that low, and then the 122.50 breakout level. Where we were kind of felt, okay, Friday, dip and rip, was going to be the play. I think I'm just changing the goalpost a little bit here, I suppose, because now that you're above 124.5, which is the next resistance, I'm talking about Nvidia, obviously, as you can tell. If we break down, I look over here, it's like 123 third, and then 122.5 is still a good level. So you can still go to the dip buy as a general thesis. If the market continues this ridiculous run, then I think, well, great run, I should say. It's not ridiculous, nothing ridiculous about it. Then Intel could come back to that 23 to 23.30 area. So that's always going to be play. If we're sitting around like midday and we have a consolidative level like this underneath 23.30 on Intel, then actually that would be another stock that I would look for the short. But as far as Nvidia goes, all the key levels for the dip buy, if we lose 124.50, I'm looking at 123 and a third, just have to adjust that, and then 122.5. Which is what we liked anyways. If we see 121.50, I don't know that I probably don't like it down there if we get there again. That would have been off the number.
I was going to say here, AMD seems to be pretty strong today as well. Nvidia up there to 120. Yeah, I want to see Nvidia at 130 really before I get a little carried away with it. But I don't know. Nvidia was my number one stock yesterday. I'll probably go back to it. I'm trying to look at something else, though. All right, so 169 here on AMD. That could break 168.50. I mean, what a great move it is upside now, Fabian, for AMD as we continue to go. So there's bouncing off 166.50. That could be something. 165.50 is also VWAP. So if we do get a little bit of a pullback here, would not be surprised at all to get that right now off the open. What about 165.50 right here for AMD? That looks pretty good to me right there. So again, a level break there. Like, let's pretend that the market wasn't as, sort of exuberant about this jobs number, which it should be. I mean, that was a huge print. So I'm fine with where it is. But there's the break right there, 165.50. So that could be a play if we do get back there. So that's about $1 lower. I'm pretty comfortable putting a bid there. So why don't we do that? We can put a bid down there for AMD. And then breaking higher, I mean, I was just looking at it with you guys. This would be 169. So that's also in play right now. Like $1 higher, I guess now it's 250 higher. That might be a little bit of a problem. I guess when it was 167, well, anyways, it's all right there. So I like a 165.50 dip buy. And I want to check, we have 3 minutes still until the opening bell goes. So just hold on. There's Palantir. Did it break yet? It's probably going to break 40. So the thing is, not probably, will break 40. I just don't know right off the open if we want it. It's resisted it a couple times. Maybe let it break 40, settle down, and then we'll go with it. Who knows? Rivian is a buy, so that's helping it stay northbound a little bit here. That's Rivian. Alibaba continues its move lower, but does have a bid on it, bouncing off VWAP. We'll wait for that one. I do have a bid to break that 118. I don't know if that's going to matter because that's not here right now. So Alibaba looking to break through 118. That could be a trade for us later on. And then other than that, I'm not seeing too much. We wanted Tesla at 245. That's broken upside as well. So a couple plays if there is some dip buys. The problem with playing dips is like
you got to be patient.
Yeah. What if this retraces quite a lot?
Speaking of that,
the open, but
Meta retraced everything.
Oh, there.
For a brief second there, Meta went red as it pulled back about $5. Now, keep in mind, most of the big caps, like the Mag 7 names, aren't printing all-time highs here. Meta's the one that's printing all-time highs. So a pullback, maybe there's just some profit taking happening. It's very different from the Apples and the Googles in that regard in terms of where it's going from. So Meta all the way back. We just should have had NASDAQ imbalances come through, but that didn't change anything. I don't even see any. Yeah, there's some NASDAQ names, but yeah, I didn't really see anything of significance. None of the Mag 7 names are there. I wanted to quickly mention, remember all that accumulation on Apple at $227, like right in here? There you go. Just the other day, the bottoms were about $226.75. So if there was a ridiculous sell zone that couldn't let that strong move go any further, Apple in the bottom of that range, it's about $226.75. I kind of marked off the top of the range because we were under it, but now that we're over it, I should be doing a little bit of this as well. So Apple going to be in play for me. And just as I say that, when we're dipping back in, Apple goes right back to the high. So I guess we're probably not going to see a dip buy on that. Rivian, want to look pop and fade. Still think that can be a short. We went over Nvidia. I feel like we got through pretty much everything that we wanted to in that watch list. And then for everyone out there in the Clover game, with 30 seconds to go, that is still holding on to that $4 level, which refused to break out in yesterday's trade. So it's still holding on above $4. I think kind of gives you an easy over-under level for continuation on Clover. Friday's bell, last bell of the week, brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Great story, great look. ADRs for the last time this week. Ring it.
All right, thank you, ADRs. All right, we're going to watch Alibaba. We're going to watch Tesla. Tesla is gone, by the way. Amazon's probably gone in a minute as well. We're going to take 186.60. If that breaks higher on Amazon, get ready for that one. But there goes Tesla, man. We said it was gone. There it is, 247.50 right now off the open. We wanted 245, but what you want doesn't mean you're going to get that. That is for sure. There goes Tesla all the way to the upside. Alibaba fading, so we don't have to worry too much about that stock. Amazon, AMD. The bid that we liked was that break through 169. That still has a minute to go. I don't know if we're going to get there on AMD quite yet, but that would be 169 or so up there as that continues to motor on. Everything is trying to go higher. The only one that was close for a break for me was Amazon, and that's fading back out just a little bit here. So we sort of thought there could be a little bit of a fade play on it. I've lost too much money sometimes being wrong early, so let's just make sure that we're right. We'll let Amazon settle down there. 185.50 is VWAP.
Yeah, I got to let it calm down a bit. Rivian's starting to head to the upside. We'll let that one slow down before we try to jump in front of it. Spirit Airlines is not open yet. So, yeah, I want pop and fade in Spirit Airlines, but doesn't look like that stock is open. Rivian heading to the upside after their bad delivery numbers. So we're trying to fill in that gap. We don't want to take it on the front end. We want to let this one calm down, make a high that we can observe and play off of. So we said with everything this high, you might have to wait patiently for some dip buy opportunities because everything broke most of the levels that we're looking at.
Right.
Apple hasn't dipped into my zone either. So yeah, you're just going to have to play patient. When you go up 1.5% or 1.25%, sometimes you have to wait for your long entries. But yeah, Rivian might be that entry now as it's just made a bit of a top.
Yeah, Tesla's trying. I mean, everything's trying to go for some reason. The futures aren't really doing anything right now. They're just hovering around 20,200 again. So that's going to be a pretty key level for us. Amazon just went all the way to the top and stopped again. So that's going to be a trade here. I'm still taking this break, by the way, if we break that top there. So let's see if it does go through 186.60. Trying to be patient here. Getting a little... I'm not getting anxious, but I mean, I'm just hoping that something can hit soon for us. Alibaba's trying to hover around 115. It's trying to hold it, but it's under the 200. If anything, this is looking like a short, especially with the market pulling back in a little bit here. So I just don't know if I'm brave enough to short Alibaba, but we can do it and look at it for now. It looks like it's a short up to that 115.50. So let's take something here. Oh, now it's starting to break a little bit lower. I'm just going to, I just tried to punch 70s and it went to the downside there. So we missed this Alibaba push. There it is. So we're a little short now. I'm going to give this to 115.50. I don't necessarily love this trade. I told you we're getting a little bit impatient there, but 115. Got to cancel my other Alibaba trade.
Cancel the breakouts.
Right there and cancel some of the breakouts. So, yeah, 115.50. If we break back higher on Alibaba, we'll get out. But right now, new position, it's short Alibaba. And there it is, Neil. It's 50 cents in the money. And we'll take a little bit of a bid right there early on Alibaba. We'll go 1 for 1 on that one. Let's see if it gets lower, though. No chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, definitely no chickens before they hatch for myself because we got into Rivian on the way back in. We're able to get out some in the pre-market high. So I got out of more than half of it because in front of the pre-market high, there was a buyer for 150,000. It was very, very obvious. So I got most of it out. I'm going to look for a reload off of those highs. The chips are very, very weak right now. So Nvidia is really starting to come back in. That 123 level is likely to come into play. Spirit Airlines is now opened up. It just dipped off of 150. So I'm going to... I was about to put the order in, and then it kind of tanked down a couple of cents. Okay, I'm going to get back on the offer at 45. I want to get short in here. It's VWAP, but it doesn't really matter. Give it to the local top here on Spirit Airlines. So as market's rolling over, the things that we wanted short are what we're going to play in. You have to get on the offer to get filled on Spirit Airlines, down 35%. Obviously, it is short sell restricted, so SSR, you need an uptick to go short on this name.
All right. Man.
Tesla's holding up nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on Alibaba here. We can look at Tesla. I was all right. I'm gonna take out one more piece in the 50s if we can get it on this name, and then cancel my 30 just to take something out there. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, let's see now if we can have the diamond hands. So we're 50 cents in the money. I mean, we're trying not to play around. I mean, we're trying to give you guys the good here. So we're gonna go short now on that, and then just see. But we are short now on Alibaba. And again, we talked. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my. We're bidding 114.14s. Put those 1414s on your mind right now. As there goes Baba to the downside. So a quick little 70-cent winner for you there to start the day. We'll go 1 for 1 there. People saying Palantir blast off. We'll see. Yeah, see, there's that problem. There's the dip down, right? We said that there could be some issues up here. $40 is pretty darn key, but it could get going, right? We'll wait to see what this market wants to do. Alibaba, I don't know. Let me put a bid in the mid-30s right now. Take another piece out of Alibaba.
Amazon's about to break.
Good.
Any second now.
Let's go.
Make sure. No, break. Every time I stare at the breakout, it doesn't happen. I'm like the ultimate jinx when it comes to that. So yeah, I said we're about to break out that top. There we go. It just kind of took out that pre-market high. There was a wick top there above 70. You know what? That did not break the high. Spoiler alert, we did not take out the top on Alibaba. Might have just had a bit of a wick. Oh, sorry, on Amazon, you're in Alibaba. So I'm just going to get out. So now it breaks. Of course now it breaks, as I took some out flat. I'm still in a little bit, but I'm going to be adding to this. I am still short Spirit Airlines as it heads down, but Baba, I'm adding through 147, and I'm going to add back in on the dip. That was a weird trigger.
And of course, by Bobby, you mean Amazon, and 147, you mean 187. But you know what? It's the big bang trade right there. Your boys got it right now. It's 186.70. It's a sticky note monster trade of the day. One more time. We're in this one. Let's go, man. We're short. Look, man, we're short Alibaba, but we are long on Amazon right now. Let's see if we can get it a little bit higher. Let's take some more out here as we hit that name and get going on Amazon. Let's go. Nice trade on that one. Nice trade on Alibaba. Hopefully a better one on Amazon. Let me get another piece out here on Alibaba. Whatever, man. There it is. Yes, sir. Oh my. Spin it again, man. We're just cashing out both sides. 2-time, one on the short here with Alibaba. That's 50 cents. Amazon right now, 50 cents. It's a print machine over here. What's up, Adara?
Team here for Reddit. RDDT up about 4%, making new high of days here as we speak. I'm not seeing any news on this. Decent amount of social media attention and more coming in as we speak. It's also worth noting here too, this is about 55% insider owned, and it has a short float of about 7% here for fairly recent IPO RDDT, guys.
Hot minutes. It is kind of recent, I suppose, on Reddit, but I'm not going to be in that one. I'm out of Rivian. We're adding to Amazon on the way back in as well. The other thing that's going to come into play here, I don't know that I love what's happening on Nvidia right now. Like Nvidia is bleeding while the market, I mean, it's not bleeding. When the market's coming back in, it's one of the weakest things. So the chip names are not obeying. Going to wait for that pre-market low in there off of 123 before we do any dip buying. Spirit Airlines, we did get a third of it out roughly as that came back into the 140 range, I should say. So now that it's down, I feel like we're just going to be shorting pops until you break out that local high. So you have to be careful with this. Amazon's still holding up pretty nicely. Apple was the other one that we wanted for a dip buy. Apple's still looking very, very weak. So if there's no green, then there's no need to play it. Like just like Nvidia, this does not look very strong. So I don't want to be sitting on the wrong end of the trade. You can catch it on the back end. When it starts to look strong, then we'll start to play it. Like Amazon's breaking highs when the market is looking weak. That's what you need to be in.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, exactly. You need to be all over all of these plays, man. I mean, hopefully you guys are on top of it, right? We have this note out here. There it goes. We'll take another fill right here. It is your trade, the third trade on here. The first trade was Alibaba, was Tesla. We missed that long, but man, oh man, did we take that Amazon long. We even opened the show saying we're sitting here looking at Amazon for that long. So far, so good there. Tesla is just Rip City right now. Wow, this is going to be a dollar club here on Amazon very soon, guys. All right, Tesla right now, look at this, up to 250 right now. What a good dip buy opportunity there was right there. We missed it. We wrote down 245. We're sitting here at 245 and a quarter, but that only gets as low as 246 and a quarter before finally ripping upside now. All right, Alibaba has fallen off a little bit here, so we like the way that's looking for us as we get some more shares on Alibaba on the high side right there. So a good little short. Let's cash out on this short, though, as we'll take advantage of it. So a nice little play here on Alibaba. Reloaded that into that short there. We just got 105.25s there on Alibaba. So, yeah, man, this name's starting to print for us as well. Other way around, though, right? So other side on the short there for Alibaba. So far, so good. Let's just, keep it going. Alibaba short, Amazon long, and so far so good with the good vibes today in the market, right? It's been so far so good here. Hope you guys enjoy it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Alibaba's now 20 cents and getting lower. Let's put another bid right here for Alibaba. Can we get those 84s? There it is. It's 30 cents again there on Baba. Wow, this has been a great afternoon, a great morning. Good afternoon. There goes Amazon still going higher, Neil. Wow, we're at our day's goal already. 2 for 2 there today, man. Short Baba, 50 cents in the money on the reload. That's how much we liked it. And then Amazon, of course, nice upside move, maybe 187.50.
It just tagged the 50. I grabbed some 45s out in front of the 50. The high of the day in Amazon is right underneath that 50 level. Now I want to dip buy it again, but if it's not going to give us the dip buy back into the breakout price of the 187, we'll have to look for a trend long. Nvidia is really starting to go. So all of a sudden, Nvidia, it was just above 124.5. It just failed it 2 seconds ago. I thought we were holding that higher low, and we're going to look for the longs above here. We're just going to have to wait. Yeah, still not looking incredibly strong over there on Nvidia. Tesla's getting very close to the 250 level, so we're at 248. I think I like 51 a bit more for a breakout on Tesla, and the reason for it is because of all the selling at the 50. You got to clear out the 51 for me for it to be a breakout long. Otherwise, the 50 is still undefeated as a short level. You can always buy dips. But Apple is not showing any signs of slowing down. So Apple just hasn't found any support. It's not time to pull the trigger there yet. I feel like Nvidia might be getting close to putting in some kind of a base that we can work off of. But still looking relatively weak here. The market's pretty flat up at these highs. Want to be careful with Nvidia. It's making some lower highs. Don't want to get in early.
Yeah, man, we are... All right. I mean, Alibaba is just props up for that one, man. I mean, the fact that we were able to get a short, like in this crazy hot stock, pretty happy with that. Let's see how far we can go now down on Alibaba. We're almost $1 in the money on Baba short right now. We'll see if we can cash that soon. It's 80 cents right now. Amazon, this is 80. So we have back-to-back 80-cent winners, and they're the other way, right? So one is long, one is short. We just stick with our guts. That's it, man. We talked about what we were doing today, and here it goes. Look at Amazon, 187.50 trying to go. Alibaba just got a little bit of a bump there. I don't know what that was about. We were just at 114.50. So let's put another bid. I don't know. We have shares. We just keep getting it out. Right now, our stop on this is 115.50. So we talked about where we were going to stop out on this name, right? So it's a 200 period. It's VWAP. If it, you know what, man? Let's make it real money. All right, let's see if this can go down even more right now for Alibaba. So I'm going to keep my bid here in the 30s. Let's see if we're right underneath VWAP. If we're wrong, man, we'll take 30-cent hit. I'm sitting right now in 30-cent winner. So if we can, properly manage our trades, that's the way we should be doing it. So 187.50 now on Amazon. Again, I like the stock. We're still in it. This is a big trade. One more time. Tesla up there at 250. We missed it yesterday or the day before, and we'll see if we can grab it today, man. I mean, it's getting close. 250 upside for Tesla.
It's getting very close. Like whether it's Tesla or Nvidia that makes that last push. I don't know. I'm looking at Nvidia right now, but I got Tesla on the rear view as well. So here comes another dip opportunity in Amazon. If it pops underneath 167, I think it's an obvious zone. But the 187, I should say, is also starting to come back in there. So I'm going to get on the bid at 187. First high just got taken out on Spirit. And we're out of that one. It just took out the pre-market high. We're short once. We reloaded in front of 150. If it breaks the top, 175 is the only other place that I want to look. So either under here or the 175 zone. So coming back in is Amazon. We just reloaded that at 187. Previous breakout is where we want to jump out of it and then work back into VWAP. Still only want to be looking long for them. Nvidia is not doing anything. Tesla's still at 284, 248. Doesn't want that 50. And Apple, it's starting to catch a bit of a bid, like a little confirmation. I mean, Apple was just a little bit too weak for my liking here to just jump into this one willy-nilly. Rather see something that's strong set up again, like Amazon and maybe like this Nvidia. Tesla's now breaking the high of the day. All right, Tesla's going to get there first. I thought maybe Nvidia was on the run, but it's going to be Tesla that gets there first.
All right, we got something out there on Amazon in and around that 187 as it did dip a little bit below there. So we did get another piece out there for just 40 cents. But we're going to wait to see here because if this market crashes in, we do have Alibaba. So I feel like we're okay with that. But again, you know, you never know. So we're going to sit here and hope that this market will pay us out here on the Alibaba short and the Amazon long. But we are getting out. So remember what I was saying, right? Like we've scalped out some of this. I only have about 20% left of this long, looking to reload it. I mean, I think that there's nothing wrong with ever trying to reload your positions, but at the same time, I think we have numbers coming out. Let's go over to Adara.
There actually aren't any other numbers today, but I did want to let you guys know here about the strength in JetBlue, JBLU. This one is making new high days, up about 18% right now and counting. From what I'm seeing, this could potentially be a sympathy play or I guess an antipathy play with what's going on here with Spirit Airlines, SAVE. As we know, there's actually a judge blocking a merger between these two companies earlier this year. As such, now we have a couple months later, of course, we have Spirit reportedly looking into bankruptcy as reported by Wall Street Journal. So JBLU, for whatever reason here, to the upside. We do have a short float of about 20% for this one as well.
Over there, no more numbers today. I thought maybe that's why we were going over to Adair, but there could be Fed speak and stuff. So, but that doesn't matter. That's
no, that was at 9 o'clock. Never mind.
It's not 9 o'clock.
Never
Okay,
mind.
so yeah, so that's not affecting any of my positions anyways right now. But I just wanted to. It's always good to know if there was something all of a sudden coming out. We saw that number today on the jobs number and how important that was. But here we go, man. We said let's make some real money. So I hope you guys are with me. Here comes Alibaba. Let's go, Alibaba. Put that dollar club winner right back into our pocket right now. We're bidding 114.30s. We talked about that. Remember, we were going to bid 114.70s or 80s. We decided not to do that and give ourselves another chance here at Alibaba in case it does want to fall down, in case this market wants to give something back, in case this market decides that, hey, we already know the Fed rate is getting cut by 1/4 of a point. Now that's basically solidified. It's 90% now. So we sort of know the path, what's forward. Let's just see if it goes. Looks like we'll miss that Alibaba print down there by 10 cents. So now we have to be even more patient as we wait for that play to come through here. So Alibaba right now gets down into 114.40s. We'll still be patient and wait for that 30 level, but we just did miss it. Good play for us on Amazon today, and that will be the one that we wait for now to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce back higher through those highs. Failing right now.
It just got from 187 again to that 187.5. I played the rebound. I got 8s in there off the 187. We took some out in front of that lower high. I don't like that it's a lower high, especially with the market looking like this. Like we haven't actually had a green candle on that 15. So you are getting a little bit of weakness back into the market. It's still a relatively strong name. We're going to stick with the long. If we lose the breakout price, that's kind of an easy punch out. And then Tesla is now at adjacent to the 250 level. It just got to 249. Again, this is what happened yesterday. It got to 249.75 and then didn't make that push into the last quarter into 250. And then that ended up being the best short you could have was 249.75. I feel like today is a little bit different on Tesla. But I have 250 marked off. I like a break at 251, not 250. Because 250 is resistance till it's not. I'm looking for a fail break, and I think that can be a reversion trade. And then 51's the breakout for me. Nvidia is not setting up at all for a long. It's still looking pretty weak here. It needs to make some higher lows. I'm not jumping into it too early. Thank you for the super chat, Darcy. Zim. You want to look at Zim?
Zim, the shipper.
I mean, nothing's really setting up. We're just in the reload on Amazon. Zim is down 13%. It is trending down. It is SSR. There might be some kind of a SSR bounce play if this gets to this level here on the daily, like at $18. So it's bleeding right now for Zim. I think $18 might be a spot just because it's down 10%, but they're not on my radar to trade. Not the opportunity that I'm looking for. Okay, Amazon, this is the time you got to break that high.
Yeah, let's go Amazon.
So, at some point you got to take out this top.
Yeah, let's go. It's funny because we're looking at Amazon taking out the top, and I'm looking at Alibaba taking out the bottom right now. So hopefully that can withstand something here, and we're able to get that 30 print. Remember, we are bidding 114.31s. That's twice we could have had 40s. Maybe we're being a little stubborn here, and we should just maybe take this out. But here it comes, 37s, 38, 39s, 40s. All right, forget it. I'm going to take, whoa, we got it. Cancel. Good. All right, there it is, man. Fire off that hot dog cannon. We get 41s, so we put in a 41 there. good trade to get that fill for sure. But we'll see. I just didn't want to be too like frugal with that one. I mean, if it was just going to keep on bouncing there, we've got some wicked trade in our pocket. We might as well continue to take that trade, right? So we'll take it out there at 40s. My apologies, just 80 cents. We'll work on a dollar club for you in a couple minutes, but hopefully that continues to fall down, man. We're just trading 2 stocks. It's 2 for 2 and we've hit our goal. So it's a big day here today. Let's just keep on going, right? That's all we can do. Adira?
ADTX here to the upside. This is a small cap trying to make new high of days here right now. Up about 55% is Aditext. Not seeing any news on this one from today. Yesterday they provided a shareholder update, but the float in market cap is really worth noting here. From what I'm seeing, market cap of $380,000. We have a float here from what I'm seeing of 130,000 shares. So very small float and market cap for ADTX today, guys.
Good look there. Oh, speaking of those low float or smaller names, Clover lost $4. So I just noticed that. It's an easy kind of over-under level. We're consolidated in the afternoon. If this can't get back above 4, I'd be worried about a bit of a gap fill into the previous low. But look for it to recover the $4. Then it can resume that trend to the upside. But it's looking pretty weak here. You broke the high of the day on Amazon, got to about 187.60, and that's it. So you're still looking upward trend here, starting to look a little bit better. Tesla still has not broken 250. That doesn't look all that promising. Rivian is back underneath VWAP. So I'm looking, now that you've done a pop and fade, I was in it once for win, once for loss. Now it's back underneath VWAP. We're going to short the next available pop in Rivian. It's about to break out that 10. I think it bounces off 10 before it makes that move back into the upside. Tesla, yeah, it still cannot break 250. That's just, it's a short till it's not. You can want it to break out, but Tesla is not obliging even a little bit here. I want this Rivian, want to get back into it. Got the front end, we're looking for the back end of the trade now.
We feeling some kind of ways again today, guys. Alibaba is now at the low of the day. So there it goes, man. We pick a name that's not only stronger than the market, but we were just felt the short early. And we said that all the time. The number one thing about trading is going to be instinct. You got to be able to know when to pull the trigger and what opportunities look good. And sometimes what you think early might be changing. And that's been my biggest losers, is when it's like I get stubborn and I just stay on the same kind of a play, even though it's not working. And right there, Alibaba today, we identified that it was a short, not a long. So we just took 2 shorts there, and now we're really starting to get to the downside right there as well. Amazon, great trade, obviously, today. But you can see what it's doing. It's trying to go the other way. So I just feel like we'll take another piece out right here at 25s. Just because, and then if we take out the high after that, fine. But right now we only have, like I said, we have about 25% left. Let's take out another piece right here. It's been a great trade. I mean, I'm up. I'll be up more on Baba at the end of it all, I hope. Or not I hope, but I think anyways, than I will on Amazon. But at the end of the day, we'll take 2 trades. And if you're share sized properly, like I've got the goal here for today. It doesn't mean we're going to stop trading, but that just lets me know that yes, we were in the right names, we had the right amount of shares, and we trade them appropriately for this period, right? So we're up. It's 25 minutes in, and it's been a pretty successful day thus far. But it doesn't mean that we're not looking for more. We wanted to get AMD strength earlier on as well. If there's any names, this jobs report today really got the market hot. It got it heated, right? We talked about 20,200. That's right where we are right now. So you're at a decision mark. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'll hold. Weak. Yeah, exactly. They're looking weak right now. So I'll hold off on trading something to the long side until it just sort of settles down. I wouldn't mind getting down to VWAP a little bit. AMD, we talked about how strong that name was, obviously up 3.5%. And I said 169. Are we going to take that 169? Like, I can't believe it got there, actually, with this market doing what it's doing. So it got to 169. That could have been one of the greatest shorts, or it's just getting ready to get ramped up to take that level out, man. I actually think the latter. I think we take this level out. So we'll wait to see here. 169, if the market gets bullish on us, which I'm not sure, but I like that 169 level right there. No doubt about that on AMD.
Yeah, and speaking of market getting bullish, it's not getting bullish right now. Tesla should have been a short at 250, but when you're looking breakout, you're not going to take that. I'm on the offer underneath VWAP on Rivian, and I'm going to quickly show you Spirit. We got out when it broke here. It made another high at 162. I'm in at 59, giving it to 62. So basically, like, it's going to be tight stops until it gets to 175, because 175 is the next big level. But Amazon's starting to come back in here. as that is right back at the breakout price. So it's where we all started, breaking out at this level. If we can't hold on here, I feel like if you retest VWAP, you're probably going to do for a little bit of a bamboozle underneath that level. Like the market's so weak, I don't think you hold VWAP. I think you probably break that and then get down to the pre-market, not the pre-market low. It's like the opening range bottom, 185.60. That's $1 from here, and I want to hold past $1. I'm just going to get out if we can't hold this 50, and then we'll work back into it somewhere down here or on the way back into the upside. So we're back to square one, which is save. Watch out for Nvidia. That sucker is not strong today. This feels like Nvidia is going to be, I think we're on one of those days where it's just going to be a red mark for some of these chip names. They were weak early when you saw Amazon breaking higher. I'm not feeling that strength at all. And I'm kicking myself for not just thinking that we were shorting Intel at 23. Should have just stuck to that guns. Got a little bit bullish on that number, but Intel went right to 22.90. 10 cents to that zone that we loved, and it's already pulled back 40. So I think this is going to be a short to pop, at least in Intel and Rivian. Haven't really decided whether I think Nvidia is, but for sure on Intel.
Yeah, we're at a decision point right now for the futures because it just got, I mean, I said like the future's probably going to test this VWAP and it just went right there. Now it's trying to hover underneath it as it's giving back, obviously, a little bit of the damage that it put on earlier. And we just talked about that. So hopefully it will continue to make moves one way or the other. But yeah, the market right now at VWAP. So that's good. Basically, anybody that was short or long right now, this is volume weighted average price. Both traders right now should be like in there. So we'll see which direction now this market wants to go. We could get out of Amazon as well as it breaks lower right there, AMZN. Obviously still a positive stock, but as we mentioned, it looks like Alibaba will definitely now hold the crown here. I still want to go long Amazon. I don't want to forget about it. It's just, you know, sometimes we get out of these ones a little bit too early. We talked about that yesterday. What's the market doing? Not much. We're
still above the breakout price from when we actually had the jobs number.
Yeah.
Well, you still, if you look at where the NASDAQ is, it's the only thing I'm in is like Rivian short, but like 2010, like 2100, I should say. Like that's where we broke out from at 830. So you could dip all the way back into there, and then it's kind of like that theoretical support because it was resistance before. So I think that's going to be an opportunity for us. Amazon is now, okay, so Amazon is broken through VWAP. We'll see if this is where it wants to go. Like this is a level 185.5 is where I want to be long in front of. Still only, I'm looking Amazon long still until proven otherwise. So if we get down in there, kind of anticipating the VWAP could break. Yeah, whoa, we just
proven otherwise right now.
We just accelerated to the downside there. I don't know. I just saw the NASDAQ just kind of crash a few points. Nvidia just made some fresh lows. Amazon held up the best there. Whatever that was, Amazon held up the best in that move. I'm going to see if I can get some 86s on the Zon. Wow, Nvidia's already at 122.5. All right, that's also, I'm on the bid of Amazon 186, and Nvidia is at, okay, it's almost at that 122.5 zone that I like for the buy. So this was a spot that we're waiting for, station to station, right? It's a $2 range, but that was the bottom we didn't think was going to happen here on Nvidia. And now that we're here, I'm going to take my shot at the long.
All right. Yeah, Nvidia's a good one. Yeah, that's right. We did want AMD. Google's also dropping down in as well. I mean, everything. Look at this market break. We should have been, you might have heard me. I was like, should be short this market. Like we've already broken below. We should not be fighting anything. We're right back in here, right into jobs number right now. So I don't, Amazon, we're long here at 10s, but we'll see if it does have, more to go here on Amazon. Looks like it might, but we're long and we'll see if we can get that money back that we had just lost right there on that move down in. But look at it. It fights it over and over and over again here. Amazon really fighting to stay above water here. So we'll see. It's not above water. I mean, it's already 2%. It's well above. That's 185.60 is the bottom there for Amazon. So that would be a level to look at. If it does get back into there, we'll hold and see if there's anything that can happen down there, 185.50 or so for Amazon. AMD, again, on a pullback. So this is what I'm saying, though. It's like, is this the right time to be playing pullbacks or not? Because the market is breaking lower. It's just getting back to where we were pre that number. So that's where I'm kind of okay with what we're looking at now. I'm going to punch a little bit long here on AMD as we come into the 50 period and into VWAP. So it's not like a random punch here by any stretch. These aren't horrible levels. If we break back down below this 166, and change. What are we at? 167. I don't want to hold it that far. What is this? 167, basically. A break of 167, and we know we're in some kind of trouble. So, all right, we'll go long right now on AMD. We're long right now 167.50s. A bump back up to 168 would be fine by me. So let's put some offers up there. Maybe we'll get it.
Yeah, you don't get any offers that you don't put out there. That's tried and true.
The truth.
I'm actually going to change one thing up on Rivian, and that's if 10 breaks, I'm gonna hit the bid underneath. So you've consolidated for now 10 minutes at $10 on Rivian. If it breaks 10, I'm going to add to that short position. I'm trying to get Nvidia here. I haven't been filled at underneath 123. I'm just going to nibble in front of 123 and then also try to add here into that low. I believe we're going to, did I hear Adara?
Adding into lows is never a good idea, man.
No, it's not.
Spot coming into here, potentially key area of support. Looks like as of right now, we're failing it. We're going to take a look at what's happened so far today on these markets. The S&P 500 here trying as of right now to bounce off this 570 area we rejected before. Let's see if this holds up. A lot of continuation plays throughout the week as we wrap up what's been a pretty eventful first trading week of October here. We did have China strength here after its first down day for a while yesterday, rebounding nicely. The Hang Seng Index actually having a nice 2-week winning streak there. It's first since 2007. Nice look here for the markets generally, if we can hold up at this level. Of course, though, one of the key pieces of info we got this morning was the non-farm payrolls, much higher than expected here at 254,000 jobs compared to the forecast here of 150,000 payrolls. So much higher than expected payroll print. Other stocks on watch here include Tesla and some of these EV names. We did have China EV imports having EU voting here. They would like to put those tariffs in. So bit of a wrap up here with the tariff story, EU voting for these tariffs. We also have JetBlue. A lot of these airlines very strong, but I have JetBlue here, JBLU, especially with Spirit Airlines trading sharply lower after Wall Street Journal reported they're looking into bankruptcy. Last but not least, Rivian here, another EV name on this list, revised their production guidance to the downside, and they also reported a miss here in terms of deliveries for Q3 2024, down about 7%. Quite a day. Let's see how everything shapes up, guys.
Yeah, we were just like
shaping down.
Yeah, shaping down. We're in a couple plays there, upside and downside right now. Our AMD is not going to work. 166.50 if it breaks. I just don't really need to be in this name too much anymore. But we actually have a little bit of a lower target there for AMD. Let's not get too frugal with it, but at the same time, it is breaking. So that's those wicks down there right off the open. 30 break, something like that for AMD. But we're getting very, very close right now. The market is obviously a short, so we're going to have to be just careful with, I don't know, like, shouldn't be long. And this is what always happens, man. You sit there, you talk about like, you know, we like this trade, we like that trade, and then all of a sudden the market falls out of bed, and then you're caught the wrong way. It can happen both ways, down or short, up or down, long or short in the market. We tend to make more money, bless you, long. That's for sure. So, okay. We'll just keep on going. I might get some Amazon out. Oops, sorry, we're also long Amazon. It's funny, Alibaba's $1 in the money, but we've been short that name from the beginning of the day, so we're not worried about that. Right now, it's Amazon that's got us on our mind. We're long here at 91s. I'm going to try to get a little bit out if it does bump up. It doesn't even want to go higher here. So the market's trying to recover. Amazon is saying, hold my beer. So I don't really know. There it goes. Hopefully we get a higher bump up there for that one. And then right now, obviously as well, we wait for AMD to get going. We're long both these names. Need something to happen here. So we'll wait for it, but right now it's not overly attractive looking at these longs.
No, it's a bit of like an ugly duckling. I don't know. It's weird because before Amazon was really strong and Nvidia was really weak, yet when we're trying to bounce off the levels, it's Nvidia that started to go and just fill the quarters, and it's Amazon that's not going. So, you know, color me a little bit surprised. Like when that dip in liquidity happened, I had 4 stocks up, and the one that responded the best was Amazon. Like it's the one that didn't drop as much. So I figured let's get into that one first. And all that means is I have a worse price relative to the low than I want. I should be long here. I said I would wait for 185.60, like this low, and instead I go long at 186. I could have a price in the 80s, but I got 2 entries there. I'm not going to add to it. Nvidia did make a nice little bounce play. It's trying to claw through those quarters again. I'm also offering in the 40s, and we're going to play into the 3-quarter mark as well. VWAP is going to be pretty important here because I feel like you're not that strong. Market's trying to bounce. I want to make sure we're covering on this bounce.
Amazon.
Intel did not pop anywhere near to VWAP, as you guys can see. Amazon just took out the low. So I'm going to slap a fail on that one because that turns me red on Amazon.
A problem.
And I actually got in way too early. I said wait for the 60, and instead of losing 20 cents, I end up losing like 45. You lose twice as much because you're impatient. On that bounce, Intel went nowhere. It's not getting to VWAP. And if it just consolidates here, I might look for the short if it fail breaks at 22.5. I thought we'd just be shorting pops in this. Obviously, you can't short the pop if there isn't one. Good look for Tesla, at least, for anyone that's paying attention. Tesla holding on to VWAP. Maybe this is the one that should be, if it can get back above VWAP, this is looking, oddly enough, better than Amazon. I'm a little surprised Amazon didn't hold up the way it did, but that's why I slapped a fail on it. Now, Tesla's at least at VWAP in this move, which gives it something to rest its head on.
Yeah, Amazon is really, we're holding on to a little bit of it. We only got out of our 75% strategy there, but you're right at the 200 period moving average. So I think that's something there. I was actually looking at AMD there for a second, which is why I was not more aggressive on that play. But okay, we'll take a little bit more back here on that level, but not a lot, as actually got to cancel my Tesla buy right now down there. We'll look at that again at 245. So AMD, again, did pretty good. It got up to 167 there, and we were able to get some out. But it's basically stopped right at 167 as the market continues to make a little bit of a bounce off here, off 20,050. But look at AMD. It's going completely the other way around. So we're out. There it is. Breaks through 30. We're gone. So we will slap a big fail on trying to catch some of these chip names to the downside. Catch them to the downside by going long. That does not look like a recipe for success right there. And then holding on to this Amazon either. So yeah, man, below VWAP, it looks like it's really too bad because Amazon, as Neil mentioned, there was a good stock in the beginning. Then all of a sudden turned out to not be that case at all, as it just didn't hold. It's just not holding any levels. Whether or not you like 185 or not down here, maybe, but maybe we need just to wait for the market to correct itself. We said that some of these, our biggest losers are on days when it's like you just don't believe something's happening, but yet it's still happening. Like getting out of AMD was good because now we've saved, like make money. AMD is basically fine. It's just make money, lose money right there on that last piece. But you got to be careful what you're doing, especially when the market looks the way it does today. Up early on news and then just faded the whole day basically right into that. So yeah, right now looking like a dangerous spot here to be caught long.
No way.
Yeah, 185 for Amazon. All right, I think it's Adara.
Before we go, okay. Go ahead. No, go to it, Darren.
40 at 570 on that S&P 500. I have the 15-minute chart up here. Worth noting, we're actually getting some comments from Feds Goolsbee, who was not initially on the calendar as of a few hours ago. Feds Goolsbee, just to be aware, set to be speaking here at 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. So our first set of comments from Feds Goolsbee include his commenting saying this is, quote, a superb jobs report, also saying that the end of the port strike could be a good piece of news for the U.S. economy. So that could be what's pushing up us here above 571. Also cautioning, though, not to overreact to one data point, but saying that more jobs data in this realm will, quote, give more confidence that we are settling into full employment. So we got some comments from Feds Goolsbee on this port strike ending and also this jobs report, guys.
Obi talking about that.
So there was basically on Amazon, and sometimes it's really important to look at the book. There was a buyer on Amazon in the pre-market that chased it all the way to the upside, and the second they got lit up, you could see that it was sort of coming back in. So here comes, like Nvidia, we got a couple of legs out, but not all. So I got out of half of it on that pump, but if you lose this 122 half zone, I got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. I was saying I was getting on the offer of Intel, but it doesn't matter. I thought we'd get filled on Intel offers before we went over to Dare. That just didn't happen. So I'm not short. Rivian, we're in at 3. I'm sitting at 4. Sorry, I'm in at 4. It's right about like 5 cents out of the money. I'm looking for a place to reload that. But it's going to be Nvidia that looks like it breaks out this bottom here. If it bounces and can show a higher low, I don't want to just get in willy-nilly. I want it to show a little bit more strength than just it not breaking this low. That's not enough to get into that long or to add to that long. I think you should be like staying well away from it. Amazon, 183.5. So there goes Nvidia. Like I said, I have a line on a chart, but I'm not adding to it unless it shows strength off that line. I got half out. We'll take an L on the rest. Amazon, 183.5. Last time I did not wait for it to get to the level I like. it either holds a pre-market low and starts some kind of an uptrend that I can observe, or we wait for 183.5. Don't want to throw good money after bad. Rivian is, I mean, I'm in it. I said I would add to some on the break and then short off at this 10 level. So I'm in about half of what I kind of want on Rivian. I feel as if because I'm in front of VWAP there, I don't want to have everything. So about half in on RIVN. What else is there? Amazon's absolutely dying. Tesla, I know we were mentioning Tesla a second ago. I said maybe Tesla can hold VWAP. If it can, this could be the one. Well, it doesn't hold VWAP, so I'm not going to go long. Let's go to Adair.
We have more comments here coming in from Feds Goolsby as the S&P 500 loses that support at 570 and continues to push lower. Feds Goolsby now also saying here that there, quote, are some signs that inflation might undershoot its target and that there are concerns, making sure that the Fed is careful about keeping rates, quote, as restrictive as they are, also saying not to lose sight of the longer-term trend. So mixed comments coming in here from Feds Goolsby of note here, guys.
Okay, yeah, okay. We've averaged into Alibaba, so we're holding on to a small piece of Amazon. I want to watch that name. I was just looking to see how low can we get for Amazon here. But anyways, Alibaba just went back into VWAP there of 115 flat, so we probably should have taken something out there. We've just averaged in a little bit to it. I'll put out 10% down there at 02. Maybe we get a dip down for Amazon, for Alibaba. Just it's rallying into this market. To me, that
makes sense.
Not making. Yeah,
I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
No, I know, yeah. For me, that's not making too much sense. So we'll see, despite it making sense to Neil. No, just joking. I know it doesn't. But we'll just wait to see here what's going to happen. I mean, if this is one of those, now I know what Sharif means by the market's bamboozling right now, but it seems like maybe it is for the Chinese names. But hey, China's been super strong, so here I am fighting this one. I just think a retracement, maybe it happens. We're at VWAP. We'll take a shot there on this name for sure right now. But make sure that if you want to and are interested so far in the content here today, please subscribe, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and hit all of that. So for Amazon, I'm still looking for something down here, maybe this 184. Let's just try a little bit of a buy here. I don't want to. I think now we are bottom picking, which I feel much better than just catching it through the 200. We tried it there. We did get some out, but now we'll try it right there at sort of the pre-market lows and see if we can get some love back in for Amazon. But there it is. We'll try a little bit of a long here, and we'll see if Alibaba wants to go as well. But right now, just kind of fingers crossed that we have the right way.
Charts be nasty. But you know what? The show is free. The market fall is also free to watch. Exactly. And I know sometimes I should hit the order first and then speak later. Mm-hmm. So that was a mistake on my part on Intel. Right when I was I should just probably get into Intel here. Had I actually hit the bid, it did make a fresh low, but now it's starting to come back to the upside. So let's look to see if it can hold on to this 2250 underneath. Maybe I can short an available pop. I did get a first profit take on Rivian. It just tagged 97s. I got bids in front of 90 and 85. We did take a first win, second loss, and then the third. Now we're into it. So we're kind of trying to go 2 for 3 on this. There was just a bottoming wick on Nvidia. I don't know if I want that to get me into position on it. But that might not be the one. I'm scanning to find some relative strength. What is something that if I'm going to look for a bounce play off of 20,000 that I like. And I came back to Dell because Dell double top held on to. Remember we were saying breakout levels that never happened? Maybe play into these for longs if they are supporting some kind of a trend. So Dell at the open dipped into that high and is now putting a higher low while the market's making a fresh low. I still like the premise of a long here in Dell holding on to this higher low, just a little bit stronger than others. So shout out to whoever it was that asked us about Dell in the afternoon because it made me look at this chart, and I feel like we usually ignore this name, and it actually looks pretty solid relative to some of the other names off the bottom I'm seeing. All
right, guys, we're going to try something right now. We want you to be patient and stay with us. It's a free show. We're going to pay some bills, so let's run it. Oh, we can keep talking through it? Yeah, okay, all right. But I don't want to talk over the ad.
You know how usually we are we are. You kidding me? Just as I literally just said, don't talk and actually hit the bid. And then the first thing I did is go over to Dell, explain what I was doing, and don't take the long. That's hi, I'm Neil, and this just happened on Dell. Well, I was explaining what I wanted to do, thinking because the market was weak, you're going to get the prices you want. That's usually how it works on Dell. So yeah, we're not filled in it, but I think there's opportunity to get back into the upside on this particular name. Nvidia as well, we're looking for a bit of a bottom. There's the other side of the 122.5. All right, let's catch it on the right side of the trade here. It did a liquidity grab underneath, and I'm going to try and grab this one. I know at least you're still in Amazon. I feel like I want one of these.
Rebought it. I don't know if I would say
we just bounced 20,000, so I'm looking for that over-under play. And looks a little bit stronger in here. Should have grabbed that Dell, but didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we're still alive here. That is for sure, but I don't know for how long. But I appreciate the look there on Amazon. I just, we hadn't traded at that. We traded it really well, to be honest with you, early, and then this happened, and then we just started to believe in it too much. And we talked about where you can be stubborn and things like that. So I just had some. See, I just got missed. I didn't. I got some out actually. Okay, so I was gonna say I was trying to get some out here on the upside for Amazon because we had just recently bought that dip. So again, not trying to be stubborn and say this stock has to go back up. If we can make a little bit of money back up there on the upside, we'll do that just because we've been wrong and it's moving the other way. And the futures have broken down below, right? I mean, hopefully we just held that 20,000, but that's a fingers crossed type of thing. Like, I don't know if that's going to hold or not. We could easily revisit. Generally speaking, when you're going to hit a key level, like, this 20,000 here, I mean, tell me it's not key and look at this. Hopefully we are able to hit that and then make our way near VWAP or at least back to one of the other highs that we've had today, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. So nice move so far. We got to be patient. This is only a 1 minute chart, man. I mean, I just feel like got to give it sometimes a little bit of room, but Amazon going the other way. So maybe there's just not so much strength in this port stoppage, a tentative deal here that we maybe think. I don't know, but for right now, Amazon really just went oppo. It took out 186.50. I really liked it. We're able to get that long and make money on it, but then gave it all back, and now we just wait to see if there is some love back in for AMZN back there to the upside. So hopefully we do have a move higher here. We're long right now in the 20s, so I'm taking hits. Like when we just got out at 80 there, that's a 40-cent hit. But you know what? We're trying to make sure that we hold on to enough of it to make it special if it does go back up. But right now, it doesn't look like it wants to do that. So we'll just continue with what we're doing now, and hopefully Amazon will retrace back up there through 185, and we'll go from there. I do have another order in the 80s to get something out, hoping that Alibaba can go downside and Amazon can retrace back to the upside. So that's what I'm dealing with right now, just at those same two positions. We lost on AMD, which is probably back up. No. Wow, AMD did not really catch a bottom.
No, the chips are... I mean, they're trying. Nvidia is trying to bounce right now, but the thing that's going to plan, at least, which is the only thing for me that's going to plan after Amazon did what it did to me, is Rivian is heading back toward the low. Now, it hasn't broken the fresh low of the day. I plan to be, I'll be out of, I think it's 80% of it if it gets to the low of the day. So I'll only have like 20% left if we get to the fresh low on Rivian. Nvidia is at least now trying to make a bit of a bounce. Okay, this is where it stalled last time. You'd be a fool in a downward trend not to get some out here. So there you go. So I tried to get, let me zoom in for you guys here. That 122.5 was the zone that we liked. That was the breakout from yesterday. That's where we stopped out on the first long. When it did the false break, when it broke back through, I tried to go long on the way back through. I ended up getting like 73s. If we can get to VWAP, that's going to be the target here on Nvidia. I almost said Amazon. Oh, and speaking of Dell, I know we had the ad on at the time. Yeah, I spoke first and didn't actually take the trade, just punching long into Dell. Dell's above VWAP, and already it was like a 90-cent move. Dell looks pretty strong. Already at VWAP, market's trying to bounce off of the lows. I want to look for some kind of higher low trend to play on Dell if there's going to be some long opportunities here today. So Nvidia, we just got in there, took some out when it broke 123, looking for a VWAP retrace. If we get there, going to take some profit out on that. Intel is getting to VWAP. Ooh, Intel VWAP short. All right, so Intel's about to get to VWAP. This is where we wanted to short it. So here's our chance as we go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Imagine trading someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool, and this is how it works. Complete the evaluation program by meeting profit targets, and once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is that you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. Go and check out tradethepool.com. I went over their website, and it looks promising. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more info.
All right, a little promising website there. I like that. Okay, so we had a nice move to the downside for Alibaba. So yeah, man, it's a cash city right now on that play. For now, down to 115. So we will take that out, man. Taking more out down here into 115 for Alibaba. I like it. I like the stock down here. So let's see if we can continue to push a little bit lower. Then we actually had a little bit of a relief rally as well. We'll make a little bit back. Not making a lot of money here, as we talked about our hit already on Amazon, but that reload there, we waited for it, man. We waited pretty patiently for some kind of a reload, and it looks like we will be rewarded temporarily with Amazon there. And we are getting some out north of 185 right there. So we have, I mean, again, we talked about getting some out in the 80s. What about O's? What about O3s? So able to take advantage of that as now Alibaba's coming in. So yes, sir.
Oh, you know what the problem
this
is
day's
with
getting a
O's?
hell of a lot better. What?
No, the problem with those, it's like Snoop Dogg said, I don't love them O's
Right.
at all.
Right.
You got to get put the orders away.
You know, Snoop Dogg's been married to like the same wife since same lady since he's been like 19 or something like that.
I didn't know that. Good for
crazy.
good
Yeah,
for
man,
him. I almost said
crazy.
good for him. That's what I'm talking about.
You must have found a real one.
That's actually I had no clue. That's mad respect. And it's not that I wouldn't think Snoop Dogg would be it's good for him.
I mean, he talks about pimping hoes and all that stuff.
Well,
but
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not the perception that I would have had. If that's the nice way of putting it.
Oh man, different.
That probably didn't come off very well. I like Snoop Dogg, man.
area
I was a young buck when that guy came out. His first album was absolute hot fire. Now I'm just gonna compliment him. So we're short like two things. We're long Nvidia. Nvidia right back into the lows. Not yet. It's trying to put in a higher low. It's right back to almost where we got into it. I feel like the 122.5 is where we should have had that. See how I pivot back into the markets?
You're such a professional.
No, I know. We try to do that sometimes. No, but that is impressive. That's awesome for him.
Yeah.
So 122.5 is where we should have had it, but I didn't have to, but I did end up chasing this one a little bit into the 70s. If it doesn't make a break all the way back in here, I will look for a higher low to play off of. We're short on Intel. Rivian is catching a bid. So I ended up getting out. I didn't get one more fill, and I would have been down to the 20% that I said. So we still actually have just above 25% of the position. I'll reload this in front of VWAP on Rivian. There's a lot to look at here, and I know I keep coming back to Tesla. It's back at VWAP. I'd like to see it charge through and show a little bit more strength in that. See, this is a difference between Tesla, which I thought was strong, and Dell, which is holding out better. Like, it's got these higher lows to play off of, so you can do something like this to make it look like that. And I think you can buy some. I'm going to buy some dips in Dell maybe over Tesla if I have to bottom pick something. So short Intel finally, still short Rivian, and let's go to Adara for the small cap recap. Hopefully Clover is not too bad.
IWM continuing to hold support here around that $216 level or just below. You could see here on a kind of that rounded bottom at that support level on this chart for the Russell 2000. We get that pop up with the rest of the market on stronger than expected non-farm payroll. We can do this 220 area, but IWM not able to hold onto that. Still holding up as of right now around 218. In terms of small cap runners to talk about, this one dropping a little bit here. But we have Amprius up about 20%. Not any news from today, though. On Wednesday, they announced that they signed this development contract for a high energy custom cell deal with an unnamed Fortune 500 company. Worth noting here, they do have about a 7% short float. We also have Ford here, F-O-R-D. The name of this company is Forward Industries. No catalyst on this one, still up about 60% in a pretty bullish formation here. It is worth noting we have here a really small market cap, around 910,000 shares and roughly a $5 million, 910,000 share float, market cap of roughly $5 million. Last but not least, Beneficient here at BENF. This one, nice volume spike here, maybe trying to take out new high of days, up about 75%. Their subsidiary here announcing that they have this transaction which will allow them to have $126 million here designated preferred equity. For context here, BENF market cap of under $10 million from what I'm seeing. More details on this one on our morning watch list, guys.
Yeah, grab that
Market
morning
cap
watch
of
list.
Under 10 million.
Market cap of under 10 million. Okay. Yeah, definitely something to look at there.
Kirk Cousins could buy that company.
Kirk Cousins can buy. I think his combined career earnings is over $300 million. So yeah, he could definitely buy that company. Okay, so again, you know, we took back some Amazon here into this level, into the low of the day. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We gone on that one. Just want to let everybody know that. We've been down on Amazon. We're going to let it see if it can fly back a little bit higher here. We're long at 75s. If we do get that opportunity to take it out, we will take that opportunity, especially near in and around 185 to make sure we can grab 25 cents. That'd be pretty slick if we could get that. We were able to get a nice bottom as well there on Alibaba as we shorted basically the same level again, 20s, 30s, took that down in, took some out at O's, took some now at 85 for that low. So right now it's just Amazon with a continued bleed to the downside. Feels silly being in that one, and Alibaba's not really moving. So we're going to have to look elsewhere. You talked about XOM breaking out through highs
XOM
again.
All-time high break did happen. So
wow.
You know what? When the market makes you look left, sometimes you need to go right. So just first thing we'll talk about Nvidia. It did bounce off that 122, just underneath the 50 level, but it can't seem to even get to 23s. So halfway into the 23, sellers already started to come into it, took some out there. Don't know, like when it's not even that it's making like lower highs, it's like, but where I'm buying it is making lower highs, and where I'm getting out is making lower highs. Like it's so very clearly downward trending. It's obvious. So I'm not going to reload this until I see it reverse the trend. Intel got to VWAP. I've got some out here at 50s. I have bids into the low of the day, but XOM and the energy name has been spectacular. 123.75 was the all-time high. Look at where the breakout is on XOM, 123.75. Look where the dip is at 123.75. It's consolidating above the all-time high on XOM here. Now, you got to watch out for oil futures if you're trading this, but I feel like this gives it like a breakout, or even just sit in the bull flag, give it to like underneath this low here at 123.70 on XOM. Strong move. Oil futures here, I can just quickly do this for you. The problem with oil futures, the reason I'm not in that trade, because oil futures right now trying to break or hold VWAP. If they break out the top, I think I would like XOM, and then you give it to that local bottom. But you'd like to see this resume the upward trend before that happens. So short Intel, Rivian still chilling out at 998. Dell is, where is Dell and why? Okay, yeah, Dell's not really giving that trend back in. It's still looking relatively strong. I'll hit save and that will be here the next time.
Right.
Yeah, so Dell's holding above VWAP. I never got into it. Again, I kind of didn't punch first, explain things first. Let's look at VWAP in here on Dell. I feel like this is so obviously a better name to be long, above VWAP and trending back up when the market's trending down. So if there's going to be another bounce off 20,000, then I feel like Dell keeps saying I should be in it, but at some point, if we get the bounce off 20,000, I need to just get in. So Nvidia just broke the low amount of that. So I'm only in 2 shorts now, and the only way I should be going long is 20,000 hold, trend hold on Dell. If I don't do that, then I suck. That's simple. Because I should have had Dell here. It's inexcusable.
Yeah, there's I feel like, yeah, we should be short lots of things right now, and the only thing I'm short is Alibaba, and it's not really doing anything, so we'll have to look for more trades. We did lose on AMD quickly there, and we got in and out of that one real quick down here at 167, but as Neil mentioned, look, we're losing everything again. The futures continue to go lower right here. If we just show this chart, whoops, so we're still on Neil's chart, I guess, or is that my chart? I don't know what that is right now, but...
That's not mine.
It's all good. Right here, futures just looking like it wants to lose again right down here into 20,000. So just be careful with what we're talking about. I was going to be over here. Well, I am over here on AMD looking, and it's like, no, man, we should have just re-shorted these things. I'm kind of waiting for that pop. This is about the time now where it's like, okay, it's 10:30. Maybe the market wants to try to retrace just a little bit. Not looking like it wants to, though. We're still stuck Amazon long until it breaks through the bottom, which it's about doing right now. So 20 more pennies we can get out of Amazon, 118.25s right there, or 184.25s to the bottom side of that. We are bidding also to get, I mean, Our net is just kind of like, it's going lower because we have more shares in Amazon, but Alibaba's trying to help us out here with this move making lows too. So as Amazon continues to go lower, so does Alibaba. Problem is more shares in Amazon than Alibaba. So we took a little bit more out of Amazon as we just got into the 50s again. So we'll take a piece out there, but it does look like it wants to break lower. The futures are now going to go, the futures will go red. And that's kind of crazy to think about that because we were flying high, man. We were up about 1.5% there. We had Michael Noss on, and when we were talking about sort of that jobs number and how great it was, and that the future, the rate cut is looking like it's going to be that quarter point. Fed's Goolsby, though, as if it was a ghoulish move, sending a lot of sort of hate at this market, I'm guessing. It's
bad
going
vibes,
to the
Goolsby.
downside. Bad vibes, Goolsby is right. There goes Amazon downside. So we take the L there on that last try for Amazon.
You know what's holding up? You just mentioned...
Not much.
I think you said... Did you say Bitcoin? You must have said something.
I did not, but Bitcoin is holding up?
Well, something made me overlook at Bitcoin. Well, I just looked at your chart. It's over 60,000. It's at 61. But Mara double top is holding trend up.
Right.
So I like Dell. Like I mentioned the reasons I still like Dell, and I'm trying to get into that in front of VWAP. But if you look at Mara, like double top breakout. When I say double top, I mean the last 2 days. I don't mean today. And it's not holding VWAP, but it's holding the consolidation above, right? So there's your consolidation above. Of course, don't at me if you're long Dell and I just jinxed it, but it's holding this support at 15.7, at least for now. What makes Dell distinctly different, and that's the first time in a while that I've actually entered Dell and not put NASDAQ. Dell used to be on the NASDAQ.
Right.
And I traded it a bunch when it was on the NASDAQ. And so it's all muscle memory. I cannot hit NQ when I put the symbol in. I'm on the bid in VWAP here. I think this is the one on a trend. If I lose long next, it should be Dell unless Amazon goes to $183.50. And Amazon at 183.5, that was the big level underneath yesterday, and then support a couple of days ago on the 1st. So like that's the level I'm waiting for in Amazon. It's been a disaster on Amazon because that was a really bad reload where I ended up risking twice as much because I got in too early. I even said where I wanted to go long and then proceeded to go long like 25 cents higher than where we should have been. Like I don't like those gaps. Like I like outs that look like this. That's more my style.
I think Adara.
Is it crypto? Yes.
Take a look here at the crypto space and Bitcoin, which is forming a really interesting little trough area here of support around 60.8 thousand here. Look at this rejection before we make these higher lows. Then we come back here. Now we've had our third topping tail candle here in a row. Pretty flat here, but with these wicks to the upside. Again, currently wicking about 62,000 before coming to sit below 61. So let's see where BTC resolves itself from here. But we do have a slightly higher high. If you compare our late August high to this high we got here at the end of September. Right now, though, maybe a bit of a decision point here for BTC. Worth noting as well, we actually have JP Morgan analysts saying that the geopolitical instability we're seeing with regards to what's happening in the Middle East could actually benefit Bitcoin's price as well as the price of gold as we head into the end of the year. Saying that because both Bitcoin and gold are viewed as safe haven assets that could actually be pretty beneficial to them. In addition, being an interesting look heading into the election. We also have here Ethereum on watch, up about 1%, so faring slightly better than Bitcoin, depending on what second you look at it. Right now, they're up about the same amount. Generally, a little bit of a mixed picture, but more or less some strength. Ripple here, XRP is still feeling a little bit of the effects of that SEC decision being appealed. So now that's in the SEC's favor. And initially, Ripple had won that suit from earlier or last year. We have Dogecoin up about 3%. We've got Toncoin up about 1%, Cardano up about 3%. Lots of strength coming back into these names when we had a little bit of weakness earlier this week, guys.
Okay, guys, Toncoin is a hot coin. We've talked about that a couple of times. I didn't even know what it was, but thank you, Adara, for that one. But here we go. It's a new trade alert, man. We go back into Google. Not back into it. We just went over to a name that, I don't know, man. Again, playing the dips hasn't been great, but we're able to take advantage of this move right now and get into Google. So we're in it right now, just seeing where it's going to go. But right now, Google trying to make some moves back up to the upside right here. And it just kind of got there on the 20-minute chart, got into some past support. We noticed 165.80 right there coming into play. And I said that maybe the market rebounds. We might have been a little late there on Amazon, but we'll wait, or a little early, sorry, late to get out. But there's the move down. Okay, so maybe Amazon's not the right one. So I just wanted to get into something else, put a little bit of a scratch on the board there with Google, and we did that. So good move. We actually got out on the high of that move right there near those wicks. Next area though, let's just area this out. 166.30. Let's hold it, see if we can get back in. We're going to stop out if it breaks 50s to the downside. So that's 25 cents or 30 cents downside right now, and we just took 30 cents. So 1-to-1, trying to hold on to it. It's been fine, but not great. Alibaba's the savior again. Nice move back in. Load. Only name that we've been short there has been Alibaba. You guys want to look at Tesla? Let's do some of that too, if we can. Great stock. Wow, that was the one. Look at that down there at that 200 period. Sometimes you just need to look at one stock. And if you've been looking at, I mean, I've only looked at 4, but if you're looking at Tesla today, wow, that came right back in. And guess what level we wrote down? Oh yeah, 245 long. I mean, honestly, like there's certain times where you get that throw up feeling. Like there's 245. It just came in, I don't know, 30 minutes ago down to 245 long. Didn't even really break it. $3 in the money. You know, we got to stay a little more focused here on the plays that we want instead of just chasing other ones. So that's fine. We're happy to be in Google, that's for sure. But that was a missed opportunity there on Tesla. I hope some of you paid attention to the note and were able to get that. We'll go to Adair and then come back to Neil.
I was going to note here, we are getting a little bit of volume here coming to the upside for Tesla. This is the largest volume candle we've had in quite a bit here on that 3-minute chart. Just to reiterate what's being said here, I am not seeing any news on this move. Looks like it could be a support resistance bounce here, maybe a technical bounce off that 245.50 level. But if I see anything, I will let you guys know. Nice volume acceleration though for TSLA.
Yeah, Goolsby still going. Thank you very much, Adara. Just again, Goolsby talking. I didn't really catch what they just said. I don't think you need necessarily a story here. You got stocks that are strong and stocks that are weak. Tesla is relatively strong. Dell is relatively strong. Apple, most of the chip names are looking pretty weak here. I just trimmed some. Look, you're going to break the high of the day here on Dell, so that's going to be probably not going to get VWAP. I was just adjusting where we wanted to grab that. But I'm just going to go over to Intel because that level 2's gone. I just got another leg out of, I swear did I not just type Intel? There we go. I just got another leg out of Intel. It's putting in lower highs, which I like. Why was I not? But then you also form this wedge. The market's bouncing off 20,000, so I just got out of the bulk to look for another retest of VWAP. I'm going to wait for the retest of VWAP. It's kind of like Rivian. We'll let it make the next move, but I'm still looking for the next available dip buy on Dell. We might not be able to get VWAP, but if the market is bouncing off lows and Dell is breaking through the highs, I know that that's the one I should be in. I'm just not going to be buying any highs today with what the market is doing. You got to look for a dip buy in Dell. I'll look for a reload on Intel here, but got to wait for it to come into VWAP, or even just make another leg lower, and then we can short a lower high.
Okay. 10:40 right now. A good time to discuss. All right, yesterday was like a huge success. It was yesterday fajita day. Like people absolutely loved that, man. People were walking around with nachos and everything all afternoon. Was absolutely fantastic. So hats off to the caterer for yesterday. Just making sure we get some of these orders off. Okay, well, today's one, actually, and let's go again. Let's get some successful lunch menus here today. Classic hot Montreal smoked meat sandwich.
Oh my God, that's like my favorite sandwich.
I mean, we're bullish, baby. We are bullish right there. Dark rye. Okay, I mean, this is all good.
Oh, I'm
man.
stealing one.
Roasted potato encrusted salad, I guess. I don't know. Glazed Spanish onion, sour cream. Yeah, I mean, we're down with all of this. So Montreal smoked meat.
Yeah, that's literally my favorite sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, we get. I have to say something. We get salads, but I mean, I'm just excited for the guys behind us right there, and for the possibility of a little theft happening on the Montreal smoked meat there. So, yeah, good job there by the caterers today. That will be very, very well liked here on the floor. So, hats off to you, my friends.
That is, oh my, and the best too is like you get a good one and you get the. I'm not talking about that cheap, terrible mustard. I'm talking about get that real, like the real Dijon. Get that Dijon going.
Yeah, Dijon's nice.
Is there Dijon
oh my
ketchup
goodness,
too?
You've got to be kidding me. Shout out to JKL. Dell is about to break 120. JKL, Montreal smoked meat was my nickname in high school.
Sorry about that.
I'm hoping it's because you ate a bunch of it, because then that's not the end of the world. If you can be rolling that every single day, then you could be winning. But I don't know if that was something else. So Dell, I'm going to get off the bid because if it gets to VWAP after breaking a fresh high, that's a little bit weird. I'm going to play the pullback just into the prior high. Dell is super strong here today. No question about it. It seems like it's going to be on a tear. And I missed the opportunity. This was the place to buy it. When it kind of connected there, consolidation, I should have had that break. It even broke a trend down there that I could have been in. But we're not. But it's a stock that I want to buy on the next available dip. I mean, the market is weak and trying to bounce off 20,000. Only thing I can see that's breaking out those highs. Oh, and Mara, that was the other thing. Mara, so that's my bad. At the time that I pulled up Mara, it was trying to hold this support level. And I said I might be jinxing it here. And of course, I then in fact jinxed it. So it does not hold and then break back out. It just broke the low. But you need to see confirmation. So I said at the time, apologies to anybody if I'm pointing out a support level that I want to see hold and get above VWAP, and then it breaks out. But Dell, we're going to try to buy that next available dip. Rivian, we're still in the short trade, but we've taken out a bunch of this. It hasn't really done a test of VWAP. It's now just going sideways here off VWAP, and then same thing with Intel. But yeah, Dell is on one. Let's go over to Sector Watch so we can see what else is strong.
Not particularly strong here. A lot of these Mag 7s, if you look at both of our technology sectors, all 5 of the Mag 7 names within this space, a little bit more muted on the day compared to some of their peers. If you look here at electronic technology, some strength in AMD and Broadcom, whereas technology services has upside for Oracle, Netflix, CRM, and Accenture. So definitely not being led here by Mag 7 names. But then if we go to the other side of this board, if you look at some of the names in the discretionary space, Amazon and Tesla, the 2 Mag 7s in that world, really leading their sectors to the upside. Retail trade, interesting here as well. This sector's been on watch all week with those port strikes. They have now come to an end. Home Depot and Lowe's actually trading lower on this news, so that's an interesting look here. Consumer durables, also Tesla, basically the lone standout here as we continue to see the sector react to some delivery numbers coming throughout the week. Lots of weakness in communications, utilities, health technology pretty weak as well, and process industries. It's also really worth noting utilities to the downside after a week full of strength for energy and the utility space with regards to the situation in the Middle East. So let's see how all this shakes out. Could be an interesting board next time we take a look, guys. Things could have changed.
Finally, I mean, there goes Google. So we got this one, man. That was a good little long there. Google ripping upside right now. Bitcoin futures back down to 61,000. But right here, man, we're looking at this 166.30. Maybe we can get a piece out. We're trying to get something out there. If we do, 166.30 would be a good one. How's the Timmies over there? Oh, by the way, we do get that Alibaba. That's $1 right there. So we'll go dollar club in on Alibaba as we get those 40s again on that one, or I guess 80, 85 cents right there on Alibaba. But yeah, Google, we're trying to take something out on the top end of that. And then honestly, guys, I'll try Amazon one more time. I just think about a 185 break. Maybe we can get out of there, get this garbage out of here, and go long on Amazon back through. If it wants to take it out, we'll be here for that one on AMZN. Any plans this weekend, Randy? Yard work. I don't mind that. I like doing yard work. That should be fun. The weather will be there. The weather will be there. It'll be a nice weekend for sure to do some yard work.
I get a pass on yard work now, but it won't last forever. How am I supposed to do? You crazy? I can't even walk properly. You guys talking about yard work?
Yeah, we'll have to rake some leaves there, and then I think maybe power wash some of the concrete. We'll do that. So we'll have some fun at the Kitchen House, and then you know, nail the kids with the water gun, nail the dog there with that, see what's going on. That should be a lot of fun. We have baseball. We have a full day of hockey tomorrow, actually. And then I think Sunday is relatively chill. So we'll wait for that. We got to play in Burlington.
NFL, baby.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, Burlington. That was one team I never liked.
Good old Burlington. Okay, so Google trying to go. Look, we're just sitting here looking for some opportunities, right? I mean, AMD could be an opportunity. That was another name that I was on the radar for a minute here today. Should have definitely been buying those dips. This is what I'm expecting to have happen right now with Amazon, if we can get back higher. Because Randy's here, we can have a look at Tesla back. Wow, right back to 250 again right now. So Tesla looks like it wants to break that. Randy, you know on the sticky note I wrote down buy Tesla long 245s, as you can see here on the sticky note. Do you know what this price was right there? 245. That's a nice story. I don't have the long. But anyways, we wrote it down. Should have had it. Don't have it. Happy belated birthday to Satya. I see her over there right now. There's not here to wish her that. The Rivian also getting kicked. 6%. Randy, we talked about that. Down 6% Rivian right now. A great buy opportunity if you ask Randy, I think. Yep.
Randy seems to like it. I know, but you know what? You're talking about longer time frames. I just got out of the short on Rivian.
Google,
so we got it at about 8. I got 75% of it out. I was going to get 80% of it hit the low of the day, but that just broke above VWAP. So we're out of that. I'm finally into Dell. I broke that high of the day. Shout out to SP Williams. Shout out to SP Williams. Called out Dell yesterday. Bounced back from 10 million sold. 10 million sold. And that was by, of course, Michael Dell. And to me, it's like, if that's done, maybe that's why it's relatively strong. But what really happened is, like, look at this hold of the prior high and then the higher lows back into it. So I want to look for this trend long. If this is going to go, great. Tesla, obviously, I think now, it's breaking 250 as we speak. Yeah, I'm like, forget about I think now. It's breaking 250 literally right now. On Tesla, although I always say if I mention that you're breaking a level, you're not breaking the level. So there you go. Once again, I swear it was at 250.00 was on the offer when I pull up this stock, and it just dipped 80 cents. I jinx breakouts. It's what I do. But it doesn't mean it's not going to break. It just means the first time it goes and I pay attention to it, it doesn't break the level. So still pulling back off the 250 is Tesla. It'll get there. We didn't come all this way not to, did we?
Ooh, no, I like that.
Like, what are the? You got to be. It was literally 0.00 on the offer. Okay, it's about to break out. There's your dip. But still, I'm going to dip onto Intel because that's a VWAP. It'll probably still break at some point, but you just got to wait for it.
Yep, nothing wrong doing that either, guys. Just be patient with all of the trades. We have Google right now. That's a 70-cent winner, so let's go, man. Let's just go a little face slapper. What a rough open it was trading that Amazon long side, but nothing else problem today, right? This Google right now is going to be my P&L number. Well, no, Alibaba will be P&L number one. My bad. But right now, this name continues to go higher. We still have 40% on for Google. We knew that there was going to be some retracement plays that had to happen here today. It looks like we got it with Google. So there it goes back up there to the upside. I still don't mind this trade, guys. I don't mind Amazon breaking 185 right there. So we'll see if that can happen. We'll try to punch into that long if and when Amazon starts singing through 185. I like the stock, man. Let's see if it can come through. But it looks like it wants to go lower, so maybe that is not the case at all. So we'll wait. If that happens, it happens. You do not need to trade it if it doesn't go. DraftKings, DKNG, just real quickly here, breaking back below 40 again here today. So again, it had its little run up there. I still like the stock. 5 straight down days. I wanted to look at it. Looks like it's trying to base out a little bit here. Downside. What did I just get filled on something? No, I did not. Okay. Did I just get an Alibaba fill there? No, nothing. Okay. My screen flickered there. I was like, I don't think I have any orders out. But here's DraftKings. This is why we want to look at it on the daily chart. Coming into some kind of support down here, 37 and change. We looked at that from yesterday. 37 and change on DraftKings, I think, is a decent buy down there. Mara with sort of Bitcoin uncertainty. We liked that 15 level. Didn't come into play today, but did yesterday. As you can see, right down into there, a bounce off of 15. Getting a nice bounce upside as well right now is Mara going back there. Palantir, and then we'll pass it back right now. There's only 13 minutes left. It's going to be a great, we already talked about this, it's going to be a great midday show as we have Satya and
some dude, what's his name again?
Sharif, that's it, coming here as well. So it's going to be a great midday show. What do you guys, anything specific today? Level 2 Katina Man. So we're going to be excited for that one. Stay tuned with Satya and Sharif. Level 2 talk. I mean, that's important. We actually had Obi already talk about what he had seen on the level 2 earlier.
Amazon level.
That sort of tipped him off to potentially some good trades there on Amazon. So we'll hear more about level 2 and its trials and tribulations during the midday Bonanza show with Satya and Sharif.
Some guy. The man formerly known as
Sheriff.
The
Sharif.
It's all good. Appreciate you, Sharif. I love. We always try to have a little bit of fun around here. So
no, I legitimately forgot his name.
Oh well, dude, I forget so many.
You know, it's like you're talking so much. I was like, oh man. Yeah, Sharif.
I'm like that stock that we're in yesterday. What was it called again? And oh yeah. Every now and then you'll hear me do that.
And I have to be authentic.
But what happened on Amazon that I think. Okay, so I'm waiting for Amazon this 183.5. It might not even get there. It looks like 84 could be a bit of a deal. I'm seeing it cancel, and if this is a level, then it can work a trend to the upside off of this instead of that, then I don't mind it. But what Obi was describing was the break and run. There was an order following it to the upside and up to here. And when they got filled, it was like a release of the bid. And you can see that everything changed once those buyers were fulfilled above that 187. He didn't use it. I don't think he that's not the words he used, but that's what I said. So there you go. Something else I wanted to get to. Oh yeah, it was XOM. So the ZOM.
Google trying to go.
Yeah, all-time high again for XOM. It just continues to trend higher. Super strong at this point. So I know we mentioned that it was breaking an all-time high at 123.75. But you still have to have the trade on. Let's go over. Apparently it's 10:50. Means we have to go to the desk. We've got to give you money talk.
But the wait there, lots to discuss in the world of the U.S. dollar. Of course, chief among this data is going to be the much higher than expected NFP numbers here for September, coming in 254,000 compared to the estimate of 147,000. So over 100,000 more than expected here. Also well above that prior print of 159,000. We now have a 5-day green streak here for the U.S. dollar, clearing that previous double top level of resistance, bouncing off the 100 level. Now coming into maybe some potential resistance here. Let's see if we can break above that previous support that we've already rejected today of 102.60. We also had comments from Fed Schoolsby, who initially was not, from what I was seeing on the Fed Speak document, or I guess docket there, or calendar. We did have Fed Schoolsby saying, amongst other things, that this job report was, quote, superb, and saying that the market and the economy can be positively reacting maybe to the port strikes. That's a good piece of news. The fact that this port strike has ended. Also said, though, it's worth noting, it's not worth reacting too much to one data point. Now, it's also interesting, since we had those comments from Fed Schoolsby and that higher than expected non-farm payrolls, we have both traders pricing in and actually analysts changing here some of their predictions for the next rate cut. B of A has already changed their November rate cut call from a half-point cut. Now they're expecting a quarter point. We even have traders pricing in now less than a quarter point cut. So pretty big day here for the DXY. Let's see how the rest of this unfolds today, guys.
All right. We take $1 right here. Google just goes upside, so that's going to be a good trade. We just put that one on. So there it goes straight up for Google. I mean, that's a banger right there. But we have a we have another one here on Amazon. So we take that 185 breaker right now back into the downside. So we'll see here. I hope it doesn't go too far down. I might punch some out. I thought this would almost go right off 185 there. There it is. All right, we'll take some 11s out right now. See if it wants to get a little bit higher, and we'll see if we can seek some kind of revenge here on Amazon, get some more out there at 10. We're just long at 02. It's not like this is crazy, but we're starting to make something back right now on this one. So let's go. We have our stop there at the 50-period moving average, which is a break of 70s. So we'll take out a little bit as it goes up. We're waiting at 15s, just kind of stops there. If we can get 15 cents, that'll put us close enough to that 1-to-1. I'll actually cancel and go to 13. Hopefully we'll be able to get something in and around there, and then we'll just work on it. So there it goes. We're long now on Amazon. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bump. This was a trade that we had talked about and waited for. Looks like the bid down here would have been much better, but we wanted to play the break. So let's be strong with this conviction and see how high we can go here on Amazon, trying to get going. Google right now, though, is $1. We're 165.70 long right now on Google. So the market's trying to help us with a little bit of love to the upside. It's Amazon that's just not going here.
Yeah, and so
losing
the last of the two shorts, my two shorts are what won today, but we just took out Intel at VWAP. So if it gets back up to the high, fair enough. If we just fail a wick underneath here, I'm going to jump right back on over to it. I feel like that's got to be the area of strength. I did want to get, obviously, you saw what happened with Tesla. It is what it is. I mean, it got to 250, it pulled back. You're still making higher highs and higher lows going into this. So I feel like a break of this is imminent. It's probably the next position that's going to come in here. I'm still long Dell on trend. If Dell loses the trend, I'm going to get out of that. But I'm going to be on the Tesla level too, because I feel like this is going to happen. When you're within $1 of that move, it can snap up there and it can break pretty quickly. The other thing is I'm willing to get back into Intel underneath VWAP. But if it's not under VWAP, I don't want to short it. And that's the same thing with Rivian. Like, I will go back over to, of course, now Tesla's going to roll over.
Everything is rolling over now.
No, I'll get back into Rivian if it gets back underneath VWAP. Just looking for the next opportunity to go short that. And the other thing that I might add to this list is Nvidia doesn't look so strong to me. I'm not completely convinced this is a strong one. It's underneath VWAP, like Intel's breaking VWAP and Rivian, and then Nvidia doesn't. You have kind of like a double top in here. Then you have the same lower high. If we're just going to hold under VWAP, why wouldn't I be short this? Failed high, lower high, failed VWAP. It's got a trend. Unless it breaks the trend, I should at least be willing to short it. So, I'll just kind of do that and say, if you're not breaking and consolidating above the trend line on Nvidia, I shouldn't be looking long on that stock. We're going to wait for that one patiently. Still feel like Tesla is the one. Here it comes. It's at the $0.50. Should break. I mean, it should break. But yeah, don't blame me for jinxing it. I'm not controlling the stock. I pull it up. I think it's going to break out 250. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened there. The market did a dip dive and a duck dodge there underneath that VWAP. So we're going to have to be as patient as we can now. We'll get some more out. We averaged into Amazon. We're long at 95. Let's see if it can go up higher here. Boy, man, I mean, that was close. We were going to get out at that break of 75, 76 or so downside there. We gave it a couple more pennies. It was close to getting broken out. We did average into it, but this was as planned. It's just like when you first get into something, you don't expect it to completely flush right there the other way. It was battling, and then all of a sudden the whole kind of market went for a little bit of a dip there. Google, look at this. I mean, nice move right off there. We only have we have about 15%. I was going to say less than 10%, but I didn't use as many shares there on that break. And on this one, we did get some out, man. We got some out. We were able to buy, what's our average price now on this? 95. So it came up basically into flats again. We're able to get something out for a flat. I just feel like Amazon's going to be our red stock, right? I mean, it's like, why are we even back on it? I just thought there was going to be some love here on a break higher, and Amazon had a lot of room to go back there to the upside. It looks like we picked our poison with Google correctly, but not again here with Amazon. So we'll kind of just add to the L, but this time it'll still be 20 cents, which sucks. But there comes Amazon right back in now again into those lows. As we bounce off VWAP, that was a short. That was a TQQ short there. We should have been short the market. And there goes Amazon breaking lower again. So boo. We should have been short there, the market. Still up on the day, but under VWAP for sure. Looks to be a better short than we gave it credit for. So we lose on that Amazon break there of 165, or 185, sorry. It went for a little bit, only went 10 cents, and then we fall back in and take that L. So we'll sort of add on to that one. That kind of sucks. It wasn't as big as it was earlier because we're using more shares earlier on in the day, but I still like that trade. Maybe it's just this VWAP break will stick with the Qs, so we're not battling single stock risk. But Google, nice move upside there. It's Amazon that's really been disappointing here.
The battle is, there's two big battles being waged right now that I can see. One is Nvidia at VWAP, and the other is Tesla at the $0.50 in front of the 250 level. So you're just going, okay, so just to update, Dell, I have 2 orders to get out, not all of it, but take profit in front of one. Okay, let me just pull the Dell chart up here. Tesla's going to break, man. And if I look away from it, you know it's going to break. So on the way up to the trend line, I have a couple of orders to get some out in front of 120 on Dell. And then if I get filled in the next one, I'm going to reload on the bid. That's Dell, which is trending up and trying to break the high. This is Tesla trying to go. And then Nvidia at VWAP. And like whoever wins here, so Nvidia, I feel like whoever wins, Nvidia VWAP, Tesla at this 250, if we go down from both of those levels, then the market's coming in. That's what I think is happening. And right now, you're kind of losing the bid here on Tesla. It was so strong going into this. I like a consolidation for a breakout. That's actually a good thing. But ultimately, it still has to break the level, Tesla. You know what to do. I'm going to work over to...
You know what it is?
Like Intel's still above VWAP, so that's not really giving me a short opportunity there. Now NVIDIA is starting to get above. NVIDIA is starting to show some signs of life above VWAP here. Maybe this is the one that's going to go next. You got the nice higher lows in there. I do think you're going to have an opportunity. I'm not going to cancel my order on Tesla just because it's not breaking. But if we're going to hold above VWAP, I think the market should go here, especially if NVIDIA can start first.
All right, Alibaba's $1. Alibaba just fell again, so there it is, man. We had $1 on Google. We'll take $1 right now on Alibaba as it's right back into those lows. I think we could break lower, especially if we do play the right game there. There goes Tesla. Tesla finally breaking long, so we have that long, of course, right here. So let's just wait to see now what we want to do with it. Looks like it wants to fade again, Neil. Oh, man. Okay, here it goes. I just took a piece out at O's there thinking that it was no good, but I guess it was good after all there for Tesla. So we'll still stay on it and wait to see what's going on. We got some shares here, but it doesn't look like it wants to go upside. So yeah, there's Tesla on the fail back in a little bit. So I don't know. We'll take a little more out here. Hopefully it can go. Little struggle spot there. The market needs to go break through VWAP as well. So let's see if Tesla can get going. Now breaking through 250. So good trade here temporarily, I think. But let's give it enough room that we're able to go if it breaks. So we're still in it right now, obviously. Tesla, we just got out of a third, actually, for flat there, as I thought it would go immediately. The fact that it didn't, little puzzling, but we're only 30 seconds into the trade, so let's give it a little bit of room.
Give it some time. I mean, it consolidated for so long. You got to think, like the first push hasn't even seen quarters yet. Like we're trying to get to the quarter on that breakout. All right, someone just stacked up the bid here at 50s. If it can't get to the quarters after someone just re-upped the bid and they're continuing to do so at 25, oh, it's already 11 o'clock. All right, well, it needs to make the push now. I'm gonna get out of some of this. That was a big push. If we don't hold on to the 3/4 mark after that push up, I'm gonna drop some of this and look for a dip buy because it should have had more of a strong move. So I'm just gonna let's put a stop in there. I took out 3/4 and it needs to get back above 250 or give me a appealing dip buy to jump back into this trade. Let's go. It is midday time. We've got Sharif. We've got Satya. More level 2s, and let's go Tesla.
Hopefully.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl, Satya.
Hello.
And I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to weasel their way on over. I don't mean any disrespect for anybody to come on over from the other chat. There we go. We got Darwin, Robbie V, Scott H. Haven't seen you in a hot minute, Scott. Been trading up a storm on these small cap gappers. Where you been, my guy? All right, we got a proper paradox. Jeremy Newman. Shout out to Adara. Vic Yan, Novak. We got Daniel Gaiman. Hey, Davis. TH joining us as well. Barry. Yo to you, my man. We got Kenneth C. and Fiddlebeck. Bob S. Rich Naples. We got Mary S. Lyman. Always like saying her name. Day Trader. Daryl Finch. Gorev. Mackenzie. Ann. Oliver. Costeros. Other Zinc. He doesn't like the first type of zinc, Satya, so he went to the other
ones.
It's okay. Not a big deal. Robert Woods as well, 1 beat short, 9 to 5 grind. I always like that name. 1320. Oh, in case you're wondering, that's Wolf. Jose Gonzalez and Vin Duong. Sir SR MRM. That's the last one I'm going to go with. Good morning today. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. So today I was looking at a little bit of Nvidia. Got in a little bit too early, got in around 10 a.m. at that 123 mark, flushed down to around 121.86, and then we are above that 123 mark, hitting that 124. So a little bit sad about that, but it is what it is. I'm looking to get in around 124.50, hopefully going for that long.
Yeah, man. Nvidia just did like, hey, you know,
Yeah,
nice
said,
to
hey,
see ya.
bye, peace.
I'm going back up.
Yeah.
The Katina man was talking about that 130. We could see that maybe next week sometime.
Yeah,
if we get that
definitely
nice
could
little
see
bump.
that,
Yeah.
for sure.
All right, I'll just talk about the one quick trade I had here, super quick. Meta just got a ridiculous bump up, something, wow, Meta, man. Meta just keeps the gift on that keeps on giving. There we go off that 581. Look at that. 1 5-minute candle goes from 573.74 to 586.50. So yeah, that's a big boy candle right there on META, but who's surprised by that? I'm not. So this is the only trade I've had so far. EVGO, a holdover from yesterday after that $1.5 billion that they're getting from the Biden administration. Drop that money, Joe. You got it, baby. 660, I got in there to defend this obvious level. We had been whiffling and waffling, a bit of a consolidation move here on EVGO at that 666 1/3. I punched in long, went my beak up to 75, but true to form, it continues past my exit, knocking on the door of that 690, and maybe we could even see 7 today. 8 1/4. Put some respect on this one's name. By the way, one of its competitors yesterday, ChargePoint, got downgraded. Not saying it's due to this company getting money and them not, but that, you know, you could have possibly an ARB play that way if you guys want to look at that. Today, before we start, Rob EV, £5 super chat. Thank you very much, Rob Electric Vehicle. Check out PEV, small cap gapper, over 100% on amazing results. You don't got to ask me twice, Rob, about these small cap gappers. I will oblige quick as you like. Let's have a look at this one. PEV Phoenix Motor. Never heard of it. Okay, so that's probably why, because it is a sub $1 stock, but this is a good looker. Let's start with a wider time frame quick. Okay, no problem. We know what the EVs did during the pandemic or the pandemic, you know, era. Got up into that 850, and it's been a symphony of lower highs and lower lows since that time, but it definitely looks, Rob, that we found our footing at 35 pennies, because look at that triple bottom right there. 1, 2, 3, and now we're moving up. We just took out the 50. We just took out the 200 exponential. This was a big boy mover yesterday. We're still above the 200 exponential today. In fact, Rob, look at where this bottoming tail candle holds up. Right at 70 pennies. What's at 70 pennies? Oh, yeah. The 200 exponential. And the reason I like that, because look at all the rejections prior to that on previous days when we had caught our footing on PEV. We rejected at the 200 exponential over here. Now we're holding it. I like this look. Thank you for pointing it out. We're going to put PEV on the side chart here, but we're going to have to take somebody out. SNAL is going to lose its spot for PEV, so we're going to keep an eye out in this one. Thank you for that, Rob. Play it carefully, though, because you know how these ones are. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Now, look at this. EVGO is headed into $7 now. It's above 10%. It's getting a nice little break. I was expecting some resistance, possibly at 7. We'll have to wait and see. You know, these whole dollar levels have a way of acting as psychological support and resistance for these small cap gappers. Anything you want to mention before we jump into the lesson?
No.
I've been talking for a long time. All right,
go into it.
All right, so let's get right down to work, baby. We're talking about level 2. We're going to complete our discussion, our lessons this week on level 2. We're going to talk about combining level 2 with some technical indicators, some other stuff, right? Because we don't want to rely too much on one thing. So traders, sharpen your tools. Today we'll learn how to leverage level 2 market depth, the heartbeat of the market, so to speak, along with other technical indicators to help identify the probability, or to identify higher probability, I should say, entry and exit points for these small cap gappers, which may or may not have news catalysts. So let's get right to it. So say it again, Katina Man. The Katina Man is saying that Tesla's flying and it's up over 4% now. So shout out to the Katina Man. It just broke 250. So anybody watching Tesla, it just took out that 250 level. So let's talk about unveiling the breakout on level 2 using level 2 in volume. So imagine a small cap biotech stock, for example. A company announces a positive clinical trial. You've got all the right things, the news catalyst, the smaller float, yada, yada, yada. The stock gaps up in the pre-market, which they often do. Sometimes the news catalyst comes in at 5, 6, 7. You guys get it. It's usually dropped in the pre at some time. You're enjoying, or you're eyeing, I should say, a potential long position on this name. The level 2 analysis here, coupled with volume, paints what should be a vivid picture. First, you're looking at level 2. You're looking for a concentrated cluster of buy orders that sit right below the current ask. This high bid volume signifies buying pressure. So what I'm trying to say is you're looking for bidders to be coming up with you or to move up with you as the price ascends. So we got the news catalyst. We don't have a halt parameter in the pre-market. We've got a small float, maybe even a higher short float. Who knows? These biotech stocks have a way of being more heavily shorted because of the make or break nature of their business. So then what we're looking at here on the level 2 is as we move up in price, I want to see big boy buy orders move up with me. I've made this case before. Not only does it help backstop the price if it flushes, but it shows me buyer enthusiasm here. So it's reflective of a couple of things. So that's what you're looking for. High bid volume to move up with the ask. Number 2, volume. The breakout from the gap, if it breaks out through the gap, should be accompanied by a surge in volume. And the volume should be higher than the previous volume bars that preceded it. You just need to look, have a cursory view at the volume to see, is this volume bar that we broke out at bigger, better looking than all the, well, not all, but most of the other volume bars prior to it, okay? That indicates to you strong buying conviction. It's not the only way, though. We also want to have confirmation about what we're seeing on the level 2 with some of these technical indicators. Obviously, volume is a technical indicator as well, but we're going to pause for a quick second because Adara's got something for us at the big desk.
Sorry to interrupt the lesson here. Just a couple small cap names to be aware of that are on watch. SOBR, this is fascinating. We have had this one halt already twice today. I'm seeing under 100,000 shares in volume traded. These have both been volatility halts. Just some details on SOBR, which is called Sober Safe. It's run in the past. I'm seeing a market cap of around $1.6 million with a float of 260,000 shares. So be aware of SOBR, again, still currently halted despite very few shares traded on the day. Next up here, we have EVLV on watch. This is Evolve Technology. We have this news coming out here from a Daily Newswire saying that the Department of Investigations is probing Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, and his administration over the fact that they have apparently installed or tried to install here this Evolve subway weapon scanner technology. So Evolve's technology here under fire from the DOI. Nice little volume pop on that news. It's worth noting here for this one, 13.5% short float, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Thank you for dropping that sober, small cap gapper. I looked over at Sate. I'm like, the opposite of what you're going to be this weekend because it's your birthday. Who remembers that it's her happy belated birthday today? Because we didn't have you on the show yesterday, so we got to do it today.
Well, thank you for everybody who shouted me out for my birthday. I'm gonna be having a good time. I
bet, Good girl. Oh, I didn't even admit that. There we go.
Wrong one. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're Canadian. Yeah, exactly. One more time. All right, guys, let's move on with the lesson. Let's talk about using level 2 and using technicals to confirm what we're seeing on the book. So that's what we're talking about here. So moving averages, the stock price, let's just say, is trading above its 50-day exponential moving average, indicating to you that it's in an uptrend. I mean, it's above the 50. It looks good, right? So you're looking for confirmation to see whether or not, this breakout is being supported by other technicals. You also can have an eye to the RSI, the relative strength index. The RSI, let's just say in this case, is sitting comfortably below 70, so you're not in that oversold position quite yet, suggesting to you that there's room to move up, even on the RSI. We already know you can move up on the price action regardless of that, but there is a nice little cushion between where you are on the relative strength index and that overbought territory. So keep that in mind as well. So the confluence of signals, signals, right? There we go. Get it, Ob. The confluence of signals like that high bid volume on the level 2, the strong breakout volume, all these things we've got to put on our little checklist there. You're also looking for that supportive technical indicator above the 50, below overbought on the RSI. Do your checklist. Create a checklist to go through prior to entering any of these small cap gappers. Let's talk about spotting the fake out though, sometimes on the level 2. A bit of a tougher ask here because of how quickly the level 2 moves, especially with these small cap gappers. So another small cap, let's just say for example, another small cap company announces a new product launch. You get that news catalyst hitting the news blotter. The stock price jumps up at the open, but caution is your middle name. It's not, but it's cool. Here's how level 2 helps you identify a potential fake out. So you spot that level 2. The ask price this time, unlike the high bid below the high bid volume below the ask, this time the ask price sits on a thin layer of offers. This lack of selling pressure might suggest the price increase isn't backed, or sorry, the lack of buying pressure might suggest that this price increase isn't backed by that strong support from that bid side. You should also be looking at the order book dynamics. Suddenly, for example, and this often happens, a large sell order appears just above the current price. This is what we typically call, a big seller, a resistance seller. That could be a whale, for example, testing the waters or trying to take some profit. You really don't know at this point. And oftentimes, you're not even going to see that big seller posted on the level 2. And I've tried to really stress this the last few times we've been trading these small cap gappers. Oftentimes, whales or big sellers will hide the majority of their order, or they'll post to multiple gateways. So one way you can kind of pick up on that, number one, if there's no size on the ask, but we're not moving past that. So say, for example, we're printing 13s right now on EVGO. Say we weren't moving above 13, but there's only a few hundred lots sitting there on the ask. What's that look? Well, that tells you that there's likely an iceberg order, a hidden seller of sorts. How about I was about to mention another example about, maybe I'll come back to it. I just forgot. All right, so let's move on and talk about using confirmation with other technicals. We kind of hinted at this earlier, using the level 2 and the RSI. Specifically in this case, RSI. The RSI, let's just say, for example, shoots up into that overbought zone above 70 very quickly, indicating to you that a possible reversal could be taking place. So keep that in mind. So this combination of level 2 signals thin offer volume, large sell order placement, and an overbought RSI. So you've got a whole bunch of check marks there that could be indicating to you the potential fake out breakout. This will suggest to you the initial price jump might be short-lived. You might consider waiting for a pullback in this scenario rather than trying to punch in at highs, at that critical level. Let's talk about using level 2 and order flow. So for more experienced traders, it's because the level 2 moves so quickly, you're going to really have to practice this. This can lock even deeper insights. Let's talk about how to use level 2 in this case. So a stagnant order book with no significant changes despite a steady price increase, this calmness can be deceiving. You need to be on the look for that. Order flow analysis though, this shows a continuous stream of small buy orders alongside a few large, sometimes hidden buy orders, icebergs on the buy side. So just in the same way that we sometimes can get prevented from ascending through a top at the resistance, the same way that selling sometimes may not break a certain support level. You may have a hidden buyer there. The iceberg works both ways, both as a buy order and as a sell order. So if we got big boy selling and I was seeing all sorts of stuff come in on the time and sales, all sorts of red and blue. If you've been watching the show, red and blue means aggressive selling on my level 2, but we haven't been breaking that 20 penny level. So what's going on there? Well, basically, we've got an iceberg order, somebody who's buying up all those sell orders, whose order is so big, it's eating up all the sell orders that are coming in without dropping the price any lower. So icebergs work both ways. So the seemingly flat level 2 essentially hides potential surge in buying. The order flow analysis, though, by looking at that, basically reveals to some extent that institutional or that bigger buying or selling interest, potentially foreshadowing, I should say, a stronger price move. So keep those some of those little tools in mind there, and I hope everybody prints up multiple storms. What do you got?
Thank you for that, Sharif. Very informative. Awesome. So yeah, I was looking at Nvidia. I'm looking at that 124. It is at 123.86 as of right now. I'm looking to take profits around 124.40, around that day's high. So around here, looking to get in. And that is what I'm looking at. I have my stop loss here at 123.25. So I'm thinking that if it does break VWAP, I'm not liking the trade too much. It really needs to hold that VWAP in for my VWAP floor trade, and it needs to hold that as well. And so who's printing up a storm over there? I see.
Who do you think, man?
Okay,
well, Neil's probably printing too, but the Katina man is, yeah, exactly.
Yes, but Nvidia is on
Tesla
my watch
long.
list right now, and Tesla as well. I was looking to go short. That 250 was an interesting level as well. But I'm gonna wait a little bit and see. I don't want to short it too much yet because we are at highs and we are above VWAP. So I'm a little bit cautious on the short as of right now. But that is what I'm looking at. Nvidia is more so what I'm really focusing on today, and that's what I'm looking at. Another thing that someone shouted out in the chat, Palantir, and Palantir is near highs again as well. So the highs are around 40.04, and so we are at 40s right now, and so that looks nice as well. I like the fact that it's above VWAP as well. If I were to get in this trade, I would be risking below VWAP around 39.72. I believe that if it goes below that, then my trade is wrong as well. But looking really nice. I really like to get at those highs, and it looks pretty strong right now. Above pre-market high, near the day's high. I'm really liking that as of right now. What about you, Sharif?
I'm okay. Well, someone's $1 in the money. Let me. Can you guess? He's
I don't know.
Go over to his screen. There he is. He's short, long. He's long. He's wetting his beak there. Obviously, the green arrows are entries, reds are exits. Shout out to the Katina man. What did you get in there at below 248.5? Where'd you get in there? That's the dip. 249.5, and where are we at right now, guys, on Tesla? We're breaking a 250 last time. I saw 251. We're on the way up. Tesla's the strongest. $1.30 now in the money. Tesla's far and away the strongest Mag 7 on the day. It's not even close. Second in contention is the Zon at 1.25. Third there is Nvidia, but Nvidia's red since the bell, so it's only up 0.88. Guys, this is EVGO. And I traded this long yesterday. I was looking over to the Katina man to get me some shorts. Why do I want shorts in the face of such strength? Because I've been yapping for the last couple of weeks about how I use the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions with these small cap gappers. When they get away too far from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, they tend to mean revert. It doesn't even mean that they're going to come down to VWAP or even touch the 10, but there usually is a short there somewhere, and here we go. We just rejected 730. I was going to get in 730 and get out 734. Let's give one this. Oh man, it's getting away from me, brah. So we're going to get short there, and we're going to put the top there to see if we can take advantage a little bit over here, Katina man. And we're already printing on it. There it is. So very nice trade so far there. Good, good, good. We just got a nice little dip. Let's go a little bit more. We got Adara at the big desk. She's got something for us. What do you got for us, Adara?
Randy and I are going to take a look here at some of the bigger movers on the S&P 500 today, to the upside and the downside. I feel like to have a bit of a theme for this segment. So today's theme is going to be upgrades and downgrades. The first two are going to come from HSBC. We have HSBC upgrading Morgan Stanley with a buy rating, $118 price target. Nicely the upside here. This one also mentioned on the upgrades and downgrades this morning. This next one is pretty interesting as well. We actually have GEV. This is GE Vernova to the upside, but actually getting a downgrade here from HSBC, though they did raise their price target from 240 to 255. So interesting look here for GEV, up about 2%, and by far the strongest name in its sector today. And last but not least, we have NCLH. This is Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings, making a triple top. We have the whole cruise line space really strong today as a whole, as we see a little bit of a rebound after some weakness due to Middle Eastern tensions and some travel concerns. Today, though, Stifel maintaining a buy rating, for NCLH and raising their price target to $29. Yeah, Randy and I giving you that segment here today, guys. That was fun. Nice.
I love this. He's always willing to do funny things.
Moving around.
Yeah. Stocks yesterday. He goes on the green screen. They posted the chart on the green screen, and he's like trying to push it up with his hands.
Strong arm it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You never know, man. Randy's got that juice. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I was looking at UAL. This was on my Yahoo Finance trending ticker list. So I'm looking right now. Looks nice for the short. I like that VWAP ceiling here around 58.79. I'm looking for that short. Looking to take profits around this 56.73. Hopefully could get down that side. And that is what I'm looking at for UAL. Looking at Palantir as well. Yeah, liquidity grab, those highs. And it's coming down to VWAP. So, it could retrace here, but we want to see what it does, how it interacts with that VWAP. That's what I'm seeing here on Palantir. Another thing that I was looking at is the QQQs. I mean, see, with the QQQs, I like it to move in unison with Nvidia, like for the long. And so the fact that the QQQs are kind of breaking down here, I don't really like the fact that it's doing that, because I like when the QQQs are going up and Nvidia is also breaking through VWAP as well. So that's what I like to see. Not looking too good as of right now. We have this top here, or at least the breakthrough VWAP 485.82. And then it came down here around 485. And we have this range here on 482.35, and then these highs at 487.77. But I don't know. It looks like it could be pretty bearish as of right now. If I was going for the short, my take profit would be around these day's lows. Maybe not exactly at the day's lows, but near around 483.12. That is what I'm looking at in terms of that. And yeah, in unison, let's just pull up the charts side by side. Yeah, I just don't like the fact that Nvidia is near VWAP and then the QQQs are below VWAP, kind of giving me contradictory things. Usually it's moving in the same way, but we'll see. We'll hold on. As long as, my Nvidia trade didn't break through VWAP too much, I have my take profit around 123.25, 123.20. So hopefully, as long as it doesn't break through that, I'm going to hold it. And let's see where it goes. 124.40 as my take profit, and we're just going to keep that. We're working on those paper hands because I have an issue with that, just getting in and getting out. And I am a scalper, and usually I'm in and out within, a candlestick, within like a 1 minute candlestick or a 5 minute candlestick. But I have a good feeling today, and so I'm going to wait for that 124.40, and that is what I'm looking at as of right now. Let's go to Tesla, because I'm interested in that Tesla level at 250. It looks very interesting. So going back to Tesla, this is Tesla. Going back to Tesla. Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah. So that's why I didn't want to get too forceful with the long at that $250 mark, because it is that psychological level, and it's like a tug of war. We want to see who's going to win. Is it going to be to the downside or is it to the upside? And right now it's looking down. It's down to that downside. And it looks like it can touch VWAP at 247.69. And I want to see, can it hold that level? Because I feel like that's really indicative of, are we going to hold and stay up and get above that 250 again? Or are we going to break down and go to that 245? And let's hope not, because it is a Friday. People tend to take profits on Friday, so we are looking for that. How about you, Sharif?
VWAP's coming in here, Satea, on Tesla, and that is 248 generally. Everybody's a little bit different depending on what time that started or what time your VWAP started populating at. If you started populating at 4, it's going to be one thing. If you started, especially if there's pre-market action too. If there's really not a lot of data to populate in the pre, then it won't differ substantially. But if there is a lot of pre-market action, it will differ. 248 on TSLA, kind of a skewed looking double top. Now from our week on these reversal patterns, we know that these double tops don't always look so pretty. Perfectly leveled with both troughs or peaks, depending on double tops or bottoms, at the same level. It doesn't usually work that way. So let's go ahead and just give this a try here at VWAP. I'm going to sit at 10s. Let's what's life without whimsy? We'll give it a little bit of room, assuming, of course, it does weasel its way down there and already showing me that it wants to hold up possibly at the 20. So we're going to go ahead and set up the orders there for the stop in case, it does blow through that level. So we're going to give this one a try. I did get stopped out for the remainder. I had a small position over here left on EVGO short. So this one is continuing to go. It doesn't look like it's ready quite yet, but I'm still bias to my idea. Once we get extended too far on the 10 on these small cap gapperish stocks, then I'm looking to short. It's just I didn't have the right time. So we're going to give this one a try. We're long Tesla here at 10, so it's going to have to hold generally here, or we're gone Zeno. If we get a big break through the bottom, there we go. We got stopped out already. So that's the way it is with Tesla. It doesn't hold VWAP right now. So 0 for 2 on the Cybertruck so far. Tried to take that long stop, take that long stopped out again. Let me see what my situation here is on the Cybertruck. Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. So we'll look to do a little bit better. Now this could still hold. We could get a specialist breakdown through VWAP. I'm not going to try to get this again. It's going to have to prove to me here that it wants to hold it. We don't need to be first anymore because I'm already getting cut up on it. If it wants to curl and take VWAP, show me higher lows and higher highs, I'll get back in. But currently right now, nothing right now on the Cybertruck. It looks as if the future very, very biased to the downside right now. Now, we're not at IB lows quite yet on the NQ December contract. So let's have a look at what the NQ December contract looks. It looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break, man, with this obvious area arch, which is a crest, and then we make a lower high over here, all the while looking like we want a flat bottom break through that 20,000. Yesterday's closing print, a little bit below 20,000, but 11 points, 13 points or so lower, 19,987. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, as well as Tesla, because if I want something to the long side, I feel like maybe Tesla's better poised for it. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, though, everything weak in Mag 7 world. You wouldn't know it, though, looking at these small cap gapper charts. EVGO is a dang rocket ship, man. It is on the way up, 750s, 18% now. When we started talking about this, it was 8%. So we're already up 10% in the span of half an hour on this name. Obviously, it's not unusual for that to happen. So we're going to keep an eye on EVGO. I'm also interested in JetBlue. So this one kind of moving the opposite to Spirit Airlines. And it very much respected the volume weighted average price on that earlier descent. So we got into 7 2/3, came back into 7 1/3, held VWAP, and here we go again, working our way down into the volume weighted average price. I just don't want to be part of a double top. So I'm going to look to see if I can get in maybe at 735, 730, something in and around that on JetBlue to take advantage of VWAP. So that's what I'm looking at right now. EVGO putting a topping tail candle. Oh, baby. Could we get that mean reversion or not quite yet? I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I would definitely want some of this smoke there.
Yes. So I was looking at Save just because you mentioned JetBlue, and I thought that, the airline sector is really interesting as of right now. What really stood out to me with this Save trade is the fact that it never really broke through VWAP, and I really like that for my long trades. And so I really like that. It is coming down, and it looks like it's going near VWAP as of right now, and around that 158 level. But so we want to look at the top and the bottom, right? So we have this resistance here, which was also the pre-market high. And so we have 179 as our, resistance level. And then intraday, we have it at 178. So pretty close with that top. So very distinct there. But we do have, it comes down and it bounces. It didn't necessarily go to VWAP, but it's above VWAP. And I really like the fact that it just never really broke VWAP. It may change if it does break VWAP, then I might be singing a different song. But as long as it stays above VWAP, I really like this for the long. But just be aware of that 179 level because that could be a banging down level. So just be aware of that. And then going back to that Tesla, Tesla is breaking through this VWAP level. And usually this is the time where I usually like to get short a lot of the time. So I think 250, I usually don't like to risk too much in terms of $2 or $3. But that $250 level is very distinct to me. And I feel like it's a very nice level to risk off of, especially if you're going for the short. So look at that level, keep that in your mind because it is a psychological level as well. It is near those highs. And so that is what I'm looking at in terms of Tesla. Going back to my Nvidia trade, okay, so it's breaking down below this VWAP a little bit around this 123.36 level. I do have my stop loss at 123.25 and 123.20. So it may look like, you know, it might hit that stop loss levels. You know what? I was a little bit wrong on there. My real level was actually 120, and I don't know necessarily if we will reach that 120 mark, but I feel like that was really a level to get where I was sure. I feel like 124 was kind of taking a stab because it was above VWAP, but my real confirmation level was that 120 because it's a psychological level. I feel like it was a pivotal level that we were looking at on a higher time frame. And so if we look back here, I just feel like it's the most the level that I have the most conviction in. And so I think I'm going to hands off with Nvidia if it does hit my take profit level. And that is what I'm looking at. And then Palantir. Okay, so Palantir, it wicked those highs and then it's coming down below VWAP. Don't know what we could really do around here because usually I like the morning drive trades. But because it's below VWAP, you know, maybe you can take a stab at the short, but I feel like that is more like a guess as of right now and more than a definitive level. And I'd like to see what it does at these highs at around $40 or at these lows around $39.41. I don't like to be in the middle of the range, to be honest. I feel like it's just kind of taking a stab. You don't really have much confirmation there, but that is what I am looking at. And I saw you punching those keys, Sharif.
Bad trade on Tesla, good trade on EVGO. That's okay. I'm negative on the day because of this Tesla trade, but I'm going to keep my eye on it. I want to see if it wants to bounce off the 50. Bounced off the 50 earlier at 10.10, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I totally forgot. Adara has got something for us at the big desk.
Beware here of PEV. This is a Phoenix Motor. This one, penny stock here up more than 150%. Currently just below that 90-cent level. They did have yesterday announcing their Q1 earnings here. Adjusted earnings per share of 44 cents compared to a 13-cent loss last year. Sales of over 9 million compared to 1.8 million last year. So great year-over-year improvement for sales for PEV, which has a float here of about 17 million, market cap of 30 million, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Keep your eye out on that one. That will look like a good one for sure. All right, so keeping my eye out on here on EVGO. I did take the majority of the position out here. I don't want to hold this short for too long. Topping tail candle followed by a doji candle. I think this might be all I get on this short, so I'm going to look to flip long, especially if we come into that 715 area. So I'm going to probably cut this trade real soon right now, but I want to leave a little bit for possibly an ad, so I'm putting my stop a little bit lower than the 750. So if it gets into that 745, so I'm just going to cut it there. But I'm looking for a mean reversion. It's not coming today. I don't feel like I've got the right read on this one. And I'm breaking my rules, quite frankly, because I'm not supposed to short these small cap gappers above VWAP. So that's a rule break right there. So looking to do some damage control on this one, but it is still working to the top side. But I still want to see what this Tesla trade does because it did wick below the 50 exponential, but it did that same look below or that same look earlier where it got into that 50 and then found its footing. So I'm already 0 for 2 on this one. I don't want to go 0 for 3. I'm going to wait for this one to work its way if it wants to work its way. Back above the 50 exponential, maybe above that 247, I'll take the long, but other than that, I'm just going to stay clear of this one on for the moment. And here it is. Now we're putting a bit of a base possibly at 246. This is kind of what I expected, maybe a 2-candle pattern below that 50, but maybe if I get it in a better, lower price at 246, maybe I won't get cut up as much right now on the Cybertruck. So much zig and zag on the level 2 right now. So good look. Yeah, possibly here on the Cybertruck. I mean, what's your look on Tesla today?
Yeah, for Tesla, let's go back to that chart here. I feel like it could go near this $245 mark. I feel like that is another psychological level. The 5s, the 10s, I feel like it could definitely reach there before we make any type of direction. I feel like getting in as of right now, you're kind of in the middle range, right? And so you want to wait for more confirmation, and that's the confirmation that I would be looking at. I feel like if we lose that 245, then I don't know, maybe we could even see 243, 240. But but we really want to see, before I even make those types of assumptions, I really want to see what it does around this $245 level, which it looks like it's coming in hot. It's really going down there. And I definitely think that's going to reach there as well. But Tesla, it's a bamboozler. It could just liquidity grab. Not to say that it will, but we really want to see what it does at those levels, how it interacts at those levels. And I feel like that gives you a more definitive answers whether you should go long from that level or whether you should continue for the continuation of the short. So that is my look on Tesla. Whew. Man, if we're going in for that long at 250, man, sayonara to you.
Can you imagine? I hope they use stops.
yeah, definitely use your stops. And so, you want to make sure you don't get rinsed, and so make sure that you have those stops, especially at those levels. So looking back at my Nvidia trade, I mean, it didn't stop me out, which is really nice as well. We have this base here around 123.29 RAM. And so we have yes. And so
it's Fabian though.
Oh, it's Fabian.
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
And so so it looks like it doesn't want to stop me out yet, but we're waffling around this VWAP level, and I feel like it's going to be very indicative what we do at this level, whether we come back down or we go back up around this 124. So that is what I'm looking at. Not really making a decisive move yet. So that is what I'm looking at. And someone shouted out AMD in the chat, and so I actually was looking at this in the morning. And I was looking for that long, but then it broke through VWAP, and I was trying to get in around this 167.38 just because I find when there is a break of VWAP, typically I like to allow VWAP to dictate my bias. And so I was looking short on that as well, but it just came down, and then I didn't get the chance to put in my entry level, and so it just came down, and I'm like, oh my gosh, did I miss it? Like, should I get back in? I got a little bit scared because my plan is to get in as close to VWAP as possible, and it does hurt, when you have a level in mind and you see it going through that level and you don't put your entries in on time, and so sometimes you have to miss the trade, and you just have to look for the next trade. So a little bit sad about that, but going to Adara.
Quick note here, coming in for some of these utilities, energy-related names. I have Constellation CEG up here, but SMR and NNE moving pretty similarly here as well. Those are more nuclear-based names that you could check out. I'm seeing reported here and a link to the actual decision that the Supreme Court of the U.S. has allowed the EPA power plants rule to take effect and has actually denied this stays requested here by utilities. So CEG and some of these other names pushing higher, a little bit of chop and churn. Let's see how this ends up resulting. But either way, there is some movement with some volume coming into some of these energy and nuclear related plays, guys.
Love it. Love that play. Love that whole look there with nuclear energy SMR, some of these other nuclear reactors that have been dormant for a hot minute, getting turned back on. We have an entire thing in Northern Ontario. There's a beef right now. So they have this nuclear waste storage facility in a Northern Ontario city. All right. And the mayor of that city wants that storage facility because it employs a lot of their residents. So they're really happy with the fact that the Ontario government wants to set it up there. But all the other towns don't want that nuclear waste being driven through their towns and cities because there's that.
You can smell and stuff.
Well, it's that small amount of radiation consistently over the years. They don't want it. So it's like that is a logistical issue with some nuclear stuff, right? Like we have to be cognizant of that. They're saying they're storing it super clean. Some other people, they dispute that. Where the truth lies, I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to know.
Would you really want to be beside?
Personally, no.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's why, remember Pickering? Like a lot of people who live in Pickering don't want to live by that nuclear power plant. In case you're wondering what Pickering is, it is essentially, no, I don't want to live by a coal plant either, Chile nightmare. But Pickering's basically in the greater Toronto area where we have our huge nuclear power plant by the water. A lot of people don't want to live there because they don't want to live by the nuclear power plant. Makes sense. It's interesting. This whole issue, though, like, what do we do? They're not deploying solar, wind, it's got its critics, this, that, and the other. So you got to have some sort of clean energy, and you only have so many choices. So, yeah, no, I love this trade.
Good information to know.
I appreciate that.
Ramin has something to say.
No, you're humoring me, but that's okay. What's that? What'd you say, Fabian?
Ramin has something to say.
What do you need, Ram?
I live by the plant. Do you think I turned out fine?
She says she lives by the nuclear power plant and she turned out fine. There she is in the top right corner. Get it, Ramin. Yeah, you moved here like 5 years ago. Calm down, bro. I'm just joking. Shout out to Ram. Yeah, Chile and I are bringing up a good point. He's like, power lines, living by coal plants. It's all, we all have issues with that. Samuel or Easy Money saying, I work there. Yeah, I got a buddy who works there too. Ontario Power Generation, OPG, baby. Shout out to them. Yeah, represent, says a Chilean Nightmare. All right, now that we've done a little Toronto spiel here, I'm looking back at Tesla. It looks like it got right into your level.
Yes.
The exact level that you called,
Yes.
245. Look where it's finding a bounce.
Yeah. I definitely like that. Definitely want to see what it does from there. But I'm going to shift a little bit over because AMD bounce is looking a little bit interesting. Bouncing off of VWAP here, 166.98, and looking like it's, I know this is on the minute. Let's look on the 15 minute. I like that bounce on the 15 minute. So I think a take profit level, a nice bus stop level would be around this 168.31, and then again at this 168.67, looking pretty nice for the long. Oh, I don't have the 30 seconds. Let's go down back to the minute. But yeah, I'm really liking the look on that. And Nvidia just did not want to stop me out. So thank you, the trading heavens. They did not stop me out. So it's looking like it's going up towards my entry level at that 124, and I'm still gonna keep my take profit at that 124.40 because I definitely do think that it can reach up there as well. And then I mentioned save a little bit, and it bounced a little bit off of that VWAP level, went up about 5 pennies. So looking interesting on that as well, but I want to see some more volume because I know save doesn't really move that much, like too much on the daily, but I definitely think that we can come into around that 170 level. Maybe we may not see that 178, and then, but hopefully we see at 180 to Adara.
Yep.
We're going to take a look here at some of these earnings names. Usually this segment, we'll take a look at earnings either day one that's already happened last night or this morning, or we'll take a look at names on the docket. We don't have any earnings today, so I do want to give Sharif credit because he suggested to take a look maybe at some of these deliveries. We did have Rivian here with their deliveries, which are not very well received by the market, as you can tell. We just broke a series of at least 8 candles to the downside here on this 3-minute chart. Currently, Rivian here down about 8%. What were these numbers? They reported here production of 13,157 vehicles, and they delivered here just over 10,000 vehicles, 10,018 vehicles. Analysts, though, were looking for delivery of 12,670 vehicles, so they missed by about 2,500 vehicles. Pretty steep miss there. They also here lowered their annual production guidance from 57,000 to 47 to 49,000. So lowering by about 8 to 10,000 vehicles. Pretty steep here, saying that basically there have been some disruptions to their production, which has resulted in a shortage of supply. So RIVN on watch the downside here. Now, in terms of earnings on watch next week, we've got Delta and Pepsi earlier in the week, but Friday's where things really get interesting. We know the earnings season starts with bank earnings, and we'll get quite a few on Friday. In terms of big banks, Wells Fargo and Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo and JP Morgan exactly a week from today here, October 11th, pre-market. We'll also get reports there from BlackRock and Bank of New York Mellon. If you want to look at these or any other tickers on the afternoon show at 2 p.m., go in the chat right now and vote. !Join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice.
Very much for that, Adara. Make sure you're getting your vote every day, guys, because the big kahunas, like they want to look at the tickers as decided by you, but they're only going to do that if you vote. But only the top 5 make it on, guys. So bully your friends, do what you need to do in the chat, and have your say every day on these or on the afternoon rundown. I'm short Amazon over here. I'm going to give this one the old college try. We got into the 10 exponential, and this one has been putting in lower highs and lower lows. So we'll give this one a bit of a try here. I have a planned DCA possibly at 20 pennies. We'll see if it weasels its way up there, but obviously, I kind of feel like the short is the right way to do it today, especially with Amazon, which is, I think, the number 2 strong, the second strongest name, 1.13. Wow, there was an obvious gap there between Tesla and Amazon for percentage winner on the day. Tesla was like 4%. Now it's 1.14 and 1.90 for both. So definitely looks like the winds of change are coming in there, Satya.
Yeah, so someone shouted out Nike in the chat, and I like this. I like the fact that it's reaching these
Bang.
lows here as well. So if I draw my little line here, so we have these lows around this 82.33 mark. And so typically I like the very distinct like highs or the lows. And so because it's below VWAP, I'm liking my bias for the short. But again, we do want to see what it does at this level because we want to make sure that it breaks through this level. And so another thing that I would look at is also the ATR. So a lot of the time I will just go to FinViz, and then I'll just go to Nike and see what the ATR is, just because I want to make sure that we're within the range of the ATR level. So usually, on average, Nike moves $2.25, as we can see here, $2.26. So if we go back to Nike here, so today it moved 83.36. 82.48. Okay, so it's still within that range. Didn't break to the high side or the low side of that 225, but I definitely want to see what it does here in order for the continuation of the short. Going back to Tesla, what are we doing here? So with Tesla, it looks like it's fighting with this 245 level, and so it doesn't look like it wants to get down. A lot of the time, it usually just slips through, and so it's fighting a little bit. Let's just look on the 15-minute, bouncing a little bit. Maybe we come back out at the hour at 12 p.m. and see if there's more definitive move from there. So looking pretty, a tug of war with Tesla. And then someone also mentioned Meta as well. And so what I don't like about Meta is just it's within this range. I don't think we have like a major catalyst as of today. So I don't think that the move is going to be too crazy, but we have this range here around this 588.87 level, and then this low at 581.76. I just don't like the fact that it's just chopping through VWAP, not necessarily staying above or staying below it for too long. So I definitely want to see a break of either of these levels, this high at 588.99 or this low around 581.64, for me to really get involved with that Meta, because we're just in the middle. And for me personally, with my playbook, I don't really like to be in the middle. I like that definitive high or that definitive low, whether on the day or the pre-market high or the pre-market low. What about you, Sri?
Nothing, just still in this Amazon short, waiting for that 10 exponential to come in, where I'm planning to add into this position. But, Amazon is putting in 4 green candles now in a row on the 5-minute. They're not the most the strongest green candles I've seen. Does that help me in a way? Yeah, it shows a bit, maybe a weaker bid than the ask. Again, we're ascending into my area. I didn't cross, so I didn't get my DCA over here. So I'm packing my patience for that 184 break and that 180 or that 10 exponential rejection. We'll see if we get it there. But my out is going to be the break of 30s. So if it doesn't, if it holds below 30s. On my ad, then I'll get out. And here it comes, man. Down it goes without my ad. Oh, come on, bro. All right, so it's okay. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna keep chugging along here, see if we can extract some profits from said Amazon. Break even on it right now, but definitely wanted that ad at 20s. Didn't get it. We'll keep a watch there. Let's move to some other small cap gappers. Okay. EVGO now actually touching the 10 exponential on the 5, which is at 720. Now I want to see what it does here. So we had a lot of topping tails at 750s. Couldn't break through 750s on a decisive basis, only wicking. All the closing prints look to be south of 740. We're now basically touching the 10 exponential a couple of times right now on the 5-minute chart. So packing my patience there. I want to see if I can weasel into a trade on EVGO, possibly at the 10. Now, if the 10 doesn't hold, this is an interesting one because the 20 is at $7. And I love when that happens, when a moving average that I use, at least on an intraday time frame for shorter term trades, conflates with a level, another psychological level, like 7, maybe sometimes the $0.50. It really depends, right? Or previous day closing print, something like that. That's all predicated upon, though, that 10 giving way, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. Oh my God. Who mentioned PEEV first? Whoever it was, you put the super chat there. There you go. You got the break of $1. Now, whoever it was that was talking about PEV, let me tell you about two things. One, keep your eye out on that $1.12 level. That is the aftermarket high yesterday. I would submit to you that that's going to be a key area of either support or resistance. Number two, we just broke above $1. Now let's see if we can hold above $1. It is an entirely different trade if we can hold above $1 and then use $1 as support. It doesn't always work out that way. There can be zig and zag north and south of $1 to bamboozle you. So just keep that in mind. All right, Amazon is now breaking above that 730. So I'm going to have to give this one a little bit of room. Otherwise, I'm Gonzino. What are you looking at, Stea?
For sure. So I was looking at a news article because someone said DJT in the chat, and I see that it's blasting off and it's at highs as of right now, at least on the day at the 1675 level. And so I really like the fact that we went above this yesterday's high around this 1656 level. And so I really want to see a hold around there if we do see a little bit of a retracement. But I was looking at an article and it said Chief Operating Officer of Truth Social parent company resigns. So I don't know, this came out 3 hours ago. So I don't know if this was something that was known before or it just came out.
I didn't. Oh yeah. He resigned. I think yesterday.
Yesterday. Oh, okay.
Something.
So I'm
like not 100% sure.
Okay.
No.
But yeah, so we have that news there. So looking like the market is reacting a little bit to that. I don't usually trade DJT, so not too sure. Yeah, not really. I actually haven't traded it at all, to be honest. But a bust stop in terms of my take profit levels, looking at this 1744 level. That looks interesting as well. But for the most part, locally, I really just want to see it hold this 1654, that's 1650, and see where we go from there on DJT. And then going back to my Nvidia trade, it's really fighting at that VWAP level. I definitely think that it can hold around this VWAP level, and we are going to go to Adara. She's going to tell us some crazy information.
Hey.
This is the details here on the DJT story. So this was announced from what I can see via an SEC filing yesterday. They filed saying that Andrew Northwall has resigned as their chief operating officer. That's effective September 28th. So this is actually as of late last week, this resignation took place. They also, apparently the company is looking to transition these duties internally. So it looks like internally hiring or internally making up for the resignation of Andrew Northwall, COO, effective September 28th. So that's what happened there. SEC filing there from Trump Media and Technology Group, guys.
Dairy, yeah, I remember I heard something about it this morning on Squawk Box, something to that effect. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Tesla's moving back up here, possibly into 246, still south of the 50 exponential, still south of 247. So we're going to keep eyes on that. Apple breaking through the 20 exponential right now. Let's look at some of the Mag 7 names that are moving. Meta above VWAP. You got Amazon working its way back, Chile Nightmare, into that 20 exponential. You got Apple breaking through the 20 exponential, possibly coming into VWAP and yesterday's closing print. This looks like it could be possibly a double bottom here. I mean, you could get a double bottom on Tesla, a double bottom on Apple. Yeah, I think I might be grasping at straws here, trying to see what I want to see. I don't feel like I have a good read on today's market, full stop. It's not really working off my system. I'm trying to get things on moving averages to go with the trend, and now it looks like the trend is changing. So that doesn't work for me. So we're going to have to figure out exactly how we're going to extract some money off this market, because right now my ideas not be working. So maybe we can have a look at some of these small cap gappers. More success with these lately. All right, keeping my eye here on EVGO, still trading above the 10 exponential, despite the fact that we've been putting in lower high and lower lows for the better part of 20 minutes right now. I'm still waiting to see whether this wants to give up the green line. Give up meaning break down below and close below the green line. That is this line here on my chart. If it does, I'm looking at that yellow line, which is the 20 exponential, because it's conflating a little bit with 7. So keeping my eye out on that. Still looking at PEV to see if it wants to hold above $1, so we can possibly use maybe $1 as support at that level. I should also let you know that Donald John Trump is moving, Fabian. It got above yesterday's high, so now we are above the previous day's highs of 1650 on DJT, knocking the door of 1675. It is not flying up by any means, but it is breaking through yesterday's high. So people were looking to short there, maybe they're getting pushed out a little bit. So we'll pack our patience and have a look there. Not much else for me to talk about, though. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I was looking a little bit at Nike as of right now. And so I was talking a little bit about that bottom here at 82.35. And so we have not necessarily right at that same level, but it looks like a little bit of a double bottom here, and it's going back up to VWAP as well. And so very interesting because we had the Nike earnings, not too long ago. And so I definitely think that is very interesting. I do want to see more confirmation if I were to go for the long. I'm looking at around 83.05, 83 $3, just because I like the break of the pre-market high for those type of trades. And so I'm looking for that as well. I would be risking the day's low around 82.30 because if we break down through there, then I'm definitely wrong on this trade. But hopefully for this long trade, looking at that $83 mark and looking for that long as well. Hopefully to take profits around 83.35, and so that is what I'm looking at. Mara, moon time. Someone's saying
that's
Mara. Let's see what Mara is doing. Ooh, Mara, yes. See, I like this, and I like the fact that this day's high, at least from the morning, also turned to like a pullback, and then we're going up from here. 1607, really nice pivotal level. I really like the look of that as well. And so if we go on a higher time frame, what is our bus stop level? Bus stop level I'm looking at is around 1650.
What does that mean?
The bus stop level?
Yeah.
Bus stop level, I find like where it may stop, where we may find a pivotal level, and so that's what I just coined that.
I like it.
Bus stop
I
level.
actually needed an explanation. I had no idea.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm
I got
looking
you.
at
I got
that
you.
1650 level, and then again at this September 30th high around 1670, and those would be my look as for that level. Come on, SPY, down more. What is SPY doing? Someone in the
Get
chat.
down.
SPY. So let's see what the SPY is doing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. It is at that VWAP level. So if we see some resistance here, possibly we can see a short opportunity. But I really want to see what it does here because it can bamboozle you, could just break through it. And so really take a look at that, look at the book and see what it's doing from there. Tesla reversal.
Yeah.
Tesla.
Double bottom right where you called it,
Yes,
bro. Are
and
you
see-
kidding?
Yes, and see, that's why we have to see what it does at those levels. Don't get, too antsy and say, I'm going to short it right there because it's at the lows. You want to make sure that we have that confirmation, and we did see that bounce. So that is looking nice. For the retrace back to VWAP, and we'll see what it even does from there. That would be my next bus stop level at that VWAP around 247.50, and see what we do from there.
That's fantastic. I was going to make a joke about the bus stop, but I don't think it's going to land well, so
Okay.
it's going to stay
No
quiet.
worries. That's how you're thinking about it.
I saw that, eh?
Yes.
I was churning the old head. Guys, we are getting a nice little move up there on most of these Mag 7 names and the futures. And they're kind of in no man's land with respect to how I'm gauging things. Now, we're still putting in lower highs on the future, so we definitely held that bottom, but these are area crests. We're still not above that 20,150, and I would submit to you probably need to get above 160 on a closing basis for that good look. But this is a nice little double bottom there. Kind of, if you're looking there, look for the neckline break on a closing basis. I think if we get that neckline break, Katina, man, I think on a closing basis, we could go the future. It could propel a lot of this stuff up. I mean, the Katina man's long T triple Qs right now. At 70. What were you saying, Fabian? We have an afternoon happening now. The Adara. Get it, Adara. Yeah, it's all good.
Madera.
We're going to take a look here at what's been going on since we last saw you a couple of hours ago for this Happening Now segment. That, of course, will give you Neil and his lesson of the day. In terms of the biggest thing probably to talk about here that we've seen since we last spoke were some unplanned, and honestly, I did not see them on the calendar here until right before they happened. Some comments from Fed's Goolsbee speaking in this Bloomberg TV interview. A lot was said here, mostly saying that the port strike could be, the fact that the port strike ended could be good for the economy. Speaking as well about that much higher than expected non-farm payrolls number, calling it pretty outstanding, but also saying that there are signs that inflation could undershoot its target. These comments coming through around 10:30. That's what kind of set this market to the downside. As of right now, the S&P 500 finding this double bottom off previous support around 568, now pushing out of that range above 570. So pretty pivotal area here for the market. Lots of continuation plays to talk about here. We're still looking at oil related names. We're still looking at a lot of China names, and we're also looking at a lot of plays in the travel space. We know travel's been on watch this week with regards to what happened in the Middle East. Now it's been impacting travel restrictions, but the biggest thing in terms of individual catalysts to look at today is what happened here with JetBlue and Spirit Airlines. SAVE initially down over 40%. Now recovering here with a double bottom and up, or still down about 25% here, but definitely up from its lows. Basically here we have Wall Street Journal reporting they're speaking to some bondholders regarding a potential bankruptcy discussion. So SAVE here on that Wall Street Journal story. JetBlue to the upside. A lot of these other travel names rebounding nicely today as well. And make sure if there's any tickers you're looking at, travel names or otherwise, vote for them in the chat so that the main show can look at them at 2 p.m. with Sharif on the green screen. That'll be !join space $, and your ticker of choice. For now, though, we're going to take it away with Neil and his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Adair. Lesson of the day. You saw a few breakouts today, so I want to talk specifically about one breakout retest and how you can hopefully, let's try to stay away from the bad ones, or at least get out of the bad ones and look to see which ones are the good for the continuation. Because obviously, if you're taking a breakout trade, rule number one, it's got to be a key level, right? So if it's a good level on the way up, resistance first maybe, and on the break, then on the way back, you're going to usually like that level for a retest. We'll have a few names. We had a host of names you could pick for breakout trades today, but a few of the ones just that we're in, I'm going to start Amazon, we're going to talk some Tesla, we're going to talk some XOM as well, and we're going to end off with that one because I think that's pretty informative to us. So first off, like, what is a breakout level that we care about? Well, usually a good breakout is going to have multiple points of resistance, not just like the high of the day. So if you zoom in, there's Amazon at 9 o'clock, there's Amazon at 9:30, wick at the open, and there's Amazon breaking out that high. But when you zoom out, it's not like it's a random level. Resistance, resistance. It's multiple points of resistance. So you immediately know that this is the price that you're looking for the breakout trade. Now, you observe what happens on the break. It makes a clean move up, goes about $1. It retests a higher low. That's good. Then after that retest of the higher low, this is now 187 even, it ticks the same high. Ticks the same high without actually going higher. The attempt to again hold a higher low was met with resistance. Here's where I think the two missteps for myself on Amazon. The first one was when it didn't make a higher high here, I should have maybe looked for a little bit more strength on the reload. Didn't, but at least we got out right away. And I talked about this already, how I was waiting for here and then took the trade there instead of there. So that's just nonsense for me. It's not the style I like at all. But the key thing you're going to observe is that you hold the higher low, you look like you're trending out above that level, but you're not making any fresh higher highs. I don't think it was super obvious. It was super obvious to be able to get out, I think, when it lost that level. But to not take that third reload, maybe not as obvious as it could be. Now, Tesla, on the other hand, and we'll go to a 15-minute for this. I just want to zoom it out a little bit more so you can see the deal with the $250 level. So here, you've got support going all the way back, support to resistance for a couple of days after the delivery. So that's the significance that you're dealing with, right? So check one. It's obviously a level that everyone's going to be interested in. It goes right there at the open, doesn't break. It goes right there at just before 11 o'clock, doesn't break. Then you get what I feel like was a more convincing, and I didn't really follow my rules as well as I could have, a very convincing failed break situation. It's like break, doesn't go right away, try again, add on the break of the high, starts to go, fails 251. Now on that 15-minute that I showed you, there is I can go to the 3 here. There is an overhead resistance at $251. And you can see it pretty much as clear as day. So probably a mistake on my part to have added there, knowing it was overhead resistance. You can go 50 to 51 and you can let 51 break. But once this lost the trend to the upside, you can see there's really no explosion off the 51 level. Not at all. And it's got the overhead resistance. This lost the trend line for me that took it into that move. I jumped out of it, realizing, what am I doing in that trade? Let's jump out of that one there. But I broke a rule of mine because overhead resistance, broke trend, there's it failing the trend line. That's kind of like a mean reversion short entry. But again, the key is when it dipped back into the prior level, it couldn't break out the top. And when it doesn't break out the top after consolidating there, you have a setup for a failed breakout. And that's one where you've got to be very careful, because if it does it too many times, Amazon failed it kind of early. Tesla did the same thing. You get that crazy mean reversion. Then you have to wait. VWAP no good. You have to wait all the way to the bottom to take some trades and then play into VWAP. That's not the story. The story is, what does it look like when you have a good test? A good test like an XOM. So XOM, obviously, well, like the daily chart, this is all-time highs in the daily chart. So pre-market high, opening range high, all-time highs on XOM. It breaks it out, retest, and then when you take the high again, there is a higher low. And when you see this, there's a couple of ways you can play it. Now, obviously, it never even gets back to that previous price, which is good. You don't necessarily want to be retesting the breakout price. Ideally, you can form a trend going back in here, and if you were to have done that, something along these lines, like you're going to see when it holds that breakout price, higher low, dips back in, it holds a trend line. Suddenly you've got yourself an entry, which can be late to the breakout, or it can be adding on the breakout where you're making higher highs and higher lows. And I didn't trade XOM today, and we felt like we should have, but obviously the whole point of the lesson of the day is like, what could you do differently? What's the stock you were looking at that maybe you didn't pay enough attention to? But that's a breakout where the continuation showed you what you wanted. It maintained the trend. When it dipped back into that prior breakout price to get you a re-entry, when it broke the high, it then kept on going. That meant you can add at higher prices. You can hold on to that trade, not worry about scamming out of profits way too quickly. And it's still going to the upside. Might not have the steep trend line that it's got, but just a stronger move. Because ultimately, we know when you have a key level like this, it works both ways. Good levels are because you run away from the price and give good opportunities for wins. That meant to me, Tesla had the opportunity to go 50 to 54 to 57, but it also has the opportunity to go 250 to 245. It's the same thing with Amazon. You have to be able to spot when it's not making higher highs and higher lows, when it's not able to break that top again off of your rebound level, then you're risking all the way back into that low of the day, and you don't want to be holding it the whole way. Because if you hold the whole way back in, you're pretty much never going to be positive on the overall strategy. The breakout needs to work right away. Separate the breakout from the dip buy. That's two things that you've got to be able to separate. And if it's not making higher highs and higher lows, if it's bouncing off of that previous breakout price and it's more shallow on the bounce, then you got to be careful about reloading it every single time, because your downside risk each time on that test gets worse and worse. There's people that are loading into longs as well on that level, so when it breaks, more people have to get out. So breakout trades, ideally you want to be getting higher highs and higher lows and not constantly reloading at that same price. That's a support and resistance trade, reloading at the same price. On a breakout, you really don't want it to be doing that. You'd rather it be making successive highs, and you can continue to join higher and higher. So the lesson here, we got Amazon, not good. Tesla, not good. XOM, an example of a breakout that gave you the continuation that you wanted. So good luck in the rest of your trading for the rest of the day, and we'll see you later.
Very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, everybody, dropping that knowledge. I'm not allowed to say hotlines anymore.
No.
Dropping that. We'll get to it later. Dropping that knowledge every day around that noon time. You like that? You like what he had to say? Join us every day around that noon hour. Neil Roberts, lesson of the day. Thank you again, Neil. All right. So he was talking about Amazon, and I happen to agree. Finally, I get a good trade on a mega cap stock today. Short is on about 40 pennies in the money. Wet my beak a couple of times. A bit of a bigger position for me. So I've got a couple of beak wetters. We'll see if this one wants to continue out to the downside, but Amazon's been awfully strong. The reason I got it over here was a 50 exponential pullback, and it's shown you its propensity on the day to reject at the 50. Let's have a look at what it did earlier. This is the topping tail candle that printed right at 11 a.m. It got into the 50, wicked, rejected. The subsequent candle the body didn't even touch the 50, only the wick. Got into the 50, rejected. So I was like, all right, you're not trading that well today. What is something that is quite predictable in terms of what it's proved itself to do on the previous attempt, which was the 50. So the 10 didn't matter, the 20 didn't matter, the 50 didn't matter. So that's what it's using on the day, and that's what I'm going to try to base my trades off if I continue to trade Amazon. But it is finding support at the $0.50 as the future also gets that 20,100 point pump. Okay, so here we go. Now we could be putting in higher lows and maybe higher highs. We still, that 20,160 break is still elusive, despite the fact that we worked our way up above VWAP. My ultimate nightmare is that we range, and I keep anticipating a breakout or breakdown. I hate that. When I'm mentally prepared for a range, I can trade it as a range. But when I keep anticipating a breakout or breakdown and it ranges, that is where I do the worst. I'm just speaking for myself. So right now, what I'm trying to see is, or trying to discern, is that we've got higher low on the future, but we also have a slightly lower high as well. So that's, I don't want to say it's a compression pattern because, well, it kind of is, but we don't have enough data is what I'm trying to say. So I want to see exactly, number one, can we get above VWAP? Number two, can we continue above that 20,160? That's really going to, be the deciding factor of whether I still hold this short that I've got here on the Zon or not. 30 pennies in the money right now, but giving back some of the profits as we reascend to the top side. So lots to talk about right now, guys, including some of these small cap gappers. I should let you know that I was waxing poetic, to use an ADR term, about PEV, and here it is. So we got that 116 touch, and now we're down at $1, and the dollar is the 10 exponential. This is an interesting area in which to get in because I don't think you need to risk that much here for a possible pump up. Now, keep in mind on PEV, we did break yesterday's high. So that $1.12 area we broke. Now we're at 116 HOD. We have the 10 exponential pointing to support. We have the dollar pointing to support on this name. Let me give you the details of PEV because I don't think I've mentioned it. Phoenix Motors, $35 million market cap, 152 million shares traded on the day with a float of 10.1 million. Oh, wow. That's like 10 times float rotation, bruh. Let's have a look here at PEV. Short float, trade idea says 1.68%, so quite negligible, quite frankly. I want to see whether this holds up at $1. We're going to have to load this up on a trading screen and have a look. Do I already have it on? Man, that tiger looks good too, bro. Jeez. All right, let's load up PEV. Here it is. Here's the dollar. Is there a thick bid at the dollar? Now let's do a quick comparison. When we got to that dollar, that size in and around the dollar area, I'm talking about $1, $1, $2, much thicker than what was sitting at 102, 103, 104. Let's make that comparison because that's really what it's going to come down to. Obviously, excluding hidden buy and sell orders that we can't account for. So let's see right now. I'm just watching the book to see whether any of the size at 1 or 2 gets eaten because I definitely want to jump in here. I could give this to like 96 pennies. That's exactly what I'm going to do, man. I'm punching long. Let's go. We're going to give it to 96, come what may, and that's what's going to go down there. What are you saying, Satir?
Yeah, so I'm looking at SPY. Someone shouted out SPY in chat. It is looking pretty bearish as of right now. We're looking at higher lows. So we have right here, it's just on this downtrend here. And the fact that it's below VWAP, I'm liking this short. So I have my order set in here at 569.40. So we are, around here. Can't really get it around there, but 569.40. If we can get down there, I'm going to be getting in there and going to be risking to around 568.77. That is my look on the short for SPY, just because, I don't know. For the long, yes, we do kind of have this double bottom here, but it's been struggling, all day. And so we can't really get above VWAP. Every time it tries to get above VWAP, see around here, around 1107, 1106, it gets up to 570.70. And then again here, we break a little bit above VWAP, but it's not very convincing enough for me. And then 570.75, we get a breakdown around there. So hopefully, if it gets down to that 569.40, then I'll be getting in for the short. And then going into my Nvidia trade, it's just not doing much here. I didn't necessarily, a little piece of my position got clipped for my stop loss, but I'm still in a little bit of it. And so it did get near my take profit around 124.37, and then my take profit was 124.40. So 3 cents off, a little bit sad about that, but I still believe that I'm pretty convicted in this trade, and I'm still going to keep my take profit there at 124.40. Hopefully holding this VWAP level around 123.70 and going up for that long. And then so let's look at Tesla, because Tesla has been, it's near that VWAP level, and so this is what I would be wary of, because a lot of people are saying, are we going for the long or are we going for the short? I would still wait for that 247.44 level. We are still below VWAP, so a little bit worried about that in terms of the long, but we really want to see that confirmation around that level. And then the two key points that we are looking at is that 250 level as well, but for a little bus stop level, 247.47 is what I will be looking at as well. And so what are you guys looking at? Let's gonna take a little skim here. See anything interesting? I don't see anything as of right now. What are you looking at, Shri?
Okay, so I'm in EVGO. I'm about to get printed here. It looks like, here we go. 48s, bang. Finally, I can get a dub today. Oh, wow. Shock. So there we go. Thank you, Chile Nightmare. I appreciate you. Or is that the? Oh, it's a Ram. Oh, that failed then. I'm just kidding. So I just got the print there on EVGO. I'm very interested, Ram, in adding at 720 again, because we have been very respectful for whatever reason of that 7 1/5. I had my DCA out there to take advantage of that. It didn't come in, so I wet my beak there, but that doesn't mean the trade is over for me. This has been awfully respectful, and by this I'm talking about EVGO of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Just have a look, have a gander about how nice and respectful this has been. Only a couple of wicks actually breach the 10 exponential, but as you can see, we're kind of looking bull flag-ish here, right? Where we get that big move up and then we get that sideways consolidation, a little chop, with that 750 essentially acting as that key level of resistance. We'll see if we can breach it, hence why I got out there at 49s to account for that $0.50 resistance. All right, so happy with this trade, but definitely looking at adding at 720 again. Now, the other one that I've got, PEV, in this for the dollar trade. I want to make that very clear. The 10 exponential is there. The dollar is there. I'm looking at putting the odds on my side, whether that manifests or not, an entirely different story. But I do like that 10 exponential conflating with that whole dollar level, which we know sometimes is a psychological support level. Having a look at the recent price action, though, at least since we got up into 16s, high a day there. Look at this. There's been a seller at 4s over and over again. Now, let's look at the size on 4. We're not even at 4 right now, so we can't see the full picture, but there's already, I can tell you, well over 1,000 lots, which is not that much for a dollar name. And that's what we can see, guys. That's what we can see. Again, iceberg orders are a real thing, and they're used often on all these stocks. So we'll see if we can weasel above 4. That's my look there. I'm trying to break above that, and then I want to wet my beak into the high teens. Again, EVGO rejecting 7.5 again. So I want to play the range if I can, wet my beak here. For an entry at 723. Shout out to Jordan. And so that's why I'm sitting there to defend 720, front running it by a couple of pennies, in case it doesn't work its way all the way down into 20. So that's my move on that. I took a good trade on Amazon. I'm really happy with this trade. Where the hell is it? Excuse me. Here it is, and I'm even happier about where I got it out, Satea, because look what it did. It reascended, but Satea, we have another lower high at this 184.80. Last time we weaseled into 90s. If we don't make another high here, that's a third lower high in a row, and I will be looking to short on this one. So AMZN, super important to me today because of its respect for the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. I don't know why it's respecting that level, nor do I really care. I just know that it does. And have a look. This is what I'm talking about. Once, twice, and OB thrice. We'll see if it can break above it. I know, I love how you're giggling. Just humor me, girl. I'm just having a good time.
For sure. We always have a good time on this show. And so what I'm looking at is CRM, because someone said CRM in the chat. And so I really like this, guys. You know why? Because it is above this pre-market high. And you guys know me. I love my pre-market high. You dig? And so 284.93 is definitely an interesting level that you could have got in at. And so based off of the ATR, a little bus stop level that I had is this $287 level, because on average, if we look here on my little FinViz here, $6.46 is the average ATR on the day for CRM. And so I want to make sure that, who is that?
I told you, that's Adam. He's trying to hide. Look at him, he's trying to hide.
There we go. He's like a little sim character.
He doesn't even know he's on. It's jokes, but look at him.
But yes, so going back to the CRM trade, 287 is my bus stop level, just because it is at like the top of that ATR high, and so that is what I'm looking at on CRM. And so Palantir, I was going to go into this thinking that it may be a range, because we got to that high, came back to VWAP, got up to this high around 40, came back to VWAP, and now we're breaking through those highs on Palantir. So that was a really good look. If you got at VWAP, that would have been really nice. You could have risked off of this 39.70 or even days low around 39.42. You know, not too much, not even $2. So that definitely would have been a really nice trade on that. And my Nvidia, it's not really doing much. It's still holding above VWAP. I'm still convicted. So we're waiting for that volume, and hopefully we get that there. 124.40 is still my take profit level, and hopefully it gets there. But you know what? Sometimes, you know, you want to have like a time stop, depending if you're staying in that trade for too long. But I like the fact that it is holding above VWAP, so I'm still going to stay convicted. But if it does break below VWAP, I'm not going to give it to that 123.20. I feel like that is, that's not just, it's not what I want to see. I want to see it stay above that VWAP at 123.66, call it around there. But if it breaks below 123.50, I think I'm going to get out, reassess, and go from there. Bam, CRM. Yes, CRM, it's looking nice there. Really nice. That 287 level is definitely something that I'm looking at. SoFi about to rip. Let's look at that SoFi. SoFi. Oh, wow. See, that is something that I was actually looking at around VWAP, but I was just like, I'm a volume girl, right? So I'm like, I don't know, but it was really holding that VWAP at $8, and that psychological level at that $8 level, you know, it could have been an indication for me kind of breaking through that pre-market high as well, around 803. So I should have, you know, been invested in that. But you know what? Like, it is what it is. It's not really an environment that I typically trade. And so I'm just very strict with, you know, the type of tickers that I do get involved in. But SoFi looking really nice as well for that long. And so, yeah, we broke through this pre-market, not pre-market high, this day's high at 810 and looking really nice. We're 7 cents up from that. And so that looks really good as well. ASTS having a nice day. Haven't heard of that, but let's find out today.
Astis?
Yeah. You know anything about that, Astis?
Been trading that for a hot minute. Because
Really?
the names. Yeah. I'm like,
I don't know much about this one. You know, I like to have my tickers above like $100, $80 if I'm feeling a little bit spicy.
Hey.
Below that, I don't really look at. So not too acquainted with this, but this looks really nice as well. I like the fact that it is above this day's high, around 24.66. To me, this would be my pivotal level. It looks like it may, you know, waffle down to VWAP, but another level that I'm looking at as well is this 25.40. That could be a retracement level as well. Looking at that around 25.36. Yeah, I'd call it 25.40. Looking at that 25.40 and then again at VWAP for a potential dip buy at that 24.85. So definitely looking at that. Mara 1650 bus stop. Let's see that Mara. I love that you guys are liking that bus stop level. Yes, 1650. Definitely think it can hit there. That is also a psychological level. Those 50s, the even dollar at 17. So definitely liking that as well. Damn, she got money to play. I mean, ASTS to challenge Starlink. IBIT new high of day. IBIT. Let's look at IBIT.
Who's challenging Starlink? I need to see this.
IBIT. Oh. I'm going to bring it over to Sharif while
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm back in EVGO, just like I said I would, to defend this level. Give me my damn money, bro. Jeez. Okay, so we're defending 720 again on EVGO as it respects that 7 and a 5th level over and over again. Now we've got, I don't know how many double, triple, quadruple bottoms we have there. So looking to add again if it weasels its way down into that level. So that's trade number 1. Trade number 2, I was able to scalp a little bit off PEV, looking at adding if it weasels down into $1. What I like about this one, more than I like about others, is the respect for the dollar and as well as the incrementally higher lows that it's doing. So good look there. I'm also interested in getting in right now on, oh man, I missed the entry. I should have been at the $0.75. TIGR back up again. This one, thank you for, I think it was a Dill maybe in the chat telling me, be like, yo, bro, did you cover TIGR? I started looking at this one for an 80 penny dip trade, and then it weaseled down into 75, and I was like, all right, give it to 60, because that's where the 10 exponential's hanging out. Shows how much I know, because it's right back on the way up. TIGR looks awfully good here, but look at this, PEV coming down again. I need to watch out to see, does this make another higher low? I'm sorry I'm jumping between all of them, but you know how these small cap gappers work. They don't give you a lot of time to think. You got to be quick as you like. Look at EVGO. I got that one again. Yes, happy with this one. Defending 720, going to take that out and going to add again at this level because I like it. Shout out to Jordan. We keep sitting at 23s. All right, let's see what else we got over here. Bang on Tiger. We take it out through the break of 90. Now I'm looking for 11. So I like these small cap gappers. I don't know why I even messed with these large caps today, man. It's not my time to trade these large caps. I love these small cap gappers. Let's go, baby. What is that thing? Who's that? Is that... It's like, what's happening over here? Ram, what are you doing? I love it. I'm all serious and like pumped up and stuff. This woman's like... I know. I'm kidding. She's like, it's Friday, bro. Calm down. So I appreciate you, Ram. Thanks for making it a little bit lighthearted there. Yeah, so that's a look. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I got triggered for SPY short. And so we are a little bit out of the money, to be honest. It liquidity grabbed around that 40, grabbed me, and then just went up a little bit at that 569.81. So I put my stop loss here around 570.65. And so hopefully it doesn't go above there, because if we go above VWAP, I'm thinking that it's not the trade that I thought it was. So that is my look on SPY. And then going back to IBIT, because my chart was messing up a little bit while I was looking at IBIT. And so IBIT looks nice. I really like the fact that it's approaching near this high. It's around 35.25. And so I really want to see a breakthrough there. But what I do like is it's above VWAP, really liking that. But one thing that I don't like about this chart is this nasty wick in the pre-market at 8:30 from that 35.45. I mean, it may not mean too much, but I would just be on the lookout for that level as well. But as long as we can stay above this 35.25 on IBIT, that looks strong, that looks great for the long, and that is so what I'm looking at as well. And then going back to a little bit to Tesla, it's making its way up to that VWAP, and still we want to see what it does around there, if it slams down at this VWAP or a little bit above, or if we blast through that VWAP and then retrace back to that 250 psychological level, really something that we want to look at as well. And then what else are we looking at? SMCI long. SMCI, let's look at that today.
Down 2%, I think.
Down 2%, near those days lows. Not looking very ugly on the day. I mean, you know, for those longs, I would look around, you know, this 40, 54. But again, we want to see what it does at that level. That is a level that I'm really looking at as of right now. Wouldn't rush into the long, wouldn't rush into the short, just because it's right in that middle. And so I want to make sure that I have more confirmation there on SMCI. The high pitch talk up and down. Yeah, I know I have a very, you know, dynamic kind of voice. So shout out to that. AMC, man, I haven't heard about that since the pandemic. AMC blasting through that VWAP. Oh, we have the little monkey on a rocket ship. I love it.
He's
I
an
love
ape.
it.
The apes.
Oh, it's
Remember
an ape?
the apes? Yeah.
What is that? Like
Remember like the AMC apes that were like the people who were like very pro AMC and like the
No,
moon?
I didn't.
They used to call themselves the apes.
Okay, all right. So looking through that, so 439 was a nice bounce through that VWAP level. And so the bus stop levels that I'm looking at, if you guys can guess, what do you think it is? But I'm going to tell you guys, if you can't get in the chat too quickly, it's going to be that 450 mark. And so that is what I'm looking at that bus stop level. It is that high. So definitely something that I'm looking at. But what I do like on AMC is it has this base, and it really stayed above this base starting from around 1018 to around this 1230 mark. And so yeah, I really like that. Had this consolidation below VWAP. Really definitive. What are we doing from here? But I like that it had this consolidation before the break of VWAP. I find when this happens, typically it's more confirmation that it will stay above, just because that consolidation was that push and pull. Who's winning, the bears or the bulls? And I think right now the bulls are winning in this case. And so that is what I'm looking at. What are you looking at?
Trying to manage these trades right now with Tiger. We were able to extract some profits there, but it's zigging and zagging right now. Here's what I'm seeing on TIGR. It's a good look. It's been an awfully directional stock. Have a look at what it did yesterday and the day prior to that. Go to Adara, says, Ram, just one sec, Ram, $11 high a day, guys. I'm trying to base my trade off the 10 exponential, but we'll talk more about that and the other small cap gappers once we get back from Adara at the green screen.
IWM looking really interesting here. This is our second small cap segment. We'll take a look at some of these runners, maybe moving midday or that are still making some moves worth discussing. We had, of course, the IWM, the Russell 2000, in a bit of a range here, base of around 217.80, the top of around 218.60 more or less. So you're getting about an 80-cent move to the upside and downside here. To be fair, though, these highs definitely removed from that high of 220 that we wicked into, but we're not really able to eclipse since. In terms of runners, we have to talk about Phoenix Motor, which I know Sharif is involved in here. PEV, this one up more than 100% here. Really strong Q1 sales here they were reported, and also earnings per share on a year-over-year basis to the upside here for PEV. Next up, we have to talk about PLL. This is Piedmont Lithium. I couldn't see any news on this one. Pretty strong here to the upside, still up about, from what I can see, roughly 20%. Worth noting here, pretty decent short float on PLL, 18.8% short float. Last but not least, BENF. This one was on both our watch list and our morning small cap, but worth noting because it's still pretty strong here. Beneficient here. This is a name that, again, has also run in the past. Their subsidiary announcing here that they've gotten $126 million here in preferred equity. So BENF with a 6.5% short float. One to keep an eye on, guys.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Adara, for that small cap segment, my favorite segment. All right, guys, I took everything out of TIGR here as it did breach. It triggered my level at 95, so I'm happy with this trade. I'll look to set up again on TIGR if I get a bit of a better look. Ideally, though, I'd like an 11 break and take because we've been whiffling and waffling south of 11 for the better part of almost 20 minutes or so. And so I'd rather not use it as a level of support, resistance. I'd rather use it as support, So we'll see if this one wants to breach or not. SP Williams, is the Katina man playing SMR? The Katina man is nowhere to be found. He may be doing a walk and talk right now. He may be with Adam. I'm unsure. Shout out to SP Williams, though. Thank you very much for that $2 super chat. SMR, bro. I know it's not, that's not the name of the company, Small Modular Reactors. SMR stands for, it's New Scale Power, but that whole energy play I'm very interested in. SMR, that general sector, small modular reactors, nuclear reactors, obviously I think are super interesting. So when the Katina man does get back, SP Williams, I will have him chime in on it. So that's a look there. The only trade I'm in currently is PEV. I've taken out everything else, both EVGO. I'm looking at adding, though, on EVGO. As you can see, I'm looking to defend that 20 penny level. It's been awfully respectful of that fifth of a dollar. Keeps bouncing into there. What I see is a possible bull flag continuation. Sometimes the flag just a lot longer than you'd like it to be. We'll see what this one, presents us in terms of opportunities. But see PEV is the one that I'm in right now, and you know, I'd like something maybe around 114. It did work in to 108, but found resistance, and that's not surprising because we had rejected there before. So it looks like that same seller coming in. What I do like about PEV is defending a dollar, defending the 10 exponential, and you know, it doesn't look like it, but incrementally, albeit by 1 penny, putting in higher lows every time. So we'll see if this one wants to manifest to the high side. I would be pleased with that. Donald John Trump, I did mention earlier, bless you, Ram. DJT up 2%, not really doing a whole hell of a lot, but it did find a bit of support right now at the 20 exponential. Bless you, Ram. And the thing about this one is, this was kind of the implied balance high at around 1645. It looks like we did defend that on a closing basis, not a wick basis. Now, I'll get into DJT. I don't have a problem with that, but it's going to have to curl. So right now, we're still getting that same pattern of lower lows and lower highs. I need to see something a little bit different where we start curling. Show me the propensity to work back into the high side there on DJT. Otherwise, not touching that. I've done very poorly today on large caps, except for Amazon. Amazon was a good trade, but I don't feel like I have the best read on these large caps, so I'm going to steer clear of them for the moment until it sets up a little bit differently. What I should tell you, though, is Amazon up 1.85, certainly off the highs at 187.60, but it's coming into an interesting area in my estimation, which is the volume weighted average price. And VWAP here also happens to be very similar to the area crest that we put in at 11. This 185.30, 185 and a third. We're talking about the 40s for VWAP, so we're talking about 5-6 pennies on a $187 name. So essentially, you could kind of make the argument very similar or the same levels. I want to see if we reject here. You're not going to catch me with a resting order, but I will be very interested to short Amazon at this level, owing again to the area crest that we put in at 11 and the volume weighted average price being in that region as well. So that's a look there. But as you see it, we're curling up a little bit here on these Mag 7 names, no doubt about it. Oh, wow, this is an interesting look here on goggles. 50-period rejection, 50-period rejection. You see where I'm going with this? 50-period rejection. Uh-oh, where are we? At the 50-period. However, we put in a higher low this time around. The Katina Man, there was a super chat for you asking, are you playing the SMR trade? Small marginal, are you getting into that energy trade? The Katina Man is already in it in his swing account. I kind of had a feeling you were Katina Man because it's a good look. I didn't even look. He's in at 12 and change. Where's it at? 1350. Somebody, I don't know who, is $1.50 in the money. Whatever, bro. It's still good. I like it, Katina Man. Shout out to you. So he's $1.50 in the money. I like this SMRs. I waxed poetic about it before he got back. It is a good look, guys. We need energy not just for these data centers, but electric vehicles with mass adoption. We just don't have the grid to charge these EVs, let alone about the fabs, the fabrication plants, the foundries that make these EVs, or in Tesla's case, the gigafactories. Do you know how much energy those things take? So there's ridiculous amounts of energy required. We don't have the output. We're going to need it. Where are we going to get it from? So that's the educated guess there. Look at Softy. Here we go with the future. The Mag 7's curling, guys. Meta's on the way up. Amazon broke VWAP. Microsoft is going to break 419, it looks like. Goggles is well above the 50. Good thing I didn't take that short as well. So we have a nice move right now on the future and on the Mag 7 to the high side. Tesla's knocking the door 248.5. Nvidia is back at a key area of resistance, this 124 and a third. Whatever reason, we rejected there last time, albeit with higher lows. So it looks like maybe the winds of change may be coming in on this market. The dead one's still dead, though. It's still below the volume weighted average price. But I think we are going to break 20,160 on a closing basis here. We'll see. On the NQ December contract, Satea, and that was the level we were saying that would change kind of the pattern that we would had of consecutively lower highs. We get above this area and close, well, then that's a higher high. So we'll see what we get with that. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I got stopped out of my SPY trade. I was looking for the short, but it does look like it's breaking out, and it looks like a nice setup for the long. I'm not really a person to flip long and then flip short, but it does look like a really good setup for the long. It broke through this trend line here, and the pivotal level that I was looking at is around 570.82. So looking really nice. I feel like if it could hold above VWAP, definitely looking nice for the long. And then going back to IBIT, you know, we are at around this pre-market high level, around 35.47. Looking like it could hold, to be honest. It didn't look like it slammed down from that level. It looks like it's making a little bit of a consolidation here. I know this is a 1 minute. Let's change it to a 5, just for a little bit more confirmation. Yeah, I really like that. It is above now that pre-market level, 35.45, and we are currently at 35.49, looking really nice for the long on IBIT. So shout out. And I also was hearing that Bitcoin is blasting off, so it might be, you know, moving in unison with that as well. And then going back to my Nvidia trade that I've been in since 11 or 12, it's moving up to that 124.40 level as of right now. Glad that I didn't stop out of my whole position with that one. Did take, you know, a little bit of a cut. I had a stop loss around 123.25, 27. I guess it went to 123.28. So yeah, so I had it around 28s, 25s, got stopped out with there, just a little piece, and then it's on the way up here. So 124.40 is still my take profit level, and so we're in the money as of right now, and I'm hoping that it does get to a take profit level. So looking good on that. And then I've been looking at Tesla, and I've really been deciding whether or not I should go in for this long with Tesla, just because we did have that bottom around 245, and then we are above VWAP, which I really like. But do we have enough steam to really get to that upside? Because a profit target that I'd be looking at is around 249. I don't necessarily want to take profits around 250, just because it was that level of, you know, support and resistance. Not support and resistance, but resistance. So I want to take profits around 249, but I really want to see what it does around this level. If I'm looking to get in at this level, I'm looking at around 247.45 for a potential, you know, a little bit of a dip buy to the upside for Tesla. Someone is saying INTC weak at VWAP. Let's look at Intel.
Intel weak? No way. Can't be.
Yeah, it's just been, you know, within this range. We see this range here around 22.31, as well as these highs around 22.87. I just don't like this range. It doesn't really give me a definitive answer as of right now. Maybe if we go on the higher time. Let's see. Any bus stop levels? A bus stop level that I'm seeing is 22.72. But on the day, I'm seeing here 22.68 as well as 22.80. But we really want to see more volume coming in as of right now, just because it's chopping through this VWAP. And typically, I don't really like when it chops through VWAP. And then someone's saying, woohoo, SPY, woohoo. So let's look at SPY again. Yes, it is breaking through. And so I really like that for the long. Definitely shout out to you guys. You guys are printing on that. And then so we're going to go to AMD. AMD is looking pretty nice as well. I really like the fact that it bounced off that 167.02, and we are approaching those highs around 169.04. Really like that as well. Sorry. And so, yeah, really liking that. If I were to get in, I'd really like this break here around 168.69, and then looking at that bus stop level of 169.09 for a little bit of a scalp, you know, seeing what it does there. But AMD looking really nice as well. Definitely didn't, you know, stay short for very long. We had that reversal here at 10 a.m. And I find a lot of the time, I'm going to say this once and I say it again, 10 a.m. is typically a new time, like a new trade setup, I find. I find from 9:30 to 10 is one trade setup. You could break that in, and then 10 a.m. onwards, 10 a.m. to 12 is another, and then 12 to 2, and then 3 to 4 I find is its own, you know, a beast of its own, but definitely looking really good on AMD for the long. Hi, Satea, great call on Dell a couple days ago, inverse H&S. Shout out to you. Micron Technology with a little bit. Look what Micron is doing. Micron, I mean, Oh, sorry. So Micron is, I don't know about Micron right now. We have these higher lows on the day. So if we draw this little bit of a trend line, fighting a little bit with VWAP here around 103.40, gets up there, comes down. We try to retrace back up to VWAP, can't necessarily get up to VWAP, so we come down again. I think that we could see VWAP again on Micron as well, 103.07, and I would see that as my pivotal level to see what we do from there, but looking pretty bearish on Micron. What else do we have? EVGO is about to flip short. Let's look at EVGO. I know you're talking a little bit of that. What do you think about that, Sean?
Well, Chris, I'd like to hear what Chris has to say. I mean, the case for it, because what I see right now are higher lows and respect for the 10 exponential. But Chris, your point is well taken, Ram, in that we're rejecting 750, and we have been, Chris, since 11:25. So we're going on an hour and 20 minutes of this kind of pattern. But Chris, I mean, I'm not really seeing the selling pressure. In fact, I've got a bid out on this one to defend 720 because it's been defending 720. So let me know what you're seeing, brother, that is causing you to feel that this one is gonna, the winds of change are coming in. We're gonna start selling short. I tried to short this a few times. I was able to scalp, but I was always getting stopped out for the remainder. This is a free for short kind of situation I should say, what's it called? Real trading. Let me just have a look here on my platform to see if it's available for short. That way we can see if it's an easy to borrow. Yeah, this is easy to borrow on my platform as well. And like nary do they even have these, I don't want to say it's a small cap gapper because it's not, but these type of stocks always seem to be in short supply for locates on my platform anyway. So let me know what you're seeing, but personally, what I'm seeing right now is higher highs and higher lows in respect for the 10 exponential. Even the time where you did breach a 10 exponential, you didn't even reach a 20. So here we go again with 750. We know 753 is the high of the day. I've been watching this one all day long. All right, this one is what I'm in right now, PEW. Or PEV, excuse me, and it broke through that 108 resistance. It got into about 110, but this one's a hard roll hoe, and like I can actually see the size, huge size here, lottage, not shares, that's showing up on my level 2 at 110. So I'm not very optimistic that my 114 gets filled quick as you like. Maybe I'll have to wait a little bit more for that. But we're printing decent right now on PEV. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I want to mention some Mag 7 names because there's some outlying stocks here that are strong. Meta is at a very interesting level because it weaseled into this area crest over here, 587 1/3 to a half to $0.75. Yeah, you get it. There's a wide range. But the point is, we've been interacting with this level a lot today, this 587.75 level. So I think Meta might be an interesting short here, especially if the future gives way. Yeah, the future's at highs, though. I'm not going to take this short. Amazon is also strong. I want to point out some of the stronger names that I see right now. It's excellent look here for Nvidia. It's been putting in these higher lows and higher highs, so a bit of an upward channel, essentially since that bigger sell-off on Nvidia to start the day. So maybe a $125 price target right now, which is the high of the day on NVDA, so good look. Tesla as well recovering. Apple, the worst. I would say Apple and Google are by far the worst performing names on the day, chart pattern-wise, okay? Just relative to where they are at VWAP, how they've been interacting, this, that, and the other. Amazon, Meta, and Nvidia look awfully good with Tesla, there as well, but certainly off the highs, and that 251 rejection was interesting as well. So good look there for these names, Ram, but we got to pay some bills right now, don't we? Yeah, we got to pay some bills. So guys, do you have the animations ready and everything? Fantastic. All right, guys, we want to let you know about Trade the Pool. And imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. Complete the evaluation program by meeting your profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the Pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is that you keep 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go on and check out tradethepool.com. I went over their website, as you can see it on your screen, and it looks awfully promising. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description for more information. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. Let's have a quick look here what we're doing. All right, we just breached new high of day on EVGO. This thing is a dang rocket ship. So I'm gonna take out my order now at 720 because we're breaching highs. And now I'm not saying we're gonna squeeze here, okay? But I wanna see a clear break and take of that 7.5 because we've been using it as a level of resistance essentially since 11:30. So we're going on almost an hour and a half. And here it goes, continuing to print new highs. EVGO, loving that government stimulus money. And a cool Billy came in there yesterday, Satya.
Yes.
That's that money, and they're loving it over there at EVGO, which is actually, you know, kind of anticlimactic. It's in its name because its name is actually EVGO. So I was like, maybe there was something there, but there's nothing. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I was looking at, before you shouted that EVGO, I was also looking at as well because I was looking at it and someone was saying short, Chris was looking short. And I feel like for the short, like it doesn't necessarily look like a short until you break, you know, this kind of consolidation here around 716. So definitely looking strong on EVGO, looking nice there, really strong. EVGO is literally about to flip. I don't know what that really means, but
it's like literally gonna flip like short. I think that's what he means.
Okay, but yeah, I don't think.
Okay, bro.
It looks pretty strong as of right now. I really wouldn't look short, to be honest, because you just, you know, it doesn't have, you know, a point where it looks like it's resisting as of right now. It's just blasting off as of right now. I would like to see, you know, maybe at least 2 or 3 5-minute candles before I really start to look for the short. But it looks really strong. We had this consolidation there. It's a point of support here. And so I wouldn't necessarily look for that show on EVGO. Going long, sound consolidating, sound. Not up to Adara.
Shanson International and watch here. This one's halted a couple times today.
I think we
not seeing any news on this. About 6 million shares traded on the day. We are talking here about a market cap of roughly $86 million. We have here a total float of 4.5 million shares. Right now, here around $4. I'm seeing a theoretical auction price of, to check this here, $8 right now, previously $7.98. So just some details here on CHSN. Shanson International has run before. A little bit of social media attention, but no news right now, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Guys, we need to just, you know, say something that obviously, you know, doesn't really require saying, but we got to remind everybody, guys, we're not out to get anybody. We're not trying to disrespect anybody's levels. We're just calling them how we see them. So if our view happens to contradict with yours, don't take it personally. It's just our view. That's it. Okay? I hope everybody, I hope everybody prints up multiple storms regardless, literally. Okay? As long as, you know, it's not against my position or anything. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. And make sure to smash that like and subscribe button if you ever got anything out of this show. If it added any benefit to your trading, any benefit to your life, the channel would definitely, you know, benefit from you liking, subscribing, and sharing. We appreciate absolutely everybody. I really do mean that. All right, guys, we have a lesson to get to. We're talking about some level 2 today to finish off some of the, you know, the level 2 talk that we had. Obviously, we had Joe's lesson as well with options, but let's get to some level 2 mixing in with some technical indicators. So traders, sharpen your tools. Today, we'll learn how to leverage level 2, which is the market depth tool, the heartbeat of the market, or so some people feel. We're going to mix it alongside these technical indicators to help identify, you know, these more high probability setups. So let's get right to it. Unveiling the breakout. Let's talk about here level 2 and volume. So imagine, I'm going to paint a scenario for you here. Imagine a small cap biotech company announces positive clinical trial results. The stock gaps up in the pre-market, as it often does. As you know, these news headlines are dropped usually in the pre. And you're eyeing a potential long position. You open up the level 2. The level 2 analysis coupled with your volume look paints a very vivid picture. What are we looking at here for the level 2? You're looking for a concentrated cluster of buy orders that sit, just right below that current ask price or right below that current bid price. This high volume bid signifies buying pressure. And I want to mention something else, okay? When you are looking at these small cap gappers on the level 2 in the pre-market, underline that, the pre-market, there are some books like the New York book that can't print until 9:30, okay? So you need to get a good look at what orders are possibly sitting there that may influence how it trades after the bell. Volume as well, super important here. So the breakout from the gap, because it's a small cap gapper, so it's typically gapping up. You're looking at the volume that supported that breakout of the gap. Is it accompanied by a heavy surge in volume, or is it kind of light? You're going to ask me, well, how do I gauge light from heavy in this particular instance? Have a look at the volume bars on whatever time frame you're charting, the daily, the 4-hour, whatever. How does it look relative to the prior volume bars that you had there? So simple, a description of that. You're looking for, here's EVGO, okay? We're going to flip to the daily now on EVGO. I would say, Satea, that, these volume bars over here, I don't know how you feel, but these two volume bars seem to be bigger than the other two, or the other ones. They look a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know what I mean? So this is supported by higher volume. Clearly, we had over 116 million shares traded yesterday. So I would say the gap up was supported by good volume. It's not always going to be so clear where these two volume bars tower over all the others, but that's what you should be looking for, above average volume on the breakout, okay? Confirmation with technicals, though, that's kind of what we're trying to get at today. So moving average is one of the ones that I like using. So the stock price, typically what you're looking for there, was it trading above the 50 before the breakout? If it was, you already knew that it had a bullish sentiment relative, maybe to how it had been trading prior to that. But you also need to look at the RSI or any other momentum oscillator that gauges overbought and oversold conditions. The one that I like to use, RSI, Relative Strength Index. The picture I'm painting here is that, we're still below that 70 print, even though we've gapped up on the RSI. So you get that big gap up on volume, you're above the 50, but you're still below 70 on the Relative Strength Indicator. So that, anybody who knows how to use RSI knows that 70 and above, overbought, 30 and below, oversold. It's not so cut and dry, but for our purposes right now it is, okay? So you're looking for, this RSI to sit comfortably below 70, which suggests to you that there is that room for another move up in the price without entering that overbought territory. But oftentimes when we trade these small cap gappers, especially in the pre-market, there's a whole bunch of bamboozlement, fake outs as we call them. So, let's just talk about a different small cap. I'll paint you a different picture here. So another small cap company announces a new product launch, let's say, okay? The stock jumps at the open, but caution is your middle name. Here's how the level 2 helps identify that fake out. So you open up the level 2. You're looking here at the ask. The ask price sits on a thin layer of bids. So you're not getting that big volume on the left side of the column, which is, again, the buy side, okay? These are buy orders over here. These are all sell orders over here. This is the level 2, right? So this lack of buying pressure might suggest that the price increase isn't backed by strong resistance. What you're looking for is a layer of orders that are sitting there below the current price waiting to get filled. Those help backstop you or backstop the price from declining if it continues to bleed to the sell side. So keep that in mind as well. I just have to load up PEV to see what is up with this one. Yeah, this one's breaking down, so I might get stopped out for the remaining amount here on PEV as it's giving up the ghost at $1, right? But that's not the only thing you're looking at. You're not only just looking at how many bids are moving up or sitting there to wait to be printed. You're looking at the order book dynamics. What does that mean? Suddenly, for example, a sudden sell order appears just above the current price. This could be a whale or an algo testing the waters or a sign of profit taking. So oftentimes you'll see, how the price reacts. They put a big sell order, maybe at a key resistance level, to see how the market reacts to that big sell order that comes in. Is there a wave of selling that comes in as a result of that order, or do we just chug along our merry way and take them out? So one thing to be lookout is big sell orders coming in on the book above the ask. That could prevent you from ascending because it's a bigger order. And then you have to also assume that maybe they're hiding some of that order, okay? So keep that in mind as well. Confirming with technicals, specifically here RSI, the RSI shoots towards the overbought zone above 70 very quickly, indicating to you a potential rapid price reversal. So what you're looking for here, the combination of level 2 signals, a thin offer, right, or a thin bid, a large order placed above the current ask price, and an overbought RSI. We're checking a lot of boxes here for possibly setting up for a fake out breakout. So you need to be on the lookout for that. This can suggest to you, obviously, that the initial jump in the price action might be a short-lived move, and that you might want to consider waiting for that pullback to prove to you that it's going to hold up at that support level ramp. But for experienced traders, I would say, you could definitely do some level 2 analysis. A stagnant order book, for example, with no significant changes despite a steady price increase, this calmness can be certainly deceiving. So you're looking for a continuous stream, essentially, of these smaller buy orders alongside, obviously, a few larger ones for the buy side. Okay? And so basically, just to sum off here, this seemingly flat level 2 that sometimes we see on these small cap gappers can be a potential buying opportunity because you're not getting those big sell orders pushing it down. The order flow analysis helps you reveal, though, those hidden institutional buyers potentially foreshadowing what I would say is a strong price move today.
Awesome. So I am looking at Tesla as of right now. It looks like it's holding above. So I'm just going to put it here. I had it on my side chart. But going to Tesla, load. So I'm looking. Oh, do it, Eric.
After you can finish your thought.
Yeah.
Finish your thought, yeah.
My thought was that I'm looking here around this 247.50 mark. And so I'm looking for a little bit of a dip by there. I may put my stop loss at 47.40s. And so if it blasts through there, then I'm thinking I'm going to get out. But 247.50 is.
We have our afternoon crypto segment every day and during the midday around 1 p.m. because we look more exclusively at Bitcoin during the crypto segment in the morning. I like to look at a different type of currency or coin, and I actually found Shiba Inu really interesting today. This one is up more than 10% right now today, and apparently it has gained a pretty decent amount here. Their market cap right now apparently up from 9.31 billion yesterday to 10.31 billion, so gaining $1 billion in market cap in 24 hours for Shiba Inu, SHIB. Great look here. I have this chart here against the US dollar, a bit of a double top resistance area with a slightly higher high. So you can kind of see here on this daily chart, also some interesting resistance support at this level here that we've kind of identified. Bit of a rounded bottom. I think this chart a couple days ago we showed as well, but still looks pretty bullish here on that SHIB. Also some interesting support resistance interactions with this level we bounced off of today, this bullish engulfing candle, on the level we wicked into and rejected Saturday, August 24th. So good look here for SHIB. Not the only crypto name to the upside, though. BTC and Ethereum were a bit more stagnant earlier today. Now we've got Ethereum up 5%, well above that 2,400 level. And Bitcoin, which was actually below 61 last time we looked, now near 62,250. So great look here. Solana still strong here, 7% to the upside. Dogecoin 6.5%. Avalanche not far behind Shiba Inu here, up about 9%. So great look here for a lot of these crypto names. Can't wait to see what the rest of this crypto in this market does today because it's been an exciting day. And make sure to vote for your tickers of choice. ! Join, space $, and that ticker, guys.
Awesome. So I am looking to get my entry level here on Tesla at 247.50. So I'm going to put that in as of right now, 247.50, and then I'm going to give it a little bit of room. I want to get triggered, so 247.45, and hopefully getting triggered between that as well. And then I'm going to put my stop loss here at 247.40, and then give it a little room, 247.38. So giving it that 2 cents of a risk there. And so hopefully we get triggered there. I'm going to wait for the dip high. I was waiting. I was trying to think like, should I get in at this 248.87 at market price? But I think that I want to wait for the dip high and give myself a little bit of room there. But it is blasting off a little bit from VWAP. I really like the look of that, looking pretty decent. And then my bust stop level is that $250 level. And then so let's move back on to sound. Someone mentioned sound in the chat. And so the look of sound, I don't really like this. Isn't really breaking above VWAP. It's just at this VWAP level, not doing too much, kind of just consolidating at VWAP. So not looking too great there on sound. And then going to Microsoft, Microsoft looked pretty nice. It hit around 419.05, and then it's coming back down at this VWAP level. And so I want to see what it does around here. And so if it bounces from here, I may look for the long at 417.40, but I want to see what it does there and then look to do what we do from there. And then so someone's saying shorting more Tesla. I mean, I don't know. It's still at that kind of mid-range level, so I'm not too sure as of right now what to do with Tesla. I want to see it get to that 247.50 mark and hopefully go for that long. So what else are we looking at? Nvidia.
Haven't heard of it.
I was actually looking at that as well, and I was looking at this 124.40 level to risk off of, just because we haven't really blasted through that. And so if I look on my minute chart, okay, so the highs here were 125. And then we are at around 124.50 for this local high. And so, yeah, I think that this may be a nice level to risk off of. So I think I'm going to throw out an order as well for that, 124.50 as my stop loss, and then waiting for a retracement to VWAP around 123.74. So I'm going to put that in. What are you looking at, Sheree?
I just took a nice little trade here on EVGO. Look, so we were talking about that 20 penny level, Ram, that was being defended earlier. And now we moved up because we broke 50 on a closing basis. So now, funny enough, support or previous resistance, I should say, acts as support. So we got into 760, weaseled down into 750. I took 750 long, wet my beak. This one continuing to print higher highs, 21% and a half now almost for EVGO. Add to that whatever the hell it added yesterday. Good look for this name. I'll look to set up again at 750. Okay, so this one is the gift that keeps on giving on the day. EVGO, loving that stimmy money, baby. That money came in hot yesterday. $1 billion and change going to help them set up. Obviously, in case you're wondering what this company does, they're kind of like a supercharger, Tesla supercharger competitor. They're a charging station, kind of like ChargePoint, Blink charging. They've been on my watch list for like 3 or 4 years. I've had notice of them. They're not the same as Go EV. EVGO and Go EV are not the same. One is an EV company and one is a charging company. So just keep that in mind in case that confusion comes back. So this is what I'm looking at, 750. I like that look. Let's bring in the side charts over here and talk a little bit about what the future is doing. I want to mention the level that ADR just talked about right now. She says 249.10 on watch for me, possible head and shoulders, hands off today, just watching the book and learning a ton. Have a look at what she's talking about here. We got this bulbous head, and then we got a couple of, skewed shoulders. Guys got to hit the gym, bruh. And then we could definitely keep an eye out for rejections, I would say at 250. Because say again, Katina, man? Come on, bro. That 250 level, we know we zigged and zagged with that 250 level. It's the $10 level, the $50 level, yada, yada. And if we get in there and we reject, it could definitely be, an interesting look there for a possible head and shoulders pattern on TSLA. Strong, though, 3.5% in the green is Tesla. This thing moves like 2-3% like at a whim, man. It's unreal. Meta as well, looking real good here. putting in, you know, a nice little pattern with these higher lows. What I want to see is, does it come in maybe into that 586, I should say, 50 and hold up? Right now, it's been awfully respectful of the 10 moving average for the last, I want to say, how long now? Almost half an hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on META. Good look there. I should mention that you're getting a bit of a retracement on Microsoft and Amazon, both making new area crests over here on Softy and over here on Amazon. They're both retracing to what could be a VWAP retracement. It looks like 417 and a third for Microsoft, and we are at VWAP, it looks like right now, for Amazon. So we're right there at this 185 and a half, 185.40. Let's see if the Zon wants to find its footing there. We also have not just VWAP RAM at that level, but we have this price action crest over here at 185 and a third. So I kind of like the long on Amazon here, but I need to see a green candle print on a closing basis to get me involved. I don't need to be first, but this is now a 5 candle, 5-minute pattern that are all red. However, still at or holding the volume weighted average price with these higher lows that have been in play, essentially for the better part now of an hour and a half, almost an hour and 40 minutes. Looks like we found our area trough there at 11:30 on AMZN. So this could be an interesting long if it wants to curl. Same thing with Microsoft. Tesla's on the way up, as I mentioned. Apple's absolutely dead. I've got no interest in even looking at that. And that is the look there. What else we got in small cap world? I know. I'm sorry, Ram. I apologize. But yeah. So Donald John Trump found, I believe, its footing at VWAP. It did. So 6 and a third on DJT, or 1630, excuse me, not 6 and a third, 1630. This is a trade that I missed. This is an obvious trade. We have an area crest there at 1030 that we couldn't break through until the second attempt. And then it also coincided, conflated, or as Obi likes to say, confluenced with 1630 right there. So you had VWAP and you had that area top, and then DJT definitely found its footing on the way back above the 10 and the 20. Maybe it gets to 1650, maybe it doesn't, but it would have been a nice 13 pen. You could have sized into this one because doing some shares. We have a halter. CHSN did not have eyes on this one. Who are we going to take off here today? Because we only got 8 charts. So we're going to have to take off somebody. Clove, you're gone, bruh.
Clove.
CHSN. We're going to put CHSN. This one, guys, is halted. Give it a minute to load. $6.60 halted. There it is. It's a second halt from what I can see. And the first one, what the hell? Is this a 1 minute, bruh? Okay, so this is ridiculous. All right, I'm not trading this. Last time around, this was a halt from 11:53 to 12:43. Which one are you talking about? CHSN?
I was telling Adam over here that some of those halters are very hard to.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when they're halted for an hour, Katina, man. It doesn't usually help. I know, right? Yeah, but this one, CHSN, guys, this halted initially 11:43. We had the halt till 11:53, so a 10-minute halt there. Then look at this one, 11:53, we halt up again. We don't open till 12:43, so 50 minutes. And now we've been halted at 660 since 12:43, so almost half an hour now. Halted at 660. What's going on here? Let me find out. It's printed decent shares, guys, 6.25 million. This is apparently a circuit breaker. Usually we don't have these halts lasting for more than 10, 15, 20 minutes on a circuit breaker. This is not news. This is not pending news. So I don't really know what to make of this. Definitely staying away from it, obviously, because it's not trading. Let's see what else. Anything new coming in here in the small cap gapper world? No, it doesn't look like there is. So we're gonna steer clear of this one and possibly look at something else. What's your look over there, Stea? What are you doing?
Yeah, for sure. So I was in Nvidia short around this 123 or 124.23 mark, and so I got out on the next candle just because I feel like there is like a little bit of an uptrend here on the shorter time frame, and so I didn't like that little bounce there, so I took my profits, 10 cents, my little 10-cent scalp. So usually, like a lot of the time, like when I'm off the show, I'm in and out within a scalp within like a minute or 2 minutes. So it's a little bit harder to do on the show. So, but usually I'm in and out, and that's how I like to trade. On the show a little bit, I like to hold it for a little bit longer just because we have to, multitask a little bit, But I did that little scalp, and that's what I was looking at. And so Tesla does not look like it's gonna fill me, to be honest. It's at 249.14 right now. Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna fill me, to be honest, but that's okay. That was the level that I really liked. I really liked this 247.50 mark. And so you could get in, but it's just not within my risk parameters to get in up here, just because, Tesla, it could move like 80 cents, $1, and so I don't want that smoke. I just want to get in at my 247.50, and so if I have to wait for it, I'm going to wait. And so that's what I'm going to do as of right now. Something that I was looking at, someone's saying AMD. AMDs. People are looking at the AMD. AMD is looking really nice. Yes, AMD is holding not right at the highs, but around this 168.88 level. I really like that as well. Blasting off to the upside. Really like that. Really like that a lot. 169. Yeah, and so my bus stop level. Let's look at that bus stop level. Yes, because we want to know where it might stop, and so. Where we gonna stop? Where we gonna stop?
Adam, look at this guy. He has no idea he's on. Hey, what's up, man?
And so, yeah, looking at that bus stop level, I mean, there isn't one locally as of right now that I can see. July 16th, that's pretty far out, but on the day.
Far out.
Yeah, on the day.
Bus to the Alamo.
I want to see what it does at that 170 level, but I definitely think I don't really have a read on where it may stop, but this looks like a nice swing trade. Like if you're looking for the swing, this looks like a really nice setup. It's breaking through this Friday, September 27th high. And so I really like that as well. But I don't necessarily, there is no like local bus stop level because we blasted through those bus stop levels. And so I'm looking at 170, 172. Those are the two take profit levels that I would be looking at as well. And then Microsoft is looking pretty decent. Doing a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a curl off of VWAP. Definitely would like to see what it does from there. As long as we can hold around this 418.25, I'd really like that for the long as well. Rivian just breaking below the 50. Rivian. Yeah, with Rivian, I would like to see what it does around this consolidation here, because it looks like it's on the breakdown. And so a level that I would be looking at for the breakdown to possibly take profits is $10.08. But we want to see what it does here because it could break down from this level or it could bounce. But I definitely want to see what it does at that 1030 level. What are you looking at, Shree?
I just took the trade on Amazon. Shout out to Elon. Thank you, Elon, for bringing it to my attention, my man. I called it out, but I didn't put a notification. You brought it to my attention. The second you did, I punched in long. We took 20 pennies, quick as you like, on AMZN. We were waxing poetic, or to use an ADRism, about that level because it weaseled its way down to VWAP, and it's been awfully respectful, holding the higher high, higher low pattern that's been in play, quite frankly, since you can call it from the area crest over here at 11:30. So we're going on 2 hours of consistently higher highs and higher lows, holding the channel. Obviously, we've had healthy pullbacks. So I got in at 55. Shout out to Elon. Thank you again for bringing that to my attention. It's tough to do sometimes, man, when we have these levels and I have to jump to something else. I forget to put in a notification. That's why you guys are so amazing in the chat. We couldn't be more thankful to you. Holy, there's a whole production going on over here. Okay, Ram. Get it. Fabian, you don't have to get Ram in the shot or anything like that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be doing that, Fabian. Shut up. Oh, man, it's so good. Borsatea, she's like, yo, bro, you're too close, man. You're too close. Yeah, Glenn Smith, play on terms. No, because Neil knows what I'm talking about, because that's from Dylon, right? Anybody who watches Chappelle's show knows exactly what I'm talking about. You're being too close. But obviously, this is not the case over here. Glenn Smith, it's a play on terms, because he was saying bust to the Alamo. I got it, man. I was just reading it out loud. You heard me read it live there. What else we got? Diego saying AMD. AMD's a dang rocket ship, my man. It's up 4%. How do we trade this, Adam? You want to give the people an entry or what? Because it's a rocket ship. So let's bring it in AMD over here. Show Adam what AMD 5-minute. No, that's not it. One sec. I'm just switching to it right now. Here's the 5-minute on AMD, Adam. Oh, wow. If you had to get in here, what's the situation? Are you waiting for a top defend?
Yeah, around that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 168.50 generally. You'd like a top defend. Okay, 169-ish?
Yeah, well, 168.
168.75?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You heard it from the man himself. Adam DeLuce, 168.75, decent level. I happen to agree with you because that's like a flat top break, right? And then we have Ram. You need a pullback, right?
A little bit of a pullback, just to that 170, like 168.72.
You need a little bit of a pullback into that 168.75, 168 to get a better price entry. Happen to agree completely. I would not want to punch in at highs, especially knocking the door of 170. What if it doesn't give you a pullback, Adam? Do you leave the trade? Do you not get into the trade?
Yeah, don't get into the trade.
You don't get into the trade. No. Simple as that.
You got to get a risk reward.
There you go. You heard it from the OG himself. Anybody who knows, who's been watching the show, knows this guy's been in the chat for a hot minute. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, man. Could not be more happy that we actually have him live and living color in the studio. I've been talking to this guy for like well over 2.5 years now because he happened to be an Arsenal fan. That's how it all works out, right? There has to be kind of that mutual interest at times there. So shout out to Adam. John Del Segno, shout out to the chat. NU down from 13, from its high of 15.15, and it's right at that TL support on the daily. I'm buying for the long term here. Shout out to John Del Segno, another OG in the chat, always participating, always positive, always constructive. Hint. Shout out to John Del Segno. Anything you're looking at?
Yes, so people are saying SPY in the chat, and I really like this. It broke above this kind of slope here. We're above VWAP, really liking that. I want to get as close to VWAP as possible because I don't want to get in, right here because I feel like it can retrace down a little bit. You want to make sure, as Adam said, the risk to reward makes sense, and so my playbook trade is near VWAP, so I'm going to look to get that dip by around 570.65. So that is what I'm looking at. So I'm going to put in that real quick. So do that quickly. 570.65, and then 570.60, and I'm looking for that dip trade there. So hopefully we get filled there. Not gonna punch in as of right now. Looks really good, but I want to see a little bit of a pullback there. And then so someone else was saying a Meta in the chat. So let us weasel on down to Meta. And
I love how you're using that. It's a weasel on down.
And
Fabian's here.
Oh.
That's not a good sign.
Oh no.
Nope.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, so we are looking at Meta. So we're looking like we are blasting through those highs here around this 588.78. And so I really like that. Typically, I find this is a good confirmation level for me as well. And so that is what I am looking at right now. But we want to make sure that we don't get liquidity grabbed from that high. And so I want to see a little bit of a consolidation there and then hopefully looking to get above that level. So that is looking pretty good on Tesla. A risk level that I'd be looking at is, okay, that's not too crazy. The candles make it look further than it is, but 586.89 is a level that I would like to risk off of. Why am I looking at that level? Just because we have that consolidation here. And so I really like that. And I find that if we can get below this consolidation level, then I don't think it's the trade that I think it is, but I think that consolidation level is a nice level to risk off of. just because it's only about $2.50 away from the level that I want to get in at. And also, too, if we just break that level, I don't think that this is looking good for the long. So I'm also going to put in my entry level here. I'm going to put it around 588.97. Hopefully, I get filled before that 589. And so I'm going to put my entry level there. So I'm going to put it here. 589. What was that level? Okay, 588.97.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just, you never know.
And then that 589. And so hopefully as it goes up, I catch that long there. And then I'm going to put my stop loss here below this level. So 586.49
I just found them on my face.
586.45. So that is what I'm going to do right now. So put that there, 586.49.
Oh, wow.
So that I don't get stop loss out. And so avoiding that 50, because I find with those like psychological levels, they typically go there, but I don't want to kind of get faked out there. So I'm going to do 586.
You want me to take over while you set up?
Yeah,
That, for sure. All right, guys, I'm setting up here a dip trade on TIGR. As you see, it's breaking out there. Here it goes. It's squeezing through the fifth of a dollar. There's some size here at 102. I'm just looking to see. This is not going to halt. No. So I've set up a dip trade. I'm looking at an 1102 dip. This one broke 11 quite aggressively. And the reason I'm setting up for an 1102 dip and hold is because we whiffled and waffled at 11 for a hot minute. And so I'm under the impression, I'm of the bias at the moment that we have former area of resistance at 11. Now I'm looking for it to come in as support. That's my bias right now. So I've set up to front run a little bit, but this one may not come back. We'll see. We'll see if it comes back or not. Here are the details, guys. Tiger is not a small cap gapper. It has been on my DeFi fintech watch list for a hot minute. 1.77 billion market cap. It's traded at a light 51 1/3 million shares trade on the day. The float is, I don't know, 97 million, depending here about what stat you're listening to. Let's bring in trade ideas. Shout out to Nos Boss and his crew there. TIGR. I remember I did this yesterday, but I just have a horrible short-term memory. 3% or thereabouts, a little bit less than 3% is shorted, so it's not going to become parabolic. But I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it there. If it wants to come back into that level 1102, I'm all eyes and ears. It's going to find a receptive buyer in me at 1102, but it's at 1124 right now. It's not the only one moving, though, Satea. UXIN just reclaimed VWAP. This was interesting because I kind of wrote this one off a little bit. You know how I feel about trading these small cap gappers south of the volume weighted average price. They don't usually recover in this way. And if they do, they're the exception, not the rule. V-shaped recovery. And now we're knocking the door of 660, Ram. I mean, what do I do here? So what I'm going to wait to see is if we give up VWAP like in a 3 or 4 candle pattern. That may mean that I lose some, that I don't get the best price. So it's breaking through highs. There seems to be a bid right now. It's found its footing at 590 or thereabouts, and now it's moving up quite aggressively to the high side. It's had a red candle every now and again in that move up, but good look right now on UXIN. Definitely nothing wrong with this one. Donald John Trump is breaking down below VWAP. We were talking about VWAP, Ram, being an interesting area for Donald John Trump. Ram. 1630, it didn't hold that level at all, despite the fact that it had been interacting with that level for a while, and it was VWAP. Now it's on the way down to 16.25. If it's not going to set up in the technical way, then I'm not trading DJT. It doesn't have a catalyst, right? Except that guy leaving, and we already knew about that. Remember you mentioned that earlier.
Which one?
The CEO.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
It was the CEO, yeah. Right? Yeah. I know Dara brought that to us as well. Guys, I got stopped out of the remaining amount of PEV. I had like baby shares left once it broke down. Here it is, though. it may be setting up again. So I know I was yapping about that $1 trade being a distinctly different trade. Shout out to the Obe. He is the one, Knob. There is a level here at 90 that I may like because it's VWAP, and we haven't had a VWAP retracement since 11:30. So we've been going on for 2 hours without having glanced at VWAP. So if it wants to make its way down to VWAP, I can certainly be entertained into getting long there. Look at Tiger go though, bro. It's not even looking my way. It's not even looking at. Yeah, I don't think it's coming back to 11:20. If it does, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna leave my order out there to see exactly if I can get printed. X-Dami, is that the new Meta goggles? Yes, of course. Trenda has been wearing them for a hot minute because Trenda is the most.
Oh, that's her name, Trenda?
Ram said she got them for me. She got them for me so that I can trade Google with it.
Yes. Gotta
Right?
have those spectacles on.
I don't believe her, but we'll play.
It
along.
works, though.
Yeah, I didn't trade Google today, but maybe it might actually work.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
Next
to.
time,
yeah,
when you're trading Google, put those on. And
right
let's see.
away.
Yes.
I shouldn't even have to think.
Yes.
All right, here we go. I don't know why I didn't do that before. She doesn't know why I didn't do that before. It says Ram. All right, guys, TIGR just dipped in a little bit here, and it may not give me more than this. It dipped into 1105s, and now it's bouncing back up. I was sitting at 1102. It's not coming in to my level, and that's okay. I'm not gonna change it. I love how you guys are getting a kick out of this. I'm here to please, baby. I don't take myself too seriously, right? You can't, otherwise, feelings get hurt. So he's got his eyes on 2 charts. No, we're having a good time, guys. I hope everybody's having a great Friday. Hold on. Let's slow things down. We have half an hour left on the show. So we know it's your birthday yesterday.
Yes. Yeah.
So everybody, if you haven't already, get into the chat. Wish Satea a happy belated, but we're going to have to pry a little bit.
Okay.
We want to know, and by we, I mean me, what are the plans for the weekend?
Yes.
You don't have to give details because,
Yeah, I don't want someone following me and ending up at the places where I'm at. But I'm thinking about a nice sushi date with my friend. So we're gonna go out to that today. And then I'm thinking about funnel cake. Okay, a funnel cake has been on my mind. I don't really want a traditional cake this year. Funnel cake is what I am looking at, and so that is what I think I'm gonna get into this weekend.
I love it. What'd you say, Fabian? Uncle Tetsu.
They have funnel cake?
Okay.
Okay, no, I want funnel cake.
Oh, he says cheesecake.
Cheesecake?
Yeah.
I'm not a cheesecake type of person, to be
Do you ever get the funnel cakes at Wonderland?
Yes.
Those are hot
Yes,
fire.
yes. And the thing is, I don't like to share.
You don't like to share?
No, everyone knows that
Well
if
said,
I
well
am
said.
getting it at Wonderland, I have to get my own. I know my mom is like, oh, it's big enough, we can share. I'm like, get your paws off of my damn funnel cake. It's mine, and so, yeah, I could eat it. I know have small body, but I could chow down.
I know.
Yeah.
Ram wants me to tell you that she's going to personally give you her list.
Okay.
She's curated a very, very exclusive list of the best funnel cakes, I'm assuming.
Okay.
And she wants to share that with you in light
Okay.
of the fact that it's your birthday.
Yes, I will ask her about that list because I am a funnel cake connoisseur, okay?
All right,
And so I'm really, really selective about where I get that from.
We'll hear more about Satea's birthday plans when we get back from Midday.
We're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar. Before we do that, I want to take a look at the weekly chart today because I have this Bloomberg chart up here showing that we actually have the DXY, or in this the case, we have the Bloomberg dollar gauge showing its best week in 2 years. So lots of strength here. This is, I guess, the BBDXY. Generally, though, I'll show you guys the DXY weekly chart in a minute. Still very strong. We, of course, had that much stronger than expected non-farm payrolls this morning, spicing things up here in the market. We know that the Black Monday on August 5th came the Monday after a lower than expected non-farm payroll number. But we have today's non-farm payroll coming in 254,000 jobs, well above the estimate of 150,000 jobs. That's 104,000 here for that non-farm payrolls above expected. So higher than expected payrolls print, sending both the BBDXY to the upside and the DXY. Look at this weekly chart here. This is a bullish engulfing candle taking out the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 6-7 weeks of action here. So what a candle for the DXY. Worth noting as well, too, we actually had comments from former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Larry Summers, saying that the Fed clearly made a, quote, mistake with their 50 basis point cut, as evidenced by what we had going on here with that jobs report. So basically, Larry Summers saying the fact that NFPs were as strong as they were is proof of a mistake by the Fed to cut rates by a somewhat surprising 50 basis points during their September meeting. Watch out for that November meeting. And it's worth noting here, too, we have traders and the B of A and analysts alike saying that it's actually more likely to have a 25 basis point cut than 50 basis point cut at the next meeting, with some traders even pricing that cut to be a little bit less. Lots of excitement to look at in the economy, specifically when you look at that big DXY rally, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. That kind of caught my attention, the fact that he called it a mistake. Usually these guys, you know, they don't like to second guess their successors. So, all right. I guess that's not a thing anymore. TIGR, I punched in. I punched in at highs. I didn't get my fill at 11. I'm in the money. I'm in the money almost 15 pennies. This thing is a dang rocket ship. It's just printed another high of the day, 11:30 right now. It's up 23%. This is not new. It was running yesterday, and it's squeezing a little bit here, guys. It's a shorter. It's not a big short float. So, you know, the squeeze is likely to be, wow, look at this, bro. Here comes 35s. Can we get a little bit higher over here? I'm so upset that I didn't get my dip. I had so many opportunities at 8s and 7s, but I was so frugal waiting for 02s to come in. This is a really good look right now. TIGR, there it is. There's 35s. That's where I'm taking it out. Again, the reason I'm taking it out here because I have this informal use that I use. I'll get it right. I have an informal way that I use the 10 exponential with these small cap gappers. Once we get a little extended too far away from the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart, I tend to, you know, look for a bit of a mean reversion. Here it comes a little bit, possibly into the $0.25. I'm going to move up my dip trade entry on TIGR. From 11.02s, I'm going to weasel it up to 11.10s to kind of shadow the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it right now. We're going to hit escape. We're going to take it out there, and we're going to sit at, let's go ahead and sit at 11s, because what is life without whimsy? We'll see if we can get a fill in and around there. Zach Bobek said, I think AMD curling southbound. Let's have a look at AMD, because Adam was giving us a really good idea about how to weasel our way into AMD if it worked its way back down. Let's see how it did. No, not quite yet, but shout out to you. Thank you for calling that curl back down. I want to see 169, 168.75. If it dips in and around there, that'll be interesting. You have the whole dollar level. In this case, it'll have to be a deeper retracement, because look where the 10 exponential is at 169.50. So you're going to have a, by definition, a deeper retracement into somewhere in between the 10 and the 20, if not at the 20, into 169, 168.75. Here it comes a little bit, breaking through 170. So it's, yeah, here we go, 169.78. Looks like we printed 35s at the high. You have a couple of topping tail candles, but we're still above the 10. So, I mean, let's not call this one southbound move yet, but AMD, certainly a good look here on watch. Aku, the Explorer. Gosh, finally, AMD. I guess Aku was trying to take this bad boy short. Or, Aku, are you looking at dip trading it like me? Let me know. Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you're thinking. And this gives me the opportunity, of course, to remind you guys that the afternoon segment, which is the rundown, the afternoon rundown, is nothing without user input, guys. We would love for you guys to get into the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. The big kahunas are going to be locked and loaded and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So let me give you an example. Neil just got into the chat right now, said MU super weak. Do you guys want Micron on the rundown? You're going to have to vote for it. Persuade your friends to vote your way as well. Uncle Ron just voted for Tesla. Bears versus Bulls just voted for SPY. Northwestern Canopy wants to talk about Palantir and app. Vote for it. Palantir makes it on almost every day. So vote for it. Maybe it'll be on today. Rory Alderson, Nvidia EOD runner. Get into the chat, Rory. Vote for NVDA. Chris J saying BTC is tanking. I don't think you're going to like that. Get into the chat, Chris J. Vote for BTC. BTC makes it on, I'll put it, but usually a derivative is what makes it on, like a Amara or an MSTR or something like that. So guys, get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers every day between 11 a.m. and 1:50. So you have almost 12 minutes left before we cut off. But I do believe we have Adara at the big desk. Let me know if this is a good speed, Ram.
We have some movement here with volume to the downside for both the TQs, or I have the Qs up here, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, the SPY, getting some volume to the downside. From what I can tell, it looks like it has to do with some updates we have coming out of the Middle East right now. We do have the government of Lebanon making a statement basically saying that their death toll has surpassed 2,000, the number 2,000 in the last year. We also have some media reporting some airstrikes here in a province. This is, again, coming from the Houthis. So interesting note here coming out of the Middle East. Again, apparently death toll of over 2,000 coming out of Lebanon. And then also some reports of new airstrikes. I will keep you guys posted. Not sure if that is what's moving the market down, but that's all I can see as we get that move to the downside with volume, guys.
Yeah, and you're definitely seeing the price action reflect that because all the Mag 7 just took a bit of a downturn.
Yes. I was looking at Meta, and I'm so glad that I didn't hold that. So what I was looking at here is I got in at 589, was really convicted in that trade. I was confident, very confident in that trade, got out at 589.77, took those profits there, and I didn't like what I was seeing because it was at the top of that range, and so I took profits there. By accident, I went for a short. I had a little bit of a mess up with my keys, didn't mean to go for that short, but took 80 pennies on, or 78 pennies on that, and so I'm really, really happy with that. I was going to hold it down to around this 586.60 mark, but I thought that's a lot of room to give it, to be honest, especially because we are approaching those highs. And so I got out before that, and so that is what I am looking at. And so someone is saying, same on SPY, I killed on SPY puts. So let's look at SPY. What is that doing here? Yeah, with SPY, see, I thought that there was going to be a higher breakout there, possibly, to that day's high, but it looks like we are coming down through VWAP again. And so levels that are pretty interesting to me that stand out is this 569.50. And so that is really interesting. But I want to see what it does around that level here. Join Tesla. Oh, okay, sorry. No.
Yeah, just voting. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're voting. Okay. Yeah. And then, so yeah, that I'm really, really proud of that Meta trade. I'm really glad that I got in for that scalp because usually that is how I trade. I get in really quickly, in and out, in and out. I typically don't hold. That's not me. And so I need to remember that with my trades, really stick to that. And so I was really happy with that there. And so we want to see what is the next trade. I want to know what is the next trade because we want to leave with some money, and so that is what I'm looking at. But let's see here. Let's look at QQQs. QQQs I typically like to trade. Let's see what you are doing here. Kind of similar to the SPY, kind of at that VWAP, kind of chopping and churning around that VWAP level. So I don't see anything too distinct here. But that is what I'm looking at. What about Tesla? Because Tesla was doing something. Are we at that 250? Still didn't get my dip buy on Tesla, sadly. But yeah, we're working our way up to that $250 mark. We're right now at $249.12, and I definitely think it could go, maybe not right at 250, but maybe 249.60, 249.70, 80, and see what we do from there. But that is what I am looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I'm looking at AMD now because what it did was it dipped down into the 10 exponential and it put in a bit of a hammer candle. And this is what I'm looking at the 5. I'm charting on the 5, obviously. So here it is. The weakness into 170 in the third holds up right at that 10 exponential. It didn't really work its way down to the top wick over here that I was basing it on, this candle from 945. Let's call that the IB high, the implied balance high, sitting at generally 169. But this thing found its footing at exactly $0.33, but look where it closed at $0.75. And then a green subsequent candle. However, it has a higher low, but not a newer high. So let's wait. Let's see if we can curl it. Here we go. We're about to break through 170 again. Could this be the entry? I mean, what is this thing running up on anyway? Is there a reason AMD's running? I don't see anything. Not from till 10. Like the last time I saw anything AMD related. Not even today, actually. Yeah, there's not that I see on it, guys. So there is that new high. So now a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. It looks like it's curling up at the fifth of a dollar. Recall, the high of the day, a third of a dollar. So we're 15 pennies away now from that high. AMD's been very directional. So I really don't know why it's running, but it's obviously outperforming all the other chips. And I'm looking right now on my chips watch list. It is the best performing microchip semi on my watch list. Who's second? Marvell, 2.13. And then the monster Nvidia at 1.28. So AMD's running, and Meta just printed another all-time high. What the, wow, 1 1/3, 590 break here on META, another all-time high. If you didn't know, now you know. Zuck overtook Bezos as the second richest person in the dang world. $72 billion has been added to his net worth year to date. Some chump change right there, man. Like some people are not going to see a 0.00001 of that money their entire life. And this guy is getting it in 1 year. There we go, 590.42, high of the day, all-time highs, META, breaking through that whole dollar. I mean, we were talking about 600 last week, and I said maybe we could see it by the end of the year. The Katina man laughed. We'll see it by the end of the week. Maybe we'll see it by the end of next week. So META, a rocket ship, again, 1 1/3 in the green, again, only outperformed by TSLA and Amazon. But I would submit to you that the chart pattern right now on Meta, far more bullish than AMZN, despite the fact that Amazon's up a skosh more on the day. So we're getting a nice pump back here in the fuge and in the overall Mag 7. As you can see, green candles all around. That is, of course, unless you're Amazon, the only one not really printing green. Likewise with Nvidia, a bit dead there, but the fuge getting a nice pump. Same with goggles and Tesla breaking through local highs. Apple trying to work its way back into the volume weighted average price. And look at that, nice defend there by Microsoft at VWAP. So nice little pump up there in the market and in these Mag 7 names. Let's have a look at what AMD is doing. Let's see if I got triggered at my entry. I think I took it off on that Tiger. Yeah, not that kind of triggered, Ram. But I was like triggered, order triggered. Yeah, this thing is not coming down. I mean, it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm talking about TIGR. I've been looking to defend 11. That this trade may come in later to 11, but it's about 15 minutes left on the show right now. So, yeah. What are you guys looking at? Crap stock. I love your name. Sharif. They swap positions every week. There's these billionaires. Yeah, you're not wrong, brother. You're not wrong. But I don't think Zuck's ever been up number 2. Maybe he has, and I just didn't know about it. But yeah, look, man, new Zuck is a different Zuck. Okay? Yeah, new Zuck's a different Zuck, man. And I was watching a little. I don't want to call it a hit piece. It wasn't a hit piece. It was a comparator. Innovators versus managers. The face of the innovators, they had a Zuck. The face of the the manager, they had a Timmy C. Because we know that he's not a founder. So what do you guys like better? Do you guys like innovators and these founders who come to market with new products that may or may not do well? Or do you like these managers who come in, streamline the company, shore up the balance sheets, get everything ready? I think that there's room for both. How about you? What do you think about that?
What was the question?
About managers and founders. So like a guy like Zuck coming out with these VR glasses, he's obviously an innovator. He created Facebook. He acquired a couple of companies on the side, obviously WhatsApp, Instagram, blah, blah, blah. But he's an innovator by heart. Whereas Tim Cook, he kind of inherited, I don't want to say inherited, but he took it from Steve Jobs, who was the original innovator. They look at Timmy C as more of a manager. He manages a company, makes sure everything's on the up and up, not bleeding too much money, but lacks that innovation.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I definitely see the discrepancy between like Apple and Meta. I definitely, since Steve Jobs had died, definitely it's more so, I was talking to my friends about this actually, with the new iPhone, it's more so just like an updated camera, higher speeds, it's nothing truly innovative. I feel like they kind of stole the VR from Meta, because didn't the Meta VR come out first?
100%.
Yeah.
And it had been out for a while too. It happened for just a little bit.
Exactly. And so I feel like Apple, they just kind of piggyback on what other innovators are doing, and they're like, okay, we're gonna take it as our own and make it better. But I don't think it's necessarily better, to be honest. I think they kind of just improve on it a little bit. But Meta, I mean, Apple, you really need to come out with something crazy, something revolutionary, something life-changing, because nothing that they have come out with is something new that other companies haven't, come out with already.
I have to agree with that.
Yeah.
And like we always kind of joke around on the desk and say, Apple's never first, but they seem to somehow perfect the technology. Like, what do you use? I see an iPhone there.
It is an iPhone.
Well,
Yeah,
it's an iPhone.
Yeah, it is an iPhone. Yeah.
All right. Where are the AirPods at?
The AirPods, I actually lost it.
Okay.
I lost one. Yeah, I did. I had two, and then I lost one, and then I was like, am I really gonna spend $100 on one AirPod?
Yeah, no.
I might as well buy, a whole new set of headphones, to be honest. Yeah.
Fair.
But I do like the UX design on, Apple. But that's the only thing about it. I mean,
Respect that.
they have nothing truly innovative, to be honest.
They just perfect. They execute. I feel that they're good at executing.
That's,
you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. And that's the thing. And I was even debating, because my phone has been slowing down. I have the iPhone 12, and I know that when the new phone comes out, then typically they slow down the other ones. But I'm like, what is the point of me even getting the iPhone 16? Because there's not anything crazy like, I don't know. I can't justify buying a new phone, to be honest.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Eugene, this is relevant stuff, and if you're not happy, you can hit the mute button. So we're going to keep going on over here. Meta making new highs, still 591.02. Tiger also making new highs, 1180. What a rocket ship this has been, man. I put my dip trade still there at 1111, and it's not going to come anywhere near there, man. This is so strong. Here we go, but coming down a little bit now off that 1180. Now the question for me is, now I know we zigged and zagged at this 1140. Do I now move my... No, I don't think I'm going to do that, because it's going to be too aggressive of an entry over here on TIGR. And what I see right now on the 5-minute is a topping tail candle. Let's not put it too much stock into one 5-minute candle, but I like possibly something into 1140 to kind of front run a little bit that 11. Help Randy. Help Randy. Shout out to Adam. Shout out to Randy, man. We love you guys. You guys are awesome. There he is. There's Neil. He's working his way back up the stairs. Get it, Neil.
Don't hurt yourself.
Don't hurt yourself. You said it. All right, what do we got there? What's going on here, Ram? Thank you. All right, so TIGR coming back down here, guys. I'm going to be interested in getting in possibly at 1140 just to take advantage of this area consolidation over here. I do have my... Get it, Katina, man. You got to put on the Palantir hat, brother. What are you pondering, Katina, man? The fantastic price action on Tiger? Yeah, he is. He likes it. Shout out to Katina, man. What is what? Tiger? It's a fintech. Tiger. Oh, by the way, for anybody who is very who likes Street Fighter, apparently I was told by Big Patty Ice yesterday that I was saying it the wrong way. For it's Yoga Fire, not Ooga Fire. I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. So shout out to Dulzum. I hope I didn't offend any Dulzum fans out there. But yeah, Yoga Fire, Yoga Flame. You ever play Street Fighter?
Back in the day, like PSP, days. Yes.
Yes, Satya.
Yeah, but I like
Joe
Tekken.
couldn't even say yes to that question.
Really?
No.
I really thought you would be into that. Tekken was
Joe.
my thing, though. You know Tekken? Yeah.
Of course.
Tekken was a really badass game, yeah.
Love it. There we go. Anything you're looking at today? We got about 8 minutes left on the show before the big kahunas take over.
As of right now, I am looking at AMD. AMD, it looks like it's slowing down a little bit. I want to see a retracement around 169.34 for that dip buy, and hopefully looking at that as well. Another dip buy that I'm looking at is around this 168.84. Also looks nice. I don't think that the steam is done with this. I really don't. I think that it might retrace down a little bit and then go back up. So that is what I'm looking at. Another thing that I'm looking at is Nvidia, because me and Nvidia, I love me some Nvidia. But the thing is, we struggled around this 124.47. So we're going back down to that VWAP. And so, I don't know, maybe we may not see a lot of volume for the rest of the day, to be honest. Maybe a lot of choppy action around there. but that is what I'm looking at. And then the QQQs, I really like to trade the QQQs as well, TQQs. And so kind of looks pretty similar to Nvidia, but that is what I am looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I'm looking at Tiger here. I've been looking for a retracement. Here comes 1140. Okay, so let's see now. This is the level that I wanted because of the chop and churn at this level. I'm not going to punch in just on a resting basis. It's going to have to prove to me that this is a level. It's in fact respecting it. Show me a curl up. There's an ugly, ugly topping tail candle on the 5 right now, 1180 high. It's breaking down below 40. 1125 is where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. So it dipped into 30 rare, as you saw, got a bit of a buy order, but that's not the move yet. Let's wait. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife here. That's an aggressive move down on TIGR. Again, 11 and a quarter on my 5-minute chart is the 10 exponential moving average. I mean, if I can get in here, I could give it 10 pennies, right? 1130. I don't need to do that, though. There it goes. It broke down again, so I'm happy that I didn't do that. So let's see now, does it find support at the 10 exponential moving average? It just touched it. So now bouncing up a little bit over here, but still bleeding, still candles that are red, no green candles quite yet, nor am I seeing anything to change the pattern. Still lower lows, lower highs. Let's see if it does find its footing at the 10. There's also the 11. The $11 area is where I was looking originally, which I didn't get filled, requiring me to punch in at highs, which I didn't like doing. Obviously, here we go. We're holding up a bit here with a wick right into the 10 exponential moving average, but not really getting away from it in any meaningful way. So let's see right now. Is this the area where I want to punch in? There's 5 minutes left on the show. I don't want to punch long here and have to nurse this trade. I'm going to stay clear of this one, but I do like it, guys. At $11 would be a would be a better level than where I want to get in right now, just based on the amount of chop and churn that took place at 11 for the majority of the afternoon. We were whiffling and waffling, unable to break 11. That is, of course, until we broke it. What time was that? 1:20 there. So good luck right now on TIGR, but I'm not taking the entry quite yet. Still holding up at that 11 and a third. Keeping my eye really focused on this one. Here we go. We're moving back up here on Tiger. So this one could be getting away and holding that 11 and a third. We're going to punch long here. Oh, geez, man. What am I doing? Got to take this trade out like super quick. Let's wait up here. Let's see if we can get a nice retracement, possibly into the $0.50. We're going to put our outs on this one through the break of that $0.25. So we're going to sit down here for that break. Let's see if we can get that print. Sataya, we're awfully close. We were at 47s. Let's see if we can cross that $0.50 and wet our beak super quick so we don't have to worry about this trade while we're at the green screen. While I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Meta continues to print all-time highs. We were talking about 591. Now we're talking about 592. 591.89 META up 1.5%. All-time highs. Every newer high at this level, guys, is all-time highs for Meta. This thing was $88 in October of 2022. That is like 2 years ago. It's up 500 some odd percent since then. So
damn.
Yeah, I know, man.
Are you still holding that?
No, I held it for $100 and I was out. So I got in 133s, I got out 233s, and it's the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life.
But don't you think the $100 mark would have been the beginning, like, of new beginnings? Like $100, that's really like a psychological
You're not
level.
wrong.
I feel
Everything you're saying is right. But the psychology and taking the money off the table always seems to get in the way with me when it comes to these winners. Like, I'm trying to hold like my current positions a bit more. Like, I'm holding Pandub. I'm also I got the print, by the way. I'm holding Pandub. I'm holding Apple. I'm holding Polestar. You know, I'm in the money on all of them. I never share how much I'm in the money.
Fair.
But you know, I'm trying to hold on for a little bit more. That has been my Achilles heel with day trading. It's been my Achilles heel with swing trading. And we're just trying to do better, trying to improve every day a little bit.
That is fair enough.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking at Coinbase as of right now. So I'm looking to get the fill at this 167.80 mark. I believe that if we can, you know, get that filled, then I think that we can flush a little bit to the downside. And I'm thinking around 166 is going to be my take profit level. Usually I would just look at like the Coinbase VWAP hold, but I don't think as of today it will hold as of right now. So I'm waiting for that flush. Hopefully we get it. 167.80. That is what I'm looking for. And so I definitely think that if we can aggressively go through that VWAP, I can get filled and I can get that take profit level as well at 166. So that is what I'm looking at. And so unrelated though, what are you up to, Sharif? What are you up to this weekend?
Look what JD Roy said. She's trying to keep a straight face while looking at those Google ads. And I know personally, I've been looking at her the entire time. She's holding back a laugh. So like, I know. I'm still in Tiger. I wet my beak there at the $0.50, but I want to see if this one moves up. I'm not going to give it that much room today because we got to be off the desk in 2 minutes. It's coming down into my entry. I thought I'd take a quick scalp on this one. If I don't get that directional move quick as you like, that's going to be the end of the trade there, and that's where we're going to get out there, break even for the remaining amount. Sorry, guys, that was not an exciting trade. But I just, I had to get in there because it was doing the right move. Quickly, I want to show you what I'm looking at here on Tiger before we leave. This, look, despite the fact that that's an ugly topping tail candle followed by another red candle will make a new low, the fact of the matter is we're still holding the 10 exponential. So if you're looking for a trending name, well, the trend is still intact despite this 3 candle, 2 candle pattern at this level. What I would say is if you're not going to get in here, look for an $11-ish retracement, maybe front run it a little bit. If not, look to base something off the 10. And then you could basically have your stop a skosh below the 10. And if you've done that, you still haven't been pushed out of this trade because it has not breached the 10. I mean, it breached it over here. Last time, 1240, that's about an hour and a half ago. 1 minute left on the show. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. I can take these off. Wow. The world's a little different without the shades, but
I can see clearer now. The rain has gone. Dun-dun-dun.
we're singing. Ram, you missed it.
He doesn't like it.
No, she doesn't. Yeah. Anyway,
But-
guys, anything you want to leave?
It was a great trading day. I am a little bit negative on the day. Got some back on Meta, so happy about that. But I'm gonna have a great weekend and a birthday weekend, and you have a great weekend as well, Sharif.
Hey, all right, guys. It is almost 1:59. Satea's birthday was yesterday. Throw up ones in the chat from my girl Satea. Wish her a happy birthday. We're going to wish her all the best on the funnel cake. There you go. Branko's yelling your name.
Yes.
He's yelling up a storm. We're going to wish you have the best funnel cake you've ever had.
I will.
And today you're going for sushi?
Yes.
You're going for sushi, so I hope you're the best sushi you've ever had.
I will.
Where are you going, Ram Wants? We can't tell because we don't want the people to follow.
A nice place, a nice looking place. I'm gonna get some sashimi, so yes, that's what I'm gonna get.
There you go, and we're gonna leave you on that note. Take it over, boys. Neil and Sean, afternoon show.
Heyo, how's it going, everybody?
It's sashimi time.
I see. You can't. Every single time this week we go into the afternoon show, somebody's talking about food. I just noticed I didn't eat my Eat More bar. Those sandwiches were good. I don't know if did you get?
Did not.
Okay, so Sean didn't get the Montreal smoked meat sandwich, which
Oh,
I
thank you.
think was a missed opportunity because they were pretty good today. I'm not gonna lie, they were absolutely tasty. I have to make sure I log into. I didn't even log into the chat, so we're gonna do that. Next time we take a fill, we'll let you guys know the positions. But the overall market's not doing bad.
Oh, I'll take
feel
it,
like
Phil. I got it.
I feel like we're running the risk
I got a good position.
of going to the downside a little bit here.
Here we go.
I could be wrong about that. So we'll see. Like I'm only in a couple of short positions, but right now feels like we're headed back into said downside. I was just talking with Adam and was like, and we're noticing how bad Micron looks. Like the chip names aren't all bad, but Micron, this is a dog. It's one of the few things that actually broke the low of the day when the market was going higher.
Oh, no.
So
Position board's
yeah,
not
you're
right.
still actually going upside. It's not right for you.
I just punched in and out of AT&T.
You know what? Sometimes it takes a minute.
Oh, okay.
If you're out of it. Yeah, it's like the delay on the bill sometimes takes like 10 seconds to a minute. But the NASDAQ was just about trying to hold on to that 2010. I kind of think what we were doing, we might be able to do it. It feels weak to me. I'm sitting in some shorts as we speak. The real story, the big one today, obviously I know there's almost no chance you guys aren't leading with this as the symbol you wanted was going to be Tesla. Tesla in 250. It's got a date with it again this afternoon.
That's so crazy.
On a Friday, you cannot get away from the $250 level. It makes perfect sense. It's options expiration. Today, it's the end of the week. So we'll see if Tesla actually has the juice to get through 50. It feels like 51 is going to be the breakout level, and 50 is just a trap.
Yeah, I'm already upset. So welcome to the club. Yeah, we had Tesla. We nailed Tesla down there at 245. I mean, look at all Oh no, my chart's gonna crash. Oh, it does not. Ayo, chart not crashing, baby. Yeah, so we had this long and we got out at VWAP and now it's all the way at 250. So we'll talk more about this, but I like Tesla a lot. And then me and Adam just went and we got a coffee, we went with Randy and we came back and said, oh boy, because that's Apple right there. What a trade that was to the short side as we shorted Apple right there just above the 200 period and in and around its days high there for Apple. So let's see if this one wants to continue to bleed downside. 50 cents in the money on Apple right now as we hold that short. That's the only position. Oh, good. AT&T is gone, so you're right. Now, hopefully, we'll have nothing else until we add, hopefully, a position on maybe Nvidia or something like that into the close. So for right now, just short Apple. Let's go find out what you guys want to talk about.
Are we even ready to do that? I have no idea.
All right, then we are not ready for that. So we will just come back over here and see what we're up to.
We can't talk about the symbols you want now.
We're just totally chilling out one more time. But we already know.
Why we got the green screen?
He's setting up over there. All right.
It's important things that have to get set up, everybody.
It's all good,
it's
man.
All about
it's all good. We're here. We're here. You know, it's
so,
not,
okay, so I have
all the training that we have for
I have
doing
to show you something, and I'm mad about this one as well. But guess what broke out today?
Oh, I'm in that name, by the way. I talked.
You did. You got into Smart, not knee.
No, I got into Smart. So I actually bought in my own swing account yesterday on that 13 break, and then added to it in the afternoon. So I think my average price is around $12.50. But go ahead because
what is it called?
Sharif messaged me. He's like, "Oh, is anybody in?" He asked me if I was in SMR, and I had no idea that it was ripping up there today. So what is it doing? Up 10%.
It's up 9.5%. Just to be, it was
I lost
up
so much money trading that yesterday.
Well over 10%. It was easily over 10% earlier. But look at the consolidation here. So day two type play. Here's what gets me, and I think the next time we see this is always going to be constructive for anyone looking at these names. Look at where the support is in a general sense. The last couple of days, the support was here, and it does these liquidity grabs. Look at the liquidity grab yesterday to get right above the support zone. Close, hold that double top high, and then you're off to the races. Those day two type plays, like everyone's excited about it. There was that it was Alphabet story that they are looking into small modular reactors for data center power production. That got it gapping up. It gave it up. Liquidity grab, hold the high, off to the races. Probably needs to consolidate here, is my guess. Because 13's been a bit of a thing for this stock, but good luck for anyone that's maybe in this one here today. Are we now ready? Okay, I just got the thumbs up from Sharif, so we're locked and loaded. Let's see what you guys want to talk about, and girls.
Got to welcome everybody first. So welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Make sure to join us during the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers, but only the top 5 make it on. So make sure to persuade your friends and others in the chat to vote your way. Here's a look at the triple Q. So not a bad look, up 0.2%. It looked a little dicey there to start the day. We had that big move up on non-farm payrolls in the pre-market, and then we had that big sell-off. All the indices right now green, guys. So the ES up 1/3, the Dow up 1/4, the NQ up 2/3, and the best performing one on the day, the Russell 2000, up about 1%. First ticker as decided by you guys. No surprise here. It makes its way onto the top 5 a whole lot. NVDA. No bad catalyst today, but no good catalyst today specifically. There was this catalyst that the Department of Justice as well as the SEC were looking at investigating them for misapplying some of their cryptocurrency or digital currency sales for their AI chips under their gaming. So not really a new topic, but one that got reignited because they did reignite the lawsuit.
Yeah, and I still kind of don't understand why that's going to be that big of a deal, but fair enough. Lawyers need to get paid, so they do their thing too, and I'm not going to hate on that. At the end of the day, I'm going to slightly hate on Nvidia for 2 reasons. 1, because it can't seem to break out 124.5. 2, because it's not the bottom wick, but it's adjacent to it a couple of times here on Nvidia. So there was a dip at the open. The good part about the dip at the open, if there is a good part about it, was I felt like I was okay at being patient, waiting to get in. But that's like it's only ever half the story. I still did not really get the back end of that trade the way I'd like to, because if you looked at the target zone to buy, which was clearly down here, 122.5 to 121.5, like that's the zone. If it's under here, no go. If it's above it, yes, go. So it did make the move down in. When it reclaimed it, I got a bad price on that entry. Then I got a good reload here, and then I had maybe too tight of a stop, and then there's your, like right in here, it's probably this entry that I should have at the 123. So I didn't have that. The only good news about it was AMD decided to be stronger and just do a VWAP thing. And the other thing about VWAP on AMD was yesterday's high, higher lows, VWAP, and now you can see it's at the 170 level. So for me, AMD good and Nvidia bad. I am in SMCI right now because it's a VWAP trade off of, it's a short trade off of VWAP, but AMD up 4.5 points today. That surprised me. I feel like the more we like Nvidia, it's like those are the days that AMD will have a good day. Usually there's a trade-off, like they'll trade spots, like AMD slows down, Nvidia starts going again. I'm waiting for Nvidia to make that next move now that AMD is holding at that high. That 124.50, it's just set up to fly from.
I was hoping that this chart would load up by then, but it doesn't look like it wants to. Let me just go here. All right, so far today you want to talk about, I mean, I have AMD too, but we'll just talk about NVIDIA quickly. Yeah, I mean, again, to be able to held that and try to find that bottom of 122. Again, I don't think when you look back, it's going to be rocket science because it was yesterday's bottom that held as well. So, I mean, 122. The next name is really going to get me going when we talk about Tesla because we had nailed that. It's our number one trade idea down here at 245. Today we didn't have that on NVIDIA, but it would have been the same thing. I just wasn't looking this low, to be honest with you. I thought the market was opening up huge, which it was, and then we just fell off. So we came all the way back in, but into yesterday's support level, 122. We got to keep that on our radar for NVIDIA. All right, Sharif, I know you're going for your test drive. What day is that happening, and are you excited for it?
Tomorrow, 11 a.m., Sean. I told the dude, you either have me an FSD car or there's no talking between us. So check out for that next week. Hopefully, we'll put a video for the robo-taxi event. All right, guys. Shares of Tesla up a little bit today as we got word that the dock worker, the Eastern dock workers there were suspending their strike. So it looks like they agreed on compensation, but haven't agreed essentially on the automation. That seems to be a sticking point. So good look for Tesla and some of these automakers separately. We're all waiting for that 10/10 event, October 10th, the robo-taxi day. And that's the biggest part. But according to this analyst, there might be other product launches as well. So be on the lookout. We're definitely going to be covering it October 10th. Make sure to check it out.
Well, we want that. So my expectations are I'm hoping that they have a cheaper vehicle, but I'm not putting out that expectation in myself because I think the market's going to hate it if they don't have it. And I'd be a little bit wary of that. Randy, thank you so much for this. Tesla at the robo-taxi event, like, will they actually have, like, show us like an update, cheaper model? I'm kind of like, great if they do, but if they don't, no big.
I'm going to say no.
You're saying no? Yeah, I don't think.
No, I don't think a Model 2 is anywhere on the horizon right now. But who knows? Don't get your hopes up.
I'm trying not to get my hopes up. My hopes are getting better now that I have a warm tea.
Let me know about Oasis. I forgot to get in there and double check today.
Are you going to?
There's some more available. Trying to buy those tickets up. Sold out already. All right. So Tesla today. Look, man. I mean, it's so crazy that I'm going to be down on this stock because, man. I mean, I don't have too many nightmares, but we may have one today. Yeah. Look, we wrote down here the number one trade idea today was Tesla 245. We talked about it could go from 245 to 250. I mean, basically at 8 o'clock, it's as if this 8 ball doesn't mean anything. There's 245. There's the bottom of the day. Here's the retracement rate to 250. But unfortunately, once it was breaking 250 here early, We like that long. All the money made here, absolutely fine. But then it didn't hold VWAP, loss. Didn't hold the 200, loss. Didn't hold I don't know what I'm doing here. Didn't hold 246, loss again. Then finally we were able to buy this back. We were able to get 245s and make back like maybe a third of what we lost, something like that, because we just didn't have that confidence that we should have. If we're not involved right here, then man, when this thing comes down to 245, oh boy, do we have that. And it's a completely different day. But at the end of it all, we'll be red on Tesla, and it's embarrassing. We just should have waited for it. Again, you can't predict that these moves are going to happen, but when we write it down, I mean, we're writing it down for a reason. So right there, we should have had that trade, and unfortunately, we don't. So that's my bad. It's a great one. Make sure you follow me at Trader TV Sean. These trades are all over. I mean, there's other names on here too that we'll talk about as we go. But right now, it's Palantir. Thankfully, we have those diamond hands for PLTR.
Broke $40 today, Sean. I mean, wow. This thing's been a rocket ship, 1.5% again today. No headline, but we know that we've been reeling after Peter Thiel announced that he had concluded selling. He sold about 12.5 million shares at an average price of $36.85. He was selling between the 27th and the 1st, I guess, maybe because that's such a big position, the market buying up. I was just reading an article, actually, an options volume article by Benzinga. It says 69% of the options being bought today are bearish, with 20-some-odd% being bullish. Can't see that really on the price chart, though.
Snowflake?
Okay,
Oh,
no, I didn't trade Palantir today.
No, nobody did.
What just hit the bid?
It's not about trading. I think we're just supposed to look at it.
No, I know. I thought maybe you were going to lead with it. That's fine. Because I had some comments I wanted to make about Snowflake, which
I can talk about Palantir.
Like, I usually think they're pretty adjacent to each other. But the look on Palantir, I think let's just try to keep it simple. We can't sit here and pull up a chart of Rivian, let's just say. It's the first thing that came to mind, right? And we're like, it's a short till it's not. But then when you look at something like Palantir, this is a weekly, not even a daily chart, right? So like this is the last 4 weeks. Now, one of those weeks, last week, was probably the only one that should have been remotely frustrating for the long since it broke out that high, right? Like these are all very big days. And if you just look long every day, you're probably going to be good. There was a little bit of frustration, but 3 out of 4 weeks, you're golden. And you're probably, I mean, you get to 45 that high. There's one more leg to go. If you look at this last week, made 10% move from bottom to top here. You do that again over 40, and you're going into the resistance from 2021. So I think that's pretty reasonable in terms of an expectation on Palantir. I can go to it first before we talk about Snowflake, because I feel like Palantir might drag Snowflake along with it, but it hasn't gone yet. As far as the afternoon, my only concern would be, I feel like it did a trend reversal already. Like if I'm looking at this and I was trading Palantir, like if you were long in here, like it kind of already did we're just trending up, and then there's your trend reversal, and you're going to pull back. Maybe 39.60 where that connects. You can find some support underneath VWAP, but like the trend line broke, it accelerates. Like look at that. I drew that trend line on the 15-minute. Look at what happens when it rejected it here. Like rejects, tries to go, boom. Flush into VWAP, now you're stair-step down. So the long already happened over here. I'm just not sure, unless you're looking for some kind of a short, there's lots of names that you can short right now. And then the reason I wanted to bring up Snowflake is if you keep breaking out in the overall market and in Palantir, I'm just eyeballing this one. Long consolidation off the bottom, just waiting for it to break that 50, close above, give an entry, and then I'm going long Snowflake. If it never breaks this out, then I guess I never get in, and you wait for the next consolidation. But very distinctly different charts. I mean, when they came to market, there was always they're very simple, blah, blah. They were compared to each other, complete polar opposite charts. I do feel like it's about to turn, though, on Snow.
Just quickly here, Apple just touched that bottom again. We were not sitting there, so now we are. We're going to sit there at 66. We just touched it. I was actually waiting at 60, so got a little greedy there, trying to see about a little bit of a pullback there for Apple. Look, I talked about Palantir today. I was like, someone asked me early about it, and I said, I don't really like the 40 break, to be honest with you. It would have been fine. That first break would have been bad. It only went 10 cents, and it falls into VWAP again. So I definitely like the second retracement there back into VWAP, then the break of 40. So much more confidence that second time it would have worked. And it did work. So good trading there. If you did have it on Palantir, But again, the problems remain the same. It's a Friday afternoon. You're up 1.41%. We've already seen that high. I don't think it's worth getting into this and buying this right now. A couple nice candles. What a positive week it's been for Palantir, breaking out higher. I like the stock. I think it's a huge long-term play. Obviously, it is for me. We've talked about that. I'm not selling anything up here. I just think you want to wait for better prices. Right now, you're just kind of hovering. I'd say you either go long at the bottom or short at the top. I don't think we traded in the middle, and that's where it is right now. So congratulations, everybody that's long Palantir. It has this hard, often in the morning, it's pretty hard to get it. But right there, again, that dip into 39.50 twice. What a great level that was. Should have definitely had it.
Oh. Now that you put that back on, can we go back to Sean's chart for a second? It did the same thing at 36.50 the other day.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, like when,
down here 36.50.
Yeah, like when Palantir shows
36.
when it shows you a double bottom and an uptrend, like those are just worth buying because you can have tight risk to the low, and then if it makes the high like it seems to do every 3 or 4 days a week,
this daily chart,
in the trend, that's your bread and butter. Trending stock up, double bottom at the open, so your risk to reward is golden on those.
I don't know. I guess he's done his lunch and everything. Biden right now says Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do about Iran's strike. So I guess that is potentially leading to more strikes or, yeah. So anyways, this market, I don't know. It's not really doing anything. Just letting everybody know that is the talk right now. So, just giving everyone a heads up on that. Biden's talking again and again. So we have it in our ear. Will sanctions for Iran are under considerations is what Joe Biden is saying. So we can see if oil starts moving around. But okay, let's go back over. It's Microsoft time. I haven't traded that in a minute.
That hasn't done much today, Sean. Kind of flat right now, up 0.1 or 0.18, whatever. Diablo 4, interesting look there. We know Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, and apparently it's going to be the first Microsoft game that's going to be enhanced for that PS5 Pro that's coming out. I just like the name of this game, guys. The Vessel of Hatred. Jeez.
Haters ball. Before we get to Microsoft, I'm going to get to this super chat here because SP Williams just dropped $5 for us asking about Soxel. So we'll oblige because we already talked about Nvidia, but I think we can throw this one in here very quickly.
Yeah.
You're saying Soxel short. It's always okay. It's when we don't know what the time frame is. I'm just going to play it by ear here and go over like the 15-minute and the daily chart. So when you're talking about ye old, I hate looking at this because it's an upward. It's a bounce play, and you've got the death cross going on here. But
oh, death cross, huh?
I know. And usually when it does a death cross and then breaks out the top, I'm thinking longs because everyone's trapped short, probably underneath the 40. So Soxel, you can see right here where you have the resistance underneath that 40 level. And you've got a lower high that's being played into as we speak. Like it did a little bit of a gap fill. And then you've got this lower high 38 resistance that you're failing underneath. So at the exact moment, it doesn't really set anything up unless you're talking like swing and then you'd have that price to that price or something along those lines. But whenever I see something like that, oops, I pulled away from it. Didn't mean to go there. Whenever I see something like that where you're almost trying to break that trend, there we go. It's like a lot of people are probably looking at that short. I'm seeing like a channel of like higher lows being put in, and it just put another higher low for a test of this top. So it feels like to me that it's trying to generate some upside pressure. Like I don't necessarily see a short at this level. I see like the makings of a long that's going to squeeze out some of the shorts that are playing this trend and like, yeah, they're going here to here. I think they get squeezed out there, and I'd be looking for the next like long breakout. So that's just my 2 cents on it. Like I would be doing nothing until it breaks out. Microsoft is interesting that everyone wants to talk about it. The convergence of the 50 and the 200 on the daily is interesting. It's forming a bit of a consolidation spot. And when that happens, I'm thinking it's going to go sideways the rest of this afternoon. I would not be surprised if it goes sideways off of this range for the next few days as it picks a direction off this 50 and 200 period moving averages, both of them at the same spot, and you're seeing it absolutely not move off of those levels. So I'm not interested in Microsoft till it stops barcoding off of this 417, finds buyers over 420 or buyers underneath 415. Until that happens, like let it break away from here and then join the trend away from that price. That would be my 2 cents on Microsoft. And most people, when picking a more expensive Mag 7 name to trade, Meta's been giving you the juice. So Softy's been left by the wayside. I still like the company, but I don't know what you do with it at this price except wait for it to pick a direction and then join the trend once it does.
All right, I mean, Microsoft here, we talked with Brian Shannon, MSFU is another one you could trade if you wanted to get a little bit of a lower price name. But for me, I just think it is a clear long. I mean, there's not too many names, again, that are Mag 7 that have this moat around them like Microsoft apparently does, that are back here down to the 200 period moving average. I really like it. I think it makes sense down here to start to buy some of this. You know, you do have earnings coming through end of October. So yeah, Microsoft could be a little volatile into that, but I've got 99 problems, but Microsoft longs aren't one. I think this is going to be a great opportunity to pick something up here. And I might just rotate out of some of these names and buy some more Microsoft. I like it. I like Azure there. I like what they're doing with ChatGPT, obviously. And more greens, blue skies ahead, I guess, for Microsoft. I like the stock. Hadn't traded it in a while live on the show. But now that it's come down a little bit, I think it's probably a little bit better to trade in and around $400. But still, I don't know. I like the name. Just haven't really looked at it recently for the show. So Microsoft, I think it's a buy heading into earnings. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I think you can start nibbling away at some options here and see if it gets going back up there to the upside. If the market can hold these levels above 20,000, I think Microsoft's a winner.
.4.5% and retaking, I should say, that 170 level is AMD. I could not find a headline for this, guys, but there's chip strength today, I guess, on the back of the non-farm payrolls. No specific, again, catalyst for AMD, guys, but, widely speculated to be an Nvidia competitor. Breaking through that 170 look right now. What's your look on this?
170, that's
It's breaking out. That's what's happening. That's the look on AMD. So on the daily time frame, all right, I've drawn better trend lines, but I feel like it doesn't really matter. You can sort of see it's breaking the top of the trend, or at least at the top of the trend line here as it continues to go. There was a local break that, like, hindsight's always going to be 2020. I don't know that I would have been looking at this like 164. Like, it's a lower high, and then you break it out at the open. So I can understand, like, why would I want that breakout? Let's see what it does when it goes to resistance from yesterday. But what you can usually do is, so this breakout you don't take from this level, 164.5. However, it dips into 164.5 and then holds. So, okay, well, now you've broken out that price, you've dipped that price, it's good. If you're not in it, buy the next available dip. So it makes the higher low off here, go long there, play into the prior high. I trailed it when it broke the high of the day and then got at 170. I think this stock it's making a new leg. Right now. So you got a new leg to the upside. I mean, clearly, like the high 170s and then into 180 is going to be resistance on AMD. Might be a consolidative afternoon because it's a Friday. Like, that's always a possibility that we don't really go too much further here in AMD, but 4.5%. And it's now, fully in breakout mode as it seems. Like, AMD is fully capable of running. It's not just the Nvidia show. We've seen this make some big runs. It gave up like $70. And now you're just getting a lot of that back as the market's racing toward those highs. So I like AMD. I feel like as long as it holds probably the 168 this afternoon, and come in next week and think long as well.
So again, we'll sit here and pretend like we're professional traders, but honestly, that AMD right here breaking 169, I mean, that's what we needed to wait for. Unfortunately, we got involved there when it dipped down into the low of what then was a level I thought could hold there, 166. But it does not. All you had to do was be patient. We had that order set. I mean, I canceled it, but we had this order set to break 169. We talked about that earlier. We talked about it as it was happening. It just didn't break. And then finally, when it does break, of course, then it goes nothing but upside. And if you waited for that 169 break, then you have it, and you have it right here, and you're $1 in the money. It's a very, very simple trade, and yet again, we don't have it. So whatever, man. I mean, talking about what we think could happen, nothing matters until you put the trade on. So we should have that 169 long, and we don't. Right now, you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, what's this market going to do? You think the market's going to fall? Then you got to be short right now almost on AMD. For me, I would pick another name. Obviously, here we go. We're short on Microsoft, on Apple. We were just like well in the money down there and kind of ignored it right now. So we were about 70 cents in the money and didn't take it. Maybe if it comes back in, we'll be able to get a fill there. But yeah, AMD guys, honestly, like, that was missed. You could have had that 169. It was honestly easy day trade. And the fact that we don't have it, or I don't have it anyways, I can only talk for myself. That was just another easy trade there. So should have had it, don't. It's a nightmare. But anyways, today I feel like it's been a little bit of a funny day. There's been a lot of great opportunities and just missed them because of that number this morning. Like everything got started going real early and it just didn't give you sort of like basically the air was already in these stocks, and then when the market opened, it came out. So when that air came out of all the names, it was very, very hard to try to find a bottom until it showed it to you.
Yes.
And I think that's the big thing there. It's like you just had to be patient with it all day. And the best example of that, of course, is Tesla, where it should be like we shouldn't even be trading the rest of the month. Like that's how good this 245 trade was. And unfortunately, we just don't. I have it, but we only made back what we were losing. So it's really too bad. A lot of great opportunities here today. Thanks for all the questions, or thanks for all the stock symbols. We'll continue to look for more opportunities here as the day goes on. I'll probably just try to stay long, try to get out of this Apple, try to find some longs here into the close. As the market's up, we're above you up and above the 50-period moving average.
There's a couple of strong pullbacks. I mean, after getting out of AMD, I don't know where the entry is going to be on that one just yet, but I wanted to get to a super chat that we actually just got. Thank you, Chris S. Actually, no, before I do that, there was a news story on Boeing resuming negotiations is what I heard. But, I mean, it's spiked, $1.50. It's already starting to pull back. The volume's drying up. I don't know how active it's going to be off that. You can see it's not really moving anymore off of this. So Neil and Katina, man, I would like both your takes on this to help better my analysis. EVGO is the ticker. And would you guys have taken that long or short at 760? I saw buyers being exhausted because out volume was half of yesterday. So, all right, let's pull up EVGO. I can tell you the EVGO was a very popular ticker, generally speaking, on the floor. So there were a lot of people that were looking at this. So would you have taken the 760 long or short? The problem with this is when it's hindsight analysis and it's the high of the day, the easy answer would be like, oh yeah, I would have shorted it. Well, there's no, like it's a blue sky setup. It's a day two play. You saw what trying to short things like Clover when they're just trending up can get you. And sometimes it gets you in a whole heap of trouble. So it's easy enough to say you saw the supply in there and you had the reasons in the tape to go long or short. I can just say that when there's no resistance level up there, I don't have an indicator that's telling me to go short at that price. And I wasn't watching the tape when it was at that price, so I can't say whether I would have. Now, the only thing that I would usually employ up here for a reversion trade would be here's a consolidated bottom on the last breakout, and then there's a trend. So you get the late break in the middle of the day. So if I'm looking late day reversion, I go there to there to there. It does a fail of that level, retest of the high, like that's a short. But that's based on like a trend line reversal. Like I can't say that, oh yeah, I would peg the 760. I think more like the 750 in here based on this. Like that's the only trade that I could have made if I wasn't looking at the stock because it gave me a trend line reversal trade. But if you're up there and you see it go sideways, reject a couple of wicks, and you believe in what you see in the tape that they're selling and buying exhaustion there, well, you're risking less than 10 cents on that trade. Sometimes you just have to trust your gut. The trend reversal is the only thing that I could say I would have done if I was trading EVGO. Because a lot of times when these things are just going higher and higher and higher, I'd never want to chase them up there. When I don't have a profit target in mind, I don't have an entry system for the long. And a long off of these levels, sure, because you've got this support there, you can buy that dip, that all makes sense. But off the top, trust your gut. I would only go for that trend reverse myself, though.
Yeah. Okay. I know I'm long, short here, Apple, but I am kind of thinking long. So, I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a problem here into the close for me. So maybe we'll take a piece out. I mean, even if we get it out at O's right here, why don't we just put a piece out at O's? as I'll switch it over and get a bid now. So hopefully we'll be able to get that right there. Okay. And then I was still going to wait for this 224.60 area. Maybe we can get something down there. Maybe we can't. But we'll put a bid now on Apple right here at VWAP just to take a piece out. I don't know if this market's going up or down, but again, good number today. Feel like that makes a little bit of sense. Let's check out the Fed rate tool here quickly to see what we're doing on that. We'll hit a little refresh. Maybe, 99 I just saw there. All right, so that's for November. What? 475. Oh, so there's not even anything the other way right now. So right now it's 99%. Is this right? That they're going to cut 25 quarter point.
Basically, it's now locked in.
So now it used to be 60, and then 50 was another opportunity, right? Because the Fed funds rate now is 475 to 5. So there's a 1% chance right now of no cut, and 99% the other way. And then for December right now, you're going to there's another quarter point. So looks to be the same. So still that 50 points. But we talked about this early this morning. Rewind to 8:30. It was like 60-40.
Yeah, it was very different.
And right now, obviously, with that jobs number showing that the economy continues to be really strong in the job market, thus exactly what Powell was talking about. Let's see some strength continuing so that we can stay on that 50 basis point cut into the end of the year. So 25-25 looks to be like what they are interested in. So good there. All right, you talked about SOXL. We can have another look at that as well. I know Neil just went over it. 36 and 20. Thing is, remember, I want to go long, so it's got to get above here. So for me, not setting up for SOXL right now. I'd like to go long on something, and this one unfortunately not setting up for me right now. That is SOXL, so we'll pass on doing that. I've kind of narrowed what I'm looking at a little bit here into the close, so I just want to look at some of the big names again. And not that we'd look at anything other than that. I do want to have a look at Rivian. Rivian obviously was moving around today as well. Again, this was a mistake. Like, we can really tell when we're sort of like reeling here a little bit, right? Like Amazon, when it was falling down, none of the longs were working. We kept on getting some before eventually it dumped out. Now, is the long still working now? I'm going to say no. I don't, that was a nice bottom. We've already made that at 1130. Then that high of 186, that wasn't significant enough for me to do anything. So right now, for strength, I would not be looking at Amazon. I just, underneath everything, VWAP is high. This is high. The 50-period moving average, we're underneath it all right now. So that's going to be a hard pass for me. PayPal keeps on coming up for some reason. Let me have a quick look at why PayPal keeps on hitting on the scanner now. Again, I guess it's because it keeps on hitting the 50-period and making a move underneath it. But for right now, not much happening here either. I think a drop down into VWAP might be a play. Need Nvidia to break 127. Yeah, Biden is speaking as far as I know right now. So we'll get.
There was a question about oil. But why did oil tank? I think it had to do with some of the comments, and then there was a volume spike because the futures just closed on the oil futures market. So my guess, it would just have to be, Biden was talking and whatever he said, I wasn't listening, to be honest. And so it could have.
Well, they were just saying that they are also going to try to look for some resolutions and this
maybe
and that. So maybe there's
something
something there. I mean,
that's what we want
Google's at a level. I mean, everything's barcoding.
You seen Shopify?
Well, maybe we need to look over at something that's moving.
So I'm going to check to see what's going on with Shopify, if there is a story. Maybe it's just, hey, we're strong. Shopify was breaking out the other day. But you're at the high. Like, how many things are at the high of the day right
Shopify.
now? So 4.5 points. Okay, AMD was at the high of the day, but we already knew that. Shopify, look at the consolidation
double
breakout.
from August.
Like 81.3. Like, that August 5th bottom. I know there were a lot of good opportunities to buy. My gut reaction that morning was to pick up, like stable names. Like in my personal account, I bought I bought Microsoft and Meta. And then that morning, which was the dumbest mistake ever, I was like, we're just going to try and take one long, and you couldn't get fills at the open because there was no liquidity. You should just try to take everything long. That was a learning experience. Like, you just spread it out. But Shopify might have been the best buy that morning. I don't know why I would have thought of that. I wouldn't have. The 50 period just held. It's not through. Okay, so it's through here, but you still have a ways to go for the highs, the 52-week highs. Oh, I just did that thing. I have to zoom out again. So you still have a ways to go to get to the, it's actually a February. I thought it was January. The February highs are in the 90s, but Shop seems to want to get there. So you're getting a consolidation break finally that just happened past 81.25 and lots of room. So next level up, call it like 83, 84. But Shopify's on one right now. You know, this is a good break. It's on the day trade. I mean, obviously, you can see it's consolidating off that high. But on the higher time frame, I feel like as long as you hold on to 81, this one is probably making that next leg up to 85. It's been a very, very strong trend for sure. Just want to give an update. I got a fill on SMCI last time I was down here. Like, it spiked down in front of 41 and then got a bounce, put in another lower high. So since it got to VWAP, you now have a pretty decently distinct trend. Oops, I didn't click on that. Decently distinct trend. That's not a great trend line, but you get the idea. So it should be a little bit higher. But if we break this trend, I should jump out of it, wait for it to get back into VWAP. So I'm holding on to this, but I'm not really thinking about adding at this point. Like, now instead of spiking away from the trend line, which is what you like, now you're just riding the trend line. When you're riding the trend line, I'm thinking about getting out if it breaks back out above. So not really, and SAVE's going sideways here. There it is. I'm on these bids. I'm in this short. I was in this short, no good. I was in that short, no good. I was in that short, no good. And now I'm just in this one. So I feel the way I feel about Spirit here, SAVE, is the way I feel about Bed Bath & Beyond. So try it today, 0 for 1. If it doesn't break, if I'm looking at the same levels on, not tomorrow, on Monday, where you're underneath like 178 or back into the previous close, wherever it happens to close. If it's underneath there and it gaps underneath those, I'm looking short to that previous high. And if it doesn't work 2 days in a row, then maybe this one isn't going to do a Bed Bath & Beyond. If it does work on Monday, then I'm doing the same thing on Tuesday. That's going to be my approach. We have to pay for locates on that. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling like the market does seem to want to go a bit higher here. But the stocks that I wanted long, like, I don't see a great entry in AMD at this point unless it pulls. Like, it needs maybe pull back into 168.75, which was that prior high. And then we can go dip buy hunting. And then Meta is absolutely on one as well. I don't see a good entry point into Meta at all. It's just all-time high every day, not every other day. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to take a look here and summarize, recap what happened during this midday session for anyone that wasn't trading during the lunch hour. We did have a nice base form here on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ slightly higher than the S&P 500 as of right now. Again, Fed School will be making some comments right before the midday that the market was reacting to, basically saying that those stronger than expected non-farm payroll numbers were a good sign. We also had lower than expected unemployment rate, so 4.1% versus 4.2% expected. So still some market reaction to that. It's worth noting we just had Sean and Neil there talking about the Fed funds rate. From what I'm seeing as well, there's actually some traders now seeing a less than 25 basis point cut in this next meeting. So lots of lowering from a 50 basis point cut expectation to 25 basis point cuts. We also had during this midday session, former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Larry Summers saying that the Fed made, quote, a mistake by cutting rates to the extent that they did in September. Some stocks on watch. We had a lot of small caps on the move. We had this PEV, Phoenix Motors, still up almost 200% here today. This one they did have earnings here, stronger than expected earnings per share and revenue for their first fiscal quarter, increasing there on a year-over-year basis. And last but not least, we have to talk here about Chanson International, CHSN. Not seeing any news on this, under 5 million share float, quite a few holds there for this name. So currently open as of right now, about 203, or sorry, about 7 million shares traded here on the day for CHSN. So what a day, guys. What a way to end this first trading week of October 2024.
Thing was like HKDing for a minute, because I remember someone in the chat I don't remember who it was, on the morning show, they're like, this thing's been halted for an hour. I'm like, stocks don't halt for an hour. So I went over to the trusty halt page, looked it up. I'm like, oh, this thing's been halted for an hour. I wonder if they're going to reopen it. Every now and then, so if you're new to this, when you hit the halt bands and go halting for limit up or limit down reasons, it's usually a 5 or 10 minute halt. That's standard. Now, the reason it ends up longer than that is should be a lack of liquidity. Now, I can think of one case where that wasn't true. That was Funware. There was no problem with liquidity. They had no excuse not to open it back up again, and they held it anyways. But in this case, it was this one right here. It was 660 because I watched it. It was the whole time it was giving an indicated open of $13, which is a double up after it already doubled up. And so I'm supposing they were halting until there was like a reasonable amount of liquidity. Eventually, they probably just gave up because it was still higher. So trading this is, if you have like some kind of a halt to halt strategy, that works for you, I think this is probably your bread and butter. If you've got like, okay, it halts once, there's no liquidity, I get in this halt and hold it till something, and if you do that, then that's the only thing you can trade here. Because while it's done 7.6 million shares, it is not opened and had consecutive bars. It just opens, then halts again, and then opens and it halts again. So that's not a trading strategy that I think any of us do. But if you have it, you never go broke taking profit. I find that one incredibly amusing, but that's all it is for us. Like it's like an HKD early on kind of story. We did get another super chat here. This one from Hayden Griffith. Sanity check on Nike going into the close. Back into the 82 to 82.25 channel. Do I look to get out if it breaks back above 82.25? So you're obviously in the money on a short. I have to assume if it breaks back above here. Sometimes history just flat out repeats itself. So Nike, look at the short yesterday. Basically the same high, then consolidate, give you some nonsense around VWAP, but eventually give you a clean VWAP breakdown into 82, and it's holding 82 another time. So I think that makes total sense to me. If it's trading just like yesterday and the market's trying to bounce, well, then if it breaks back above the channel that it couldn't yesterday, then you can get out of the short because you got to take profit somewhere. I don't like what Nike's doing the last 2 days. That said, that 82 bottom where it's consolidating, right at the bottom of the trend line since its recovery. So this is a good spot. If it can settle down right around here, maybe break back out above 84, 85, I think then it would be a long into the 200 period moving average. You got the 50 period underneath, you got 80 even underneath, and you've got a trend line underneath. So that makes sense why it's catching a bit of a bid on Nike at these prices, despite the fact that it's incredibly weak the last 2 days. Great short, obviously, did what it did yesterday, but it couldn't break 82. We were shorting basically this range, and the 82 break would just never happen the entirety of the afternoon. Like you were getting 20 cents, 15 cents, 10 cents, and it never broke 82 even. Somebody's holding this stock up the last 2 days.
Never. Yeah, what's up, Paul? There in the chat, you just said you took 45. So you got to be, first of all, you got to be liking and subscribing to get into the chat. So make sure you do that as well. It is free, just like the show. By the way, just to let everybody know that. Thank you. Thank you, Fabian. It definitely does not take much effort. You said, right here you go, Paul, 45% on 0 DTE trades on Apple. I just want to say, like, which way are you? Are you short or are you long? Because this is the frustrating part when it comes to trading the way we trade. We have to wait for something to happen. Like if we had 0 day to trade options right here, then yeah, maybe this would have come into play already, but so far not the greatest here for that. So we'll have to wait to see if we get a fill down to the downside for Apple. I'm still bidding, so I'm bidding O's now. We sort of talked about that. So to Paul and everybody else that is in maybe potentially this trade with me or not, I am looking to get something out here if we come back in. It just doesn't want to go lower here, and I'm not sure the market does either. So we'll have to wait and try to be patient here with the market in and around this level. So if we can't break it, then Apple floating back down in, we'll take that bid, man, 10 times out of 10. So hopefully that will come through for us. And then I just want to say again, for anybody looking at this Apple trade, I'm going short more until we break this level. We won't be like, layering into it, but we are up on Apple today, obviously. We've had some big trades here. So we're playing with house money. That doesn't necessarily matter, but we are looking to make some more plays here on Apple. So shorter into here, fine. And let's just see that the futures will just play this same range. So hopefully we stay in this range. There's only an hour, 20 minutes left for the day, and only an hour left until those imbalances come through. So for me, Apple will just sit here and wait a couple minutes and wait for those fills. Hopefully it comes in. We can sit on our hands right now. Yeah, it's funny that you just mentioned this, Sebastian. I wanted to go over to Palantir. So I do think that it's a short. Just because you have under VWAP, under the 50 period moving average, under the 200 period, which is at 40, giving you some love into this 40. So yeah, it's probably a short back in. I don't know, man. I don't want to talk about something and then not really have I like it, but then I don't really want to put it on. It's if I liked it, I would put it on. So I do like that idea. If anything, I think Rivian's had its day. We looked at 980 before. We said if it breaks it, and we wanted to go short. It does not. It comes right down into 982. So just like that Tesla trade, you know, where if you were only trading Tesla today, you should have probably made a lot of money, I would think, if you were looking at that 245 level, which we were. If you were trading Rivian today, same way. A lot of opportunities down there at this low. It just does not break. So you'd have to be thinking long, hit it right into those levels, and then boom, huge move. Like even if this breaks 980, you're not getting 60 cents. That's 60 cents right back upside off of that level. So again, great trading there on Rivian if you found that level, but you had to find it. We did, but you have to be on there looking at it. All right, just got an alert of Apple being back at the 50 period. So yeah, that is where it is, but nothing happening on that stock. So we'll hold off on there. Google's moving around, but not really. There's nothing. MSTR,
62.
Yeah, it's really ripping. MSTR into the close. Okay, we can have a look at this for 0-day options. I think that this is always a good opportunity to have that look. So yeah, with Bitcoin starting to go again, yeah, this is actually looking real good. I would say long. You've broken above now on MSTR. You're trying to get above this 175. You break 175, then yeah, because this is a highly levered tool to Bitcoin, look at the moves that MSTR's had over the week. It's been a nice move higher here. I think this is a great breaking spot. Breaking 175 long, yeah. I don't know which way you're thinking right here, Dreamy Classics, but if you're dreaming about MSTR, then I think that it would be a long right now. With crypto finally starting to go, IBIT, looks like it was trying to go as well. We talked about some Mara down there today. That's actually been a really good stock to trade as well. And there it is, 35.50. I think it's the same trade. Breaking longer into the afternoon. I mean, I like Bitcoin here. I think it can work at these levels. So, yeah, I think MSTR into the long for sure. If you're short, I don't know if I like that. The market's not doing anything, but Bitcoin's above 62,000. So good little look there. MSTR long, yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So if you're asking that, I would say yes.
The crypto names are the strongest things out there.
I know. Yeah, what? Damn
it's like crypto, Shopify, and
Tesla?
AMD. Like those are the rocket ships. Like your dogs right now. Like the thing is, the dog is, to
Apple's
me
right here again.
is Micron, but shorting. I mean, Nike's at the lows too. But like right here, you're red. The market's green. I'm pretty sure every chip, I think every single chip name is green today except for Micron. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I've seen one that is going to be red. So you really going to short the low of the day? If we do roll over, I feel like Micron's good. I know there would be really tight risk in here. I've been waiting for it to pop up and give you a reasonable entry. Like it would be ideal. Morning lows, 102.20, 102.30. Like bump into this range. Get a nice lower high going on what's obviously a weak stock and try to short it. But it feels like it's making a bit of a bottoming, and I want to wait for it to give you a good entry point. Uncle Ron, slowest leak in Tesla ever.
I mean, it is leaking off 250. It's not a horrible call.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Like it's almost back at VWAP in here. It is a very slow leak. That 250 level has been... I still feel like the breakout had potential at 254. Because if you remember what happened on delivery day, when it was losing this level, which happened a couple of times in the pre-market, which about the 57, 58, the bids were at 54 and the bids were at 50, 51. So like if you were going to fill that gap in, to me, you were going to get 54 is on that long. And I still believe that. Like the day that we really take that 50 level and get through 51, you're going to 54. Maybe that's just the next week thing, and there's too much resistance on a Friday. 250, obviously a very big option level. I'm sure there's just a ton of open interest there at 250 specifically. All right, I'm going to go back over to SMCI. It's trying to get back into VWAP. It hasn't quite gotten there yet. You're maybe 10 cents away, so looking for the re-entry. Not many things are giving you a VWAP setup that I can see. Oh, what am I talking about? I just said Micron's the only chip name that's down. SMCI is down 0.6. But Micron's at the low of the day. This one's at VWAP. So yeah, this and Micron are the two ones that are.
I was thinking here, if you look at AMD and you change this over to a 5-minute chart, you do have, so we're in and out of this. So whatever, not in it right now. But here's the flag pole right here. We're starting to form, a little bit of a pattern up here where it's kind of looking bearish to the downside off of that top. But the fact is that we're up 4 and a bit percentage points. So I actually want to think about a break of this 170 through this high of the day. So let me just double check. Here's the poll. Here's it settling out. Let's play a break longer. You could play the break shorter as well if the market fails. So what would these levels be? Let's zoom in just a little bit here to see. So again, poll up. This is 169.25. We're a little ways away from that one. And do you want to fight what's been a strong market? We've talked about I'd rather go long into the close right now. So I'm going to take this break. 170.40. That's a 170.35. So 170.36. Let's put that order in for AMD. We do have Apple still. We will go short a little bit on that if it does come into play there. But I like this break just of the high, 170 and change. We can give it back to 170. At that point, the 50-period moving average, right now it's at 168.73. That little wick down might get tested on a break, which would be 169.30. So I feel like you got to take as many shares that you could maybe hold $1 against you. Breaks won't always happen immediately. You saw that what happened with Tesla. It bounced around 250 before eventually going. And then it fell back in. But at the end of the day, it did eventually go. Where's Tesla? Oh, it's still a 5-minute chart. Let me go to a 1-minute chart, look a little bit better. Right here. So once it broke, it did dance around before eventually going. It got to 151, basically, and then fell off. So you had about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of some back and forth there on Tesla. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be anything there. But I like that AMD break, so I'm going to take it. We are also averaging into, let me just make sure. All right, so it's still a ways away. Well, the order's in. So if you see me get into AMD, it's because it's taking out those levels. Now, the next thing that we have to do, because we're in Apple, we took a little small position here at 30 just because it was bouncing around. Ultimately, I'm sitting here at 55. Make sure if we get that order to come through, we'll take that short right here and then play it against basically a break of 60. Just giving it a little bit. I'd like to see it kind of just make its way up, give it 10 cents or so, 161, 225.65. If we break above that, then we can get out. Let's give ourselves like 15 or 10 or 15 cents worth of room if we get back to that high for Apple. Again, Apple red on the day, market green. I think it's worth stepping in here and seeing about that. Again, you know, like this right there was 35 down to 65. So we just made like 60, 50, 70 cents on that move. We can afford this. That just went to 150. That's too bad. 225.50. We're at 225.54. So we'll put another offer there maybe in case it comes up, but I'm still waiting for that trade. We're waiting for AMD to break. So that's kind of the two things that I'm looking for there. SoFi's
been making moves. I want to just go over Duo for a quick second because there was a story when we came right on. They dropped an offering on, this is that FANG thing. What's it called again?
SoFi up 6%. What the?
FANG Gold Network. No, FANG-DD. Yeah, FANG-DD Network, or however you're supposed to say that Chinese name. They dropped an offering about, I don't know, almost an hour ago. There is a bit of a bid coming in, and look where the bid happens to be coming into Duo, right at that 260 zone where it's supported before. So you're just going to keep eyeballs on this one. If it does try to retrace, like it halted down, halted up, and then showed obvious resistance in the 340 range, I'd like to think it's going to have trouble if it breaks 3 again. Locates for us were 1/8 of 1 cent per share. Like that's the kind of, it's basically free. So even though there's only an hour left in the day, pay for them because they're essentially free. And if we see a short entry, then I like that. So Duo offering down 25%. There was also, let me go over NVIDIA first. Yatu was asking about Clover because NVIDIA, all of a sudden, morning resistance, you're starting to hold above. So what I like that you're going higher lows into this. So I want to see us break this, take out this high, and then give it back to the 124.50. So I'm looking for that next wave of strength in NVIDIA, if it can just pop higher. If it can't do that, then we just wait for VWAP, maybe a dip buy on VWAP. And Yatu, Clover was a disappointment for a lot of people today. But, and there's always a but, we were talking at lunchtime while we're eating those pretty decent Montreal smoked meat sandwiches. And we're mentioning, I was talking to Adam and a couple of the traders, when you have that lull and in the morning or sometimes late in the day or in the middle of the day, it can happen. Look out for some of those runners, like Clover was a big runner, that failed at the open, have found a consolidative bottom, and then are then barcoding. So You made a consolidated bottom. Everyone that was like, oh, it's not going today, we give up. Let's just trade something else, right? So that's what they did. Makes the run. Look at the consolidation off of VWAP. Now it's not really doing a big move, but this is the idea that we'd be setting up. Where it breaks about 4 or 5 here, your stop is at 4, and then if you were looking at this, you'd be long at like 5 or 6 with not a lot of risk, and if it happens to go, it happens to go. The problem is it's not going. If there was volume coming into this, I'd be all over it. But it made that break after the long lunchtime consolidation and decided to do a whole lot of nothing. So for myself, I think this is one that I'm going to stay away from if we're looking for some of these small cappers. I've seen a couple of people mention Serve, though. Yeah, I've seen this come up a couple of times, Serve. It's one of those linear moves that I just distinctly don't like joining. If you're long, it's a great hold, but there's no clean entry point since about $8.50 if you're looking at it. And then on the daily chart, like Serve is right at resistance, 935, 935, not even 935 today. So it's going right into the top, makes it tricky to buy. Feel like it needs to clear out the high, show some buyers above that top, and then you can work into it. So Serve looks good, feels a bit trappish on the back half of a Friday to want to be long at that top. I think maybe you'd have to pull back into the 865, 870 range to look for a reasonable dip buy that you go into. So Nvidia's starting to go. It's making the effort here, at least Nvidia, trying to take out these highs. So I'm looking for an entry off this 1270 breakout, continue the trend, give it back into this resistance at 124.50. I just realized I didn't even put an order in to make sure we grab that break. So I'm just going to put the order in now so that we will be locked and loaded on Nvidia. If it breaks that top, I'm going to be in. I do have to monitor SMCI. Got level 2s up on both of those. And the good news is on that last push up in Nvidia and the push up in the market that's happening now, SMCI is not going. It's going sideways. So I'm actually going to cancel my bid at 41.1. And yeah, I think this is going to be a reloaded VWAP. If the market's pressing up and Nvidia is pressing up and this isn't going anywhere, like it just popped 2 cents, it's still a short SMCI until proven otherwise. So I'm going to get on the offer in front of VWAP in case we get it. And let's see if we can actually get that breakout. It's only 10 cents away from Nvidia breaking it.
You know what? Apple. All right, so we're long AMD. We talked about this would be a trade that we wanted to get. So we'll go long here. We'll put some offers in and around 40s. Sorry, 50s. We are long right now, 170.39. So there it goes, man. Nice little break higher there on this one. We also average into our Apple trade at the top end. So not great to be long one, short the other. But we'll wait to see what happens here with AMD. Give it a little bit of room. We said that would be something that we'd have to do anyways, right? So let's give this a little bit of room here with AMD. I mean, where's the pullback spot? We said we look at the 50 period, so it looks like that's pretty good now where we are on AMD. So I think we can definitely afford a little bit of a hit if it does come back in into that level. So 170 or so, I think has a good little stop out spot for us on advanced micro devices. Let's put some bids here on Apple. I mean, hopefully it will drop in and, I'd rather win on both of these somehow. I think that AMD is going to be the one that can eventually go for us. We do have some offers upside on AMD, but we have to make sure that, okay, here we go. We got some 48s there. Let's see where we go now. 170, 169.89. So 169, like 84 or so break lower. We'll be able to get out of that. Let's see if it wants to go for us. So as that goes up, Apple coming down. So here we go, man. We got the double pipers right here. Good trading to happen. Let's see if we can get AMD up, Apple down right now. That'd be a good recipe for our success right now. So let's just see. Maybe we can get that to go. So, all right, Apple short. We just shorted that one. We talked about the price we wanted, right? We said 54s. That's what we have right now. We're short Apple at 54. Just took a little bit out as we went into the 40s there. So 15-cent winner right there as we have some diamond hands by waiting for that price. The question is now, can we? So we're 2 for 2 here. Like I'm giving you these trades. I hope some of you are having these. Let's just wait to see what happens. AMD is the one we're excited about here. Maybe Apple drops, maybe AMD goes down as well. But for now, we're holding out hope for this a little bit. We just got out of 10%, about 15% there. We got some at 48s and some at I think 48's twice. We'll double check that. But for now, we have some lower bids here on Apple. We're bidding 32. This is already, Neil, 20 cents right there in the money on Apple. Hopefully we get a little bit of a lower bid there to fill us out. But it's AMD that's falling just a little bit, but Apple going one way, AMD going the other. So far, so good here. Maybe we should have just stuck with the short in Apple. But right now, we'll try AMD at the high side.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get back into the same short that the second I put my breakout order on Nvidia, it reversed.
No.
And when that happened, the second I saw that happen, I'm like going to reload back in SMCI, because if we're not going to break out this top, then I think reloading short makes a lot of sense. Apple's underneath VWAP or whatever's underneath VWAP, you should try to get. Duo did not break higher. I'll get to that in a quick second, but Micron is starting to go up. The weakest, it was so close.
Oh, look at
no
that.
No cigar, Micron. All you could do is go to 102. That's it. All right, so Micron does not want to go to 102.20. It wants to only go to 102 in reverse. It's trying to go green on the session. I was able to get a reload in SMCI, but we wanted this one at the quarter mark on Micron. It looks like an absolute dog. If it gets up there, great. I still like it. Duo, we wanted to short the next pop. Instead, it made another low of the day. Now it's trying to break higher. So here's the $3 level. Since the reopen, it's made successive lower highs. There is an offering. It's about to charge into 3. If it fails the 3 level on the way back up, I'm going to try and catch it on the way down. I want to see it wick up here. Like, see how you have the resistance here? Like 285 or so, where it's breaking and you get these like little candle wicks. If I see another one of those, I'm going to look to enter on the next, on Duo. If it breaks 3, then I just have to wait. So they did a 5 million offering, was the story that was about an hour ago. So see how it's spiking, needs to put in that wick, show me the rejection of those prices, and then I would look for the short. Instead, it looks like it's just going to break $3 here. Heck, it actually might go into a halt at 3. Nope, never mind, that was a fake halt. Got to $3, that was the halt band, and they broke it back down. So it could still put in that candle wick. That's what I'm looking for. Like, it's short that. We did reload on SMCI, but we'd like to get more into VWAP here. Like, we're at 30s. 40s is where we wanted and where we got it before. I think 41 is the easy out on SMCI. So no halt in Duo, still possibly setting up that short. But if it breaks out 3, then all bets are off. I'm not gonna fight it if it goes past the halt price.
Our best fill on Apple is 32, so that's 22 cents there, but it's coming back up, which is fine by me. We're actually out, so we actually only have a third left of Apple. So hopefully it will come back in. We talked about trying to get those bids, so that's exactly what we did there. We put on we told you what we were doing. We put on a much bigger piece there, giving us 10 cents worth of risk. Let's take 20 and just move on from there. We still wait for AMD. AMD might have just hit that top and failed again, which, I mean, we've already been up here basically once, twice, thrice, and failed every time he came up here. So yeah, it might be the other way around. We're not out of that many of them. We're out of about 30% or so. We got some out again at 40 when it came back through there. But that was just like 10. We basically have 10% out here 3 times. So that's why we have about 30% out. So we still have 70% left of this trade. And I like it. I don't want to go anywhere with it. Let's just sit here. I mean, I don't love it. I thought we could break the high and then just fly. But you need to be patient a little bit. And we're trying to do that right here with that trade. So I might even just put another bid here to see if we could take 10 cents or so on this one. And of course, by this one, I mean Apple. So hopefully we can get some Apple love there and get that back in. But right now it's AMD. We're going to let this one fly. So there's Apple. We'll take another 10 cents. Whatever, man. We'll just go bang because we're just trying to scalp it out. Apple's going to be a top stock for me today anyways. We have the TQs is going to be my number 1. Then we have Alibaba number 2. Apple just on these trades number 3 here today. And then the last one to go would be Google, I guess, which is number 4. So I think, I don't know how many stocks you've traded, but I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks. And I think we're 4 and 3. So the big losers there. Tesla down today. We talked about that and how embarrassing that is. I put my hand up for that all day there. That's a negative 1 there. Amazon also didn't hold. Anything that basically we traded in the first hour, we were only long, so that was bad. And that's it. So that, and that. And then AMD we're working on right now. The trade, this is why, oh no, it's going to crash. No, it's not good. The reason why Alibaba is such a successful name for me today would be this reason. We were short early. So all the names that we were long early will be our negative ones. So we'll have 4 wins and 3 losses here today. So 7 names, 4 and 3. on the day, and I'll be negative here on the day unless we get something going.
It was only early longs that lost for me on looking at it because AMD was a late long, and then Intel and Rivian were short there. Sorry, I'm looking at this duo. So duo for me, like it's doing exactly what I thought. No, like it's doing the wick at $3. So there's another rejection above 290. You're getting the lower high. So if it can just kind of close underneath this 290 again, look for short into the low of the day. So it'll be we have to wait a couple of minutes in here to kind of confirm the weakness on duo. And if it does, I'm gonna look short into the low of the day. So volume's pretty good. Kind of looking pretty solid now, even just to give it to the 290. I just realized I didn't even have a stop in. The value, one of the good things about not just our platform, the gateways that we have available, and yes, the platform, is we have I can put in that stop order. We have multiple stop orders. One that's like get flat 100% of your position, and I can throw that at 290 and already be in on the offer here. I didn't hit the bid. I did try what I've offered, then I tried to hit the bid, but it's down 27%. So when it was up here, just to understand why I didn't get filled. Why did it just get me? No, it did not break the top there. Right, I just punched out flat. All right, so it's SSR. So I can get 79s on the offer, but if it breaks lower and I want to chase it down to say 9 to 75 or something like that, you have to sit until you get an uptick. So you're basically waiting for an uptick to go short because it's short sell restricted. So if we break 290, I'm out. If it gets to the low of the day, I want to take profit halfway and then to the low on Duo, which is not Duolingo. It is FanGG something, a Chinese company. I always forget what the something is, to be honest with you. So SMCI, it's kind of going sideways in here. Nvidia, still in the same range without breaking that high, so we're probably not going to get that one. Tesla is not at VWAP, not at 250, not interested. Those are two places to trade it, I think. Yeah, not really that much going on. Is there any other symbols you guys want us to look at? Kind of let me know. Like Duo came in because there was news on it. Not really seeing too much of anything else. There was a news story on Boeing. Boeing tried to go up. Boeing failed. So that's probably a nothing burger.
Boeing.
You would have thought the resuming negotiations would be a good thing and they could sustain a bid off of that, but even Boeing couldn't.
What's up, guys? What's up, Penguin Dynasty? I'm going to read this. I have no idea what you're saying here, so let me just figure it out. Hopefully it's nothing too negative. Sean, even on your red days, I still give you massive props. Well, thank you for that, first of all, before I continue. Massive props. You're not just trading, but simultaneously running a freaking live show. Thank you so much. Most people in here can't even do one, brother. Thank you so much. And I'll take that GOAT sign there. But yeah, just, that's definitely not the case, but I do want to appreciate that. And we try to do it, man. We try to talk about, our trials and turbulences and all the stocks that we're looking to do here in trade. And then, whatever. Adam's here now. He could tell you about the realness and everything of what we're doing. And I'm sure he'll be doing that on the chat. We wish Adam, who's still in the back there, the best of luck and safe travels back into London. I want to thank you for those kind words there, guys. About it. So yeah, all right. AMD. So we're still watching out for this name. Again, who knows where we're going to go on it, but I still like the long. I do respect that there's some opinions there in the chat that I should probably get out of this Apple long. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I've been talking about longs. I've liked the long here in the afternoon. The reason why we're in this short is just because trying to just make a little bit off the top here, to be honest with you. If it hits, it hits. We only now have 30% left of this position. We just got another out down there at 40s or 42s or whatever it was. So we'll just get this out as it comes up. I do agree with you. We're above all these lines. The reason why we're short Apple is it's negative for the day. So Apple was down for the day. I'm just thinking to myself, if this market continues to go down, today, then we know we have Apple. If it continues to go up, I feel like we have a strong name here in AMD, but AMD is still falling down in now again. So we're going to have to be patient, I guess, and wait for this AMD trade. I am trying to buy a little bit more low teens right there in Amazon. So that's another look for us, in AMD. That's another look that I'm interested in over there as well. So, all right, man, more to come, right? I mean, this is what we're doing. We're live every single day, trying to put on the best show we can and trying to make as many great fills for you and give you guys an opportunity to trade with us and hopefully trade accurately. And our positions will continuously update. Just want to thank everybody again for your continued patronage for the show, and keep throwing those questions in the chat, man, because we love seeing questions and answering them. So, all right, we did get some more AMD down here at that low. Now we're long at 31s. So as you can see, it's not like a huge amount of shares here that we're trying to roll around with, but we're just trying to see if we get a bump back into the high of the day here for the close. If not, if we lose 170, then we can get out of this name. So for now, that's what I'm looking at. It is AMD long. We just reloaded it there. Average price now 30s. And by the way, Apple's cracking. Apple's 20 cents in the money.
Yeah, the market's kind of having some trouble breaking out that high. I'm going to cancel temporarily the Nvidia breakout. It's starting to get away from that price. I don't want to punch the top of a move. I was just able to get a couple of fills on Duo as it's sliding down. There's for the amount of liquidity on it, there's probably the biggest buyer since I've seen this thing reopen at $2.65. So I'm just shaving in front of it. If I say I'm shaving in front of it, or I'm just bidding in front of that level, right? So if the order is at 65, I'm at 66 or 67. It's just an old term. It doesn't really mean anything on non-penny stocks. I'm going to bid in front of that 265. If it breaks that order, I'm holding through the low of the day over on Duo. So Nvidia, not really doing much. Obi just got up, walked past and said, are you guys seeing Meta? Meta's glorious. Meta is absolutely glorious. That is it's an unbelievable trend line. There's no question. It's making fresh. Every time it ticks the high, it's an all-time high on Meta. That August 5th bottom, obviously, that would have been a pretty solid one on Meta, because it was an absolute gift on pretty much everything. Now you're getting fresh highs. It's just a problem that I don't see any really great entries on Meta outside of if you didn't take it right in here when it was breaking the 92. Maybe there was a consolidation in there. I'm not chasing tops up 2%. It's a great one, but I'm not going to chase the tops. Let's stick to Duo. If it breaks low, we can hold on to that. SMCI is working down off of VWAP as well, so we'll take a bid in front of 41 even and throw it to Adara at the desk.
But I hear on Datadog, DDOG, not seeing any news on this one, but it's almost making new high of days here, up about 4%, getting some increased volume into the close. And I zoomed out a bit to show this has been on a bit of an uptrend over the last few days. It did get an upgrade to buy from D.A. Davidson on Tuesday, so that could be what's inspiring this move up. But a 2.75% short float for DDOG, also seeing a market cap of about $41 billion. So some details on Datadog, which has been strong throughout the day and looking to end the day on a high note, guys.
All right. Just real quick, man. We did get out some more Apple, so let's just spin that red. We'll do a hot dog cannon for that one as Apple. Great short. I thought the long was going to be hot there, but it looks like Apple short is hot. And we were sitting here justifying to everybody about this trade, and it looks like this is the one right now. So 20 cents in the money on this. We're happy with it. We're getting out more and more now. We only have 25% left of Apple as we just take another fill right here, right now at 40. Now it's a little lower. Maybe we'll put something at 14s just in case we do get that bleed all the way to the downside. So we'll put a bid down there, see if we get it. We are also bidding 25 flat right there. The reload on AMD is fine. It's not moving. So we're going to have to wait to see if AMD wants to give it to us or not back to the upside. We have a pretty easy out, man, breaking through 170. If that happens again for us. Okay, so it looks like my daughter obviously did qualify for cross-country because there's a bunch of more cross-country dates coming through here in the calendar. So I love you, Marissa, but it looks like it's going to be another busy one for us one more time. Okay, so AMD, here it comes back in. So this is where we reloaded it. Again, I'm fine. If it gets down, we lose 40 cents on this trade, we lose 40 cents. You never really want to be punching, especially when the market's like this, like a maximum amount of shares. We probably punched about maybe a third of what we would have if this was 10 o'clock or if it was 9:30 and there was a break level. But again, like the long here and AMD up 4.5%. I can sit here and keep justifying it. At the end of the day, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. We have our stops. We're risk managers. We're here to tell you this. Oh, wow. So she has practice every single night next week. So that's
Cross
good.
country is active. She got
She doesn't
baseball,
even.
She's got hockey.
She's got everything. It's absolutely.
No, but the good
insane.
thing is, actually, I was going to say the good thing is if you're doing cross country and you're doing hockey. I mean, for cross country, like everything is cardio. So it's like
she's not going to
training for it.
I mean, I love her to death, and I think the world of her. But she probably won't qualify this next stage. She's not a runner. She's just athletic. So,
but it's really good for
I know,
like building mental endurance in cross country. If you're not, it's just you have to battle past your demons when you do distance running. I don't care who you are. So it's really good for any kind of an athlete. Because then, like at the end of the game or in like overtime,
it's 2K. So she's 10 years old or 9 years old, and she's running the 2K. So. A little far maybe, but we'll see what happens there. Okay, so that's AMD. So I just got some. I just came back up to 25. I did take another 10% out right there because again, where reload was at 12. So I know there's some nice reloads down there, but that's it. I'm not doing anything else anymore on AMD. We got that fill. I just took a piece out right there. Again, don't want to get too crazy with it. Here into the close, but we're long on AMD. Let's see if we can continue to go higher and higher and higher on this one. I have a big announcement to make. All right, big announcement to make. You ready for this, Brendan? All right, today on the closing recap show, I've got my man Joe. That's all you need to know right now. We will be answering questions. We will be talking options. It is Joe coming through on the after show. So join me and Joe as after show bonanza continues. We talked about the midday bonanza. The recap bonanza starts immediately at 4 o'clock or 4:01 or 4:02, whenever I'm ready. And we will have Joe coming through today. So if you are looking at options, you want to talk to the Dapper Don himself, Joe will be here live in person at the closing show, on the closing show with yours truly. So we are very, very proud to have Joe as part of our team. And you're going to just see how special this dude is one more time again here tonight on the closing show. So we thank Joe for stepping up and doing that. I just went over there and asked him, I said, bro, we rocked it a couple Fridays ago. Let's just do that damn thing again. So we're doing it again. Joe and myself coming on the closing show. So excited for that one. Maybe it wasn't as, dramatic of an announcement right there, but you gotta hype it up. I like it. You gotta hype it up. You gotta get that hype man going on right now. All right, speaking about hyping stuff up, let's go AMD. Maybe we can get that going a little bit. Let's put something around 38, see if we get that fill. We just stopped around there. We're only long here at 30s again, but hey, like I told you, so far so good. Somewhat profitable, but flat right now as we sit here waiting for something to happen for advanced micro devices. Oh boy, did we do good getting out of that Apple trade. We talked about only having 25% left. It's getting close to going to the top again as well. Come on, AMD. Let's go, man. Let's take out this top. We talked about being into this one. We're able to average into it. It's advanced micro devices. I don't know if it's going to go, but if it is, it should go immediately right now. It's 320. Let's get some juice under this, man. I don't know if its brother is doing anything down here with it. No, it's trying to go, though. Get above 124.50 and see if we can go. But remember, I haven't traded AMD in months. We're in AMD today because, that's probably wrong, maybe 1 month, because it's more aggressive than the rest today. AMD up 4.5%. I like the long. So we're going to sit here, see if it can work. We are waiting for something upside. Maybe we'll get that, maybe we won't. But it is 170.38. So we wait for that fill, and hopefully that comes through, and we'll start to sort of piece this thing out and then hold. We're only out of 20% of this name. We want more. So we got a good reload there. Maybe we should have waited for it. It's AMD. Let's go. Let's see if we can get this one going, guys.
Did you say you want more?
I do. What is that?
You should always eat more in all of your trades.
Is that a new sponsor?
These trades brought to you, it should be, because I have like a case of these things at home. They're really great for camping.
Eat mores. Okay.
And plus, too, they're not as bad as me eating like 5 million Snickers bars. So just a quick update here. I was able to get out in front of 41 on SMCI. I'm still holding on. So we had 4 41.35s. I'm now only into my quarters, so these shares are gone, and we're only these ones. I want to reload again. It's giving you 15, 20 cents on this name over and over again. There was a super chat here. I saw it. Rohit was asking you about, was asking about FSLR because Brian had suggested First Solar and was asking about that one.
Brian is out of First Solar.
So he is out of this.
Yep.
Out of it. So Brian's out of his First Solar position. There you go. You have it from Sean. So if Brian was liking First Solar, if he's out, that means
he took a loss on it. I can explain it in a minute.
Oh.
Okay, here we go, man. Here goes AMD. Oh, shit. We are back in the building right now. Look, man, this is what we're talking about. We talked about why we liked AMD. We bought that dip. There goes AMD right now. Let's go. Huge trade here to the upside as we getting back into this mood right now. There it goes. Come on, baby. All we need to do is announce Joe on the show, and then here we go. It is huge for us on AMD. It's a 40-cent winner, baby. We'll keep going to the up. 40 cents. How about 50 cents? Come on, AMD. Let's go to the top side again. We're starting to break out. Maybe we can get going one more time for advanced micro devices. Where shall she stop? Nobody knows. And you know what? I don't know either. We're going to throw our hands up in the air and not get out anymore. Let's see how high we can go upside now on advanced micro devices. We did it, everybody. We did it. So there it is, man. We talk about the trades. We put the trades on. We put money in our pocket. And there goes advanced micro devices. So again, sit in your trades. Believe it. I don't have that confidence button. Thanks, Adara, for that one, though. There's the confidence right there. Not only did we like it, we bought more. We sat in here. We talked about it. And that's that, man. It's a day topper right there. AMD ripping right now. We're up more on this than we're even up more even on this position than we made pretty much on Apple all day. So that's going to be a good trade here for AMD. It's a good thing we got that reload. Let's take some out at 69er right there to spin that money right there. And now, Neil, we will just sit back because we get the trade that we want. It's a doozy of a trade right there on advanced micro devices. So, man, we're feeling it pretty good now. Let's see, there it is, 75s. Okay, I mean, on the reload now, it's 60 cents in the money on that reload, but only 45 cents overall. So what's up, Sebastian? You're awake now? Good. Glad to have woken you up. Let's go. Hit the like and the subscribe.
Yes, sir. That's what it's all about. So sitting in the money is a good place to be, so we'll continue to do it. I'm throwing the order back in on Nvidia. It's finally heading back into the upside. It's 124.70 for me. Has to cross that 50 mark, and I'm breaking in at 70. The plan of action, just in case it happens real fast, it's going to be relatively simple. Break here, stop at the 50. If it doesn't work right away, I'm risking 20 cents on it. 125 is already going to be resistance here. You already saw it all morning long, all pre-market long. That was the top on the economic number that we had this morning. So going to play into that. Duo just cut another bid off that 65. A higher low at 70 came in. So I got another leg out. We'll get out the low of the day. We got the trade at the 79. I don't want to give it back in past break even. The way I feel, if you have a news-based moment or I guess move in this particular case, like when you want that downside, when it gives you this setup, you want that retrace to the low to happen a little faster. So after the news comes in, sometimes they slow down a bit. So it's going to end up working, but it's not going to give you that flush through the low of the day. The buyers are starting to step up, which can happen on an offering, right? Like usually you'll find it level off somewhere. I wanted to see if it could break this to get down into that 240 low that it put in maybe just last week. So Nvidia is going to try to go. I'm looking at Apple. Oh, my VWAP's off on that chart. I got to look at that. Guard here. No, Apple's nowhere near this level. If Apple presses into that sell zone at 227, I think it's a short. You saw what happened the last time we were here. So I know it's strong now. Going into the close, if there's time, it's almost 330, but there was sellers du jour, and then there wasn't even a chance for the sellers to emerge this morning because it just dumped at the open through those prices. So when it enters into this zone, I'm starting to look short on Apple. Kind of waited for it to do that retracement most of the day, and Apple only now breaking VWAP. So it's about 226.80. If there's a pop late here on Apple, got to give it some time. But we're going to run out of time. We might run out of time for that kind of a trade. I'm not going to have orders out there because I don't want to forget about it, then get put into position at 350. But here comes Nvidia. It's trying to make that breakout. We're looking for the break here, stop there. Sorry, the break here, order to there. And that's where my stop is going to be. I'm sitting in SMCI because as the market just broke the high, SMCI is consolidating lower. So I see no reason, if it breaks this bottom and breaks 41, I think we can get 40.70. And if we reload back, it'll have to be in the 25 to 30 range. So while the market goes higher, this just continues to be a short on SMCI. Just a dog for whatever reason, and we might as well stick with it. Tesla short, question mark, Robin Sandu, 250. I'm not really favoring shorts on Tesla. What I do like is I feel like 50 has been the bamboozlement level. and the real break is, can it take out 51? That's what's been happening since they announced their delivery numbers. 50, 51, any over on 50 has been a trap, and then the real break, I think, is going to be if it can take out that 51. So if it can trap some people over 50 before it gets to 51, I'd be looking for a reversion, but not right here. Because if you take it here, I feel like you have to give it to that local high. If you're going to short it, I'd rather get it off of the high, not $1 underneath. I'm not trying to average into something $1 at 327. I don't think you have enough time to make that work for you.
No, that's the other thing too. It is 3:30, so you got to watch out for that. So just so everybody knows, man, we only have a third left, exactly a third left of AMD. Like when that started going to the upside there, we rapido get out of our trades all the time. But I'm just waiting to get out of another piece right here. If it comes near that $40 marker one more time, so that's going to be, there it is. So we'll get at another piece here. See if we can have the diamond hands into the close. I just, with these imbalances coming through today, I'm just not sure what's happening right now. I know Mashworth, I hope that pretty soon we are able to sort of get going on some merchandise and things like that. That's more to come very, very soon. We'll have hats, and you see me with those sweatshirts on and all that kind of stuff that we continue to wear.
I'd love for people to be able to get the, so I know we have the mugs are pretty cool. I love these, like the milk bottle thing. It's great for, water, keep hydrated, going on with that. Like that.
Dusty. Yeah, but these hats are pretty cool. These dad hats we've got going on here. I got a couple of those as well. Thank you. But that's all right.
Fabian loves it.
Fabian loving. Okay, Fabian, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm very flattered right here.
Fabian.
Last thing you need to do is stroke the ego over here. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Whenever I hear this, I think it's like I have to put on more shares. So very dangerous. Oh, no. Very, very dangerous talking there, Fabian, but thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. So AMD again, we just got hit. So we got hit of another piece there. So now we have we said about a third. We have about 25% left now on this trade. And if it falls back in, it falls back in. It's a winning trade. It's always nice. Where's my guy Ozan right there? Let's blow some cows over right there. Bang. Good opportunity to end the day here with this trade. And a shout out to my good friend there in the chat. I think we're friends today because you had some great calls. I forget where you are. Oh, there it is. Mark. Here it is right here on Apple. Mark Stoge 17, man. Yeah, you were dead right about Apple. It continues to make sort of those highs back up there to the upside. And great call on that one saying no shorting Apple. Well, guess what, man? This is the thing. When we're sitting there on AMD and taking like multiple winners left, right, and center, and then we wind up losing on Apple 5 cents, and we're sitting in an AMD trade that is a 40-cent winner, it's all good. But we do wind up making money, actually, on Apple. So this Apple short was actually fine. We talked about how many shares we had left and able to get out. So we do get out of Apple. Scram, get out of there, AAPL. And now we'll wait to see where this trade takes us to the upside. Great call there by Mark on Apple, saying that was going to start. Yeah, there you go. I gave you the credit there, Mark. Don't worry. You did say that was a great call for Apple. I don't know what gave you that reasoning. Maybe you can put that in the chat and I can learn from you. Remember, this is a completely free ride. So let us know how we're doing. Put it in the chat. Everything like that. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as we get closer and closer here into the close. Not going to have too many more opportunities to do that, but stay on this stream after, because Joe and I will be talking about options. We'll be talking about everything. We'll talk about our plans for the weekend. We'll talk about our favorite foods. We'll talk about all of that.
It's Joe's birthday on Saturday, isn't it?
I have no idea, but if it's Joe's birthday on Saturday, we will talk to Joe about said birthday. We should have a lot of good fun here on the after show, so get ready for that. We're having fun now, waiting to see what AMD does. Still the same out. That's Apple right now, but still the same out on AMD if and when we break below this 170. Although the 50 period is creeping up, we could just take this as gospel and just get out. And then really have a professional trade on our hands. But we'll hold on to this, see what happens right now for AMD. All right, it's Adara at the screen.
As always, going to go into the last half hour of the day and today the week by looking at some of these larger S&P 500 movers to the upside and the downside with catalysts. I believe all of these three today, though, are actually near high of days. We have Vistra, VST. This is in the utility space. We know utilities and energy have been pretty strong this week, but Vistra very much outperforming its peers in this sector today, getting an outperform rating here, reaffirmed by BMO Capital with a price target increase from 125 to 146. Next up here, we have not one, but two names here on the CNBC halftime report final trades. We know some of these final trade related names can move the market. First up here, CrowdStrike, CRWD, recovering very nicely from a lot of that weakness we had back in July with that outage today. Near high of days, up more than 3%, getting the nod there from final trades. Also getting the nod is Decker's, DECK, up more than 5% here, also being mentioned on final trades. What a list today, guys. It's been a really exciting week.
And AMD just broke the high of the day. Duo just broke the low of the day. You can go either direction.
Oh, yeah.
Here. However, the like button should only go in one direction. It should always go up. And we've answering questions for you guys, and I love that we get so many questions. I think we learn from them as well.
Yep.
But if you want to be in the chat, get your questions answered, be a part of a great community, get shout outs, get the roll call at the end of the day.
Perhaps.
Then you got to make sure you hit that subscribe button. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Don't make Fabian unhappy. And on top of that, it was Tatea's birthday. It'll be Joe. I'm 99% sure it's Joe's birthday on Saturday. He said that this week. So hey, it's a birthday celebration kind of day as well. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, spread the love. Duo just broke the low today. I got out in front of the low because they flashed the bid, and now it's going to break even lower. So this Fang, whatever company thingy this is, Fang DD. If it does go any lower, here in the daily chart, you have a prior high at 237 and a support at 237. I feel like that could be a spot where it catches a little bit of a bid on Duo. But another fresh low. The story was they dropped a $5 million offering sometime right after 2 o'clock. I'm guessing right here, obviously at 212. If they dropped it before then the reaction was a little bit slow. And what's interesting
exactly
about
is
this, what you
happening?
can do here is looking at that flat bottom, you can do worse things as a trader than play off this. Like when you see a level like that on a stock that's pulling back, not that you know there's going to be an offering, but you can just be like, it breaks, I want to go short. Because that one's falling like an absolute rock. What goes up sometimes must inevitably come down.
Nah, you know what? Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. You know, I mean, it's just, there goes AMD. I mean, now we're 75 cents in the money on this one. We've really, really changed and adapted our style to becoming much more money-making and much more patience required for these kind of styles of trade. We talk about this, right? It's the runners that put the money in the pocket 100%. Look at this move right here on AMD, right? Normally I'd be scalping this thing out over and over and over again, but there we still do that. But look how many outs we have near at. See, the more we talk, the more invaluable the lesson is to hold this thing. I mean, look at this thing go, continue to go to the upside. We're gonna have, I mean, there it is right there. We've invented something else on this show. Nothing wrong with coming well dressed, and we did that on AMD, baby. It's $1. That's $1 winner right there on AMD, and we just put it on 45 minutes ago. So good trading there. It's not only that, it's really nice when it actually works out. You know, and you're able to have those shares on, put those shares on board, and then have this kind of a result. So there it goes, man. Thank you so much, AMD, for that move higher. We will take a piece out if it continues to hover around this level. So AMD banger right there of a trade. Good trade on Duo over on the other side. But there it goes. What's up, Rolling Records? What's up, Junior Son? Everything like that. Well, let's go, Brandon, there in the chat as well. So yeah. We just do this all the time. Make sure you join us every day. We talk about this. We have a great time here. We put on these bangers for you, and hopefully they're successful. Look, we have a lot of bad trades as well. We talked about some of those trades that we had earlier on today that were not overly successful. We'll look to do better on those. But for right now, I think we're doing pretty good holding on to this AMD trade. So far, so good here. Let's just continue to let it roll high right now, like roll tide there if you're in Alabama. I have no idea who they play this weekend, but we're like the Alabama of trading right now. Look at this move, just keeps on going to the high side. Let's just stay there. I was at 171.08. It just stopped at 07. So maybe we get one more push over there on this name. But here we go. AMD upside 171.08 is what we're waiting for. I have no idea why. I just don't want to change it. So there it goes, man. Dollar in this trade. I mean, good hold, I think. Market could be turning around. We don't need to wait for anything, by the way. So why don't we just do that right now? Get out of this trade at 171 or 171 flat. Cancel our 08s. That's what we're doing right there. It's a face slapper right there for you.
Yeah, so I wanted to get to this question, but while that was happening, SMCI came right back into VWAP. We shorted it at 32 again. It just popped down into 41.20. So we're just going off VWAP here. The way I see it is whether or not Sean was long AMD or not, like I would have some other chart up of one of the chip names, and you see it go higher and higher. And if you can't break the top, to me, this one's just going to stay a short. Now, this CHSN, which, by the way, I'm never endorsing anybody to trade a stock like this. The tap value on this halt is $14.50. It is halted at $11.22. I was asked what the tap is. It's like all the way up here. So it stayed open for more than just one candle for the first time since midday. That might have given you an opportunity to trade. It's probably the only time, if I was looking at it, that I would even ever consider trading stock like this, because you probably could have structured something with a reasonable risk to reward if you got into it. I would not be holding on to this as much as it could gap up to $20 overnight. This could be back at $2 or $3 on Monday. So congratulations if you happen to be long CHSN. I don't remember the name of the company, but yeah, it's going to tap 20% higher. Actually, check that. It's going to tap 30% higher from where it is, but this has already dropped by 50% this afternoon. So put that into context with that stock. So we're going to hang on to SMCI. I don't know if I want to reload this one more time going into the imbalances. If it pops back up here, I think it's just an out as far as I'm concerned. There was nothing on the early look. TRP's in here and PBA. Nike's an early look short. Not surprising because that stock has not been able to get out of its way. So nothing really intriguing on this. In the imbalances on the Friday, sometimes you get something, but there's nothing that's actually going to stand out. Maybe Nike could be something. Remember we were talking about this? Nike can't break that 82 low. This is exactly what it did yesterday. Pop, lower high, hold the low. The longer it does this, I like Nike, but unfortunately, it's feeling like a flat bottom break if it breaks $82 with a test of the 50 period at 80 at $80. So I'm thinking flat bottom break at 82, but that's got to be a next week thing. It's 340. You don't have enough time for it to take out that low. But a lot of weakness in Nike going into the weekend.
All right, let's do this. It's time to go over, based on what we've been doing here today, this gave me some feels about this. So let's go over top 10 traders yesterday here at Real Trading. All right, this is not us. This is Hong Kong right now. Someone yesterday, the top 2 traders in the company yesterday were trading on Hong Kong market. So that's a great move right there. This is the benefit of trading here at Real Trading. Let's be honest. We talk about China stimulus, all that. There's Hong Kong. Don't let me see these numbers, man. My wife will not be happy with 24-hour trading for your boy here. All right, Canada, TSX, CBOE, CSE. There you go. Canada. We only have 10 minutes till the imbalances. We're just stink-facing this AMD trade right as we speak right now. New York and NASDAQ, oh no, someone yesterday made $8,100 that only traded those 2 exchanges. Right now, Amex and NASDAQ yesterday, $7,200. NASDAQ there, oh boy. I don't know, man. Maybe Sharif's trading some Blue Ocean here. There's a nice little move there on Blue Ocean. Somebody $5,500 overnight. Probably a China name. Again, you can trade on Blue Ocean. You guys can go research that. Overnight market, Blue Ocean. And then Canada again, and there's Hong Kong. Those are the top traders here at Real Trading for yesterday.
You know what's going to be fire for Blue Ocean? It's going to be election night.
Yep.
That's so, like,
You know what's, yep.
the first time Trump ran,
Yep.
there was like, we had 3 or 4 traders, actually might have been 5 or 6 traders that were just like, we're going to trade futures overnight in the election. And now with Blue Ocean, you're going to have the ability to trade like with Blue Ocean, you have individual stocks, which we can do here at Real Trading. I'm willing to wager that there's going to be some people taking some shots. DJT's probably going to go absolutely nonsensical in the aftermarket. It's just an aftermarket market, which I think it's been highly profitable. I know one trader, at least personally, that does pretty well on it. So I can't wait for November 5th, but that's still some times away. But that's going to be spicy. That thing hasn't opened up, that CHASN. It's still at $15 is now the tap. So 33% higher, it looks like. Could have reloaded SMCI, not going to because the imbalances are looming. I think we're just looking a little bit lower. Siri, like Trader TV, stair step up on Tiger. This was the one Sharif was trading, I believe. I want to say he was. Company started in March 19th. Not a lot of resistance from this point back to the highs. Ton of call premium came in today. Thoughts on a swing? You're not necessarily here to give investing advice. That's not what we do. I always say the same thing with stocks like this. It was $4 on September 24th.
Let's go SMR.
It just hit $12 now. So my answer is I would never want to be long something like this over a weekend because it could easily be $8. It could be $6. It just if you're able to play options, a lot of times you can limit your risk. But I don't see anything appealing buying highs on a Friday and hoping that this thing can hold out the tops. It just tripled up. Usually you need a minute, like a beat or two on a stock like this. So it's got a couple of parabolic days in it. I feel like this is the kind of day after it does something like this and then you hold a low, like that's where you want to get involved when it reloads and everyone's given up on it, not when it's made the parabolic high. These are the kind of days where it looks a little more interesting when it holds that low and then you can break it out at the open. I like that kind of a trade because your risk is tight and your upside is huge. Right now, your upside could easily be, I don't know, maybe it goes to $30, but your downside is gigantic on this. Like absolutely gigantic. I think you want those types of trades if you can catch them on Tiger. Better to be early or potentially miss the move than to buy an absolute top and be a bag holder.
All right, 343 right now. We're just still watching out for, again, AMD. I think it'll come as a bid imbalance. I don't know that to be true. I just said I think it should come as a bid imbalance. So we'll wait to see if that is true or not for our friend AMD right now. I'm sure hoping. Here's hoping. As they say, we'll see if we can get that coming through as well. So for advanced micro devices right now, we're in the teens now with percentage left of our position. Again, dollar in the money, we'll take that into the close. We always talk about wanting to stay away from stock as we get into the imbalances again. So here they come through. These are just all New York right now at 350. And again, if anybody has another source, Neil and I just kind of fly blind with whatever we have right now.
I have a NASDAQ one.
But if you guys have the NASDAQ source, that would be great so we can see like what's sort of expected here. But right now, just TRP, these are not big names. So we will not worry too much about this imbalance and just wait to see what comes next. So that's what we're waiting for. At 350, we'll get a little bit of an update. And look at AMD right now. Let's go, man. The Diamond Hand Man is here, hopefully anyways. Although we just have a small piece left. It's up to you to how much you guys want to have on. We were pretty confident with this trade. We talked about it, why we liked it, so on and so forth. And there it goes, upside. Sometimes I talk myself into trades and out of trades pretty easily, but at the end of the day, this one really worked out for us. Most of our outs here were kind of in the 70s and 80s as we ripped higher. Then we were lucky enough to get something at 90, and then again here for that dollar right into this area, as you saw me get filled at 170, 108, or whatever it was. Now we'll wait to see if there isn't more of an upside move with just a couple minutes left. You are 100% right, Mark. There as Apple continues to go higher, and Apple right now taking out its day's high into the close. So that was a great play there for AAPL. Man, oh man, what a day it's been for the TQs. This was by far, right now, Well, AMD, we lost on it early. That doesn't matter. But just from a clean trade, right now, the one stock that we basically really nailed today was the long in the futures. So we are actually long down here at $70 on the TQQ. So if you're going to look at what that was for the NASDAQ, we're long right here at 20,040. So right now, this is about 170 handles or so in the money from that low. We're not in it still. But just to show you, like, wow, what an aggressive day it was for the NQs. Again, 170 handles from top to bottom. We're actually going a little bit more right here. It actually made 200 handle move down early as we wait to see some of those results coming through here from the jobs list number. ADP today came through almost double expected there. So big move there for ADP into the close or into the open there today. So we'll have to wait to see now what's going on. But the market trying to get higher into the close. Nice little pullback as I can see happening right in front of us.
Well, Microsoft might be the reason why the market's not going to go higher.
Ooh.
Yeah, like the market was just cruising. Microsoft hadn't been doing good all day long, although we were talking about this. I think Microsoft is a barcode for the next little bit for what I think are obvious reasons. Like, I think it can break away. When it bounces away from the zone, I think it's fantastic. But right now you get the 50 and 200 converging. It's been a key price before. So it's just taking its time to break away from here. That's why you get a nothing burger of a day. But it's heading lower. It just broke some support. That might have helped the market go down. I didn't look at a million things. I just saw Microsoft going back down here. So I'm not going to trade it. I think it's probably a little bit late, and it's almost 2 minutes until the imbalance is. Hey, why didn't that stock open up? Oh, I guess they're not going to open that CHSN. There's no point in that up anymore. Oh, it's the worst when they do that kind of a halt, and then if you're in it, you can't get out until 4 o'clock when there's less liquidity. Yeah, that doesn't seem very fair. So SMCI, I'm now bidding in front of this low. There's buyers at 41, obviously, the same way. The same way there's sellers in front of the 41.30 to 35 zone, there's buyers at 41 even, so you have a very distinct range. I'm getting out at the bottom of the range, and then we'll probably call it a day. 90 seconds or so till imbalance. There's nothing on the early look. If something pops up, maybe it can be a trade. But something's going to have to show up with big size. On a Friday, I'd like to see bigger imbalances than normal. Like Nvidia coming out at 1.5 million is not going to cut it. Nvidia's got to be 5, 6, 7 million. And then maybe we try to get in. That's the level 2 I'm going to have up outside of SMCI, which we're in. Tesla not really doing a heck of a lot. I think that's worth having on the side burner as well, just for the simple fact that it's at 250. So if it happens to have an imbalance, you might get a little bit of a run from that price. Seems like the gravity at 250 has been overwhelming, which makes sense. We've talked about this before. If it doesn't break away from a level like 250 on a Friday, you're just going to get drawn right back to it every single time. It never could really pull too far away from that price once it caught that bid. Like it had to break down at 45, otherwise it's just going to get right back to that 50 level.
I'm waiting at 171.20s here, or 25s. See if we can get a fill. 171.24. The high of the day is 171.31. Here, that's what it says on our system. I don't know if that's true or not. But for AMD, so we're going to sit here and wait. Maybe these imbalances come out. They're on the screen right now. We have our eyes watching them. And if that can come out as a bid, we should be able to get that fill. If it comes out as an offer, like I said, I'm not just going to punch out dramatically there. We don't have that many shares left on this trade to really make that much of a difference. But we are being cautious with it and seeing what's happening right now with this imbalance, which is going to happen in 15 seconds. Thank you again, man. The end of the first week here of October. It sounds like I guess it'll be a positive week. We'll have to double check those stats as well. But October, generally one of the more positive months and a very volatile one. Here we go. And we are now out. So it looks like it is going to be a downside move.
Nvidia is a buy, but only 2.2 million. Amazon's a sell, 1.7 million. Those are the only two things over a mil. WBA's under a million. Microsoft's a small sell at 500,000. AMD's a 500,000 sell. I mean, those are not. It's probably maybe enough to halt a move in one direction or the other, but none of these are overwhelmingly big. I'd say Amazon at 1.7. That's unusual for it, but that Nvidia 2.2. I don't think you want to punch the highs for only a 2.2 million imbalance on Nvidia. Nvidia's done 211 million shares worth of volume.
211 million.
And it's a 2.2 million imbalance. Amazon might be smaller notional, but Amazon's only done 28 million shares worth of volume. That's a little bit more noticeable on Amazon, though. Yeah, like look at the wick down. Like Amazon went 186 to 185.5. Might take a shot at this off the high of the day. If I can get filled, don't chase. Because I think you can give it back into like 186.10, and then VWAP can become your out. Let's go to, we're going to go to Adara quickly before we round it up.
There's a story here on Rivian to watch out for. RIVN getting a little bit of volume and pushing into what looks like high of day here, this continuous resistance level. We do have the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporting that Rivian is looking for a federal loan in order to restart the building of its $500 billion Georgia plant. This plant was actually had its construction paused indefinitely since March. Basically, the AJC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, citing a potential draft environmental assessment being found for this factory site. So there's not any details with regards to this application from the Department of Energy, but being reported that Rivian is looking for this loan here, as again reported by the AJC, as we get near high of days, guys.
Needs a loan? I'm shocked.
Yeah, me too.
They don't have endless supplies of money.
They do not.
They need the Lucid bags, is what they need.
Well, they have the Lucid bag. It's called the federal government. They're trying to get that right now. So congratulations, taxpayers. We'll see what winds up happening there.
You're already trying to keep Intel afloat. Just
Yep, yeah, that's working out. That's working out really well.
Actually, I'm not kidding. That's actually, no, seriously. That's
I know,
I'd
be pissed off if I know, yeah. I mean,
sadly true.
Thankfully, our government just supports even crazier stuff. We don't have to get down to that right now. All right, so just in case you were wondering, we did get out of pretty much all of our AMD. We're holding a very, very small piece in case we do get back up. It did go through that 171, so we'll take 171. We got 171 flat there. We're long at 170.12. We just have like less than 5% left now of that stock. So we'll wait to see here. Maybe we're able to get something, maybe not, but right now, that's what we're dealing with. Hopefully a nice little take on AMD back into the end of the day there. Tesla, let's have a quick look at that, 250. So it just closes basically where it was landing in. They're 250 right now for a Tesla coming into play. That was a spot that we had talked about over and over again as an area of interest for us, and just bounces again off 250 into the close. So those are those imbalances, and there it is, right? 250 right back in there for Tesla. So where it starts the day kind of with that move up to 250, then the fade back to 245, then the break, then this, then the long. So it was okay at the end of the day, but should have, could have, would have done way better there on Tesla. All right, now this market's coming down. I'm just going to get out. There we go. We are now out of AMD. Let's just spin it. That was a great trade there to end the day. So good money-making opportunity there at the end on imbalances with Nvidia, maybe possibly, going up to the high of the day again into 125. So congratulations, anybody hit that. And then Amazon, weak into the close. So we'll have to see on Monday if there's anything. Yeah, nothing's really happening.
It went like 10 cents. It was the best you could get. The thing about that trade is if you're really fast, like if you're an algorithm, you get 86 to 50. If you take it on the way back up, the best fill you got was like mid 90s to 80s. So like the algo trade is good. What you could do in theory, and like I would never, I mean, I don't know. We used to do this like way back in the day, is if you anticipated there might be an action at the close on something, if you like the stock long, you would just kind of sit out there just in case like there was some kind of a flash, and you might just sit on the bid and then take that retracement trade for what's and giggles. It pops down when the imbalances come out, but you like it for a strong stock. So if it's a buy and balance, you get picked up great. If it's a sell and balance, you're looking for a bounce back to the mean. But yeah, I got out of it before 355 because it wasn't going to the downside. So I had kind of a nothing burger. Amazon was only 1.7 million anyways. I did get hit on SMCI at the bid, so that got back down to 41. The thing about SMCI is, we're not split adjusted, but I mean, this chart tells you the story, and then I can go to a 15-minute that'll show you what's been happening since the split. So there was a good bounce 2 days ago, then like lower, like pop and fade, pop and fade. SMCI is really not doing anything with this downtrend except continuing it at this point. Like when everything in the world, not everything, when almost every single chip name was strong, you saw like AMD, they're all breaking out. SMCI is down 1%. Till proven otherwise, this thing is a short to me.
Yeah, I think it's a short. I mean, SMCI there after that split really hasn't done anything.
Did Amazon flip?
Again, we had that 355. Let's look at what Palantir is doing right now. Wow, Palantir, let's go. Palantir, nice move to the upside right here, as we can clearly see, as that continues to sort of make those moves. Good on us for trading Palantir and for being able to hold it. No trades today, but look at Palantir up to day's high one more time into the close. So TLT, we had Raider Trader talking about this yesterday as well. That has a nice little move today. Oops, down 1%. Sorry, I thought it was up 1%. So another thing for TLT downside there again, as Raider was talking about. He liked that one, so look for that. Maybe on some weakness for TLT. SoFi, I was really surprised when someone was like, yo, check out SoFi today. Wow. Okay. Right now, no, it still has not broken 850. Probably does that on Monday. So pay attention for that, all of you SoFi traders. I think that'll be on my radar for sure. I'll mark that down and put this on the sticky note for Monday. I think SoFi right at this level. We love breakout trades, and it might be here right now. 850 to 9 looking like a good little level there for SoFi.
If it fails that break, I'm losing on it because I'm waiting for this break for a few weeks.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I think we'll wait for that one. So 850 coming through on SoFi. We like it, and we'll like the 250 break as well on Tesla. That will happen on Monday as well. If not, we'll probably be way over that on Monday. 250 for Tesla. I think that 260 is a great spot to get something out. Probably the next time it's up there, I will get out of Tesla, some of it anyways. The next time we're up there, we're long about $100 in the money on that one. So we'll wait to see what's happening with Tesla. There it goes. Nice strong close here for many names. So
yeah, the market's looking super strong going into this. There's only like 2 minutes to go. Only because someone mentioned it to me. Duo halted to the upside. Should have held on to it, didn't. But it will not open back up till 4 o'clock. Those are the rules. Doesn't matter how long the halt is or when it does. If it's in the last 10 minutes, this one halted at 2:53. So a 5-minute would open at 58, but the rule is it will open at 4 o'clock. So if you're in the short on this, then you have to wait till 4 o'clock. You can use regular orders to be able to get in or out. Apple, so I know I said if it got into this range, I would short it, but it's 358. Apple is now in that supply zone that we got to on Wednesday and could not break out of. But it's way too late in the day to be trying to fade it with 2 minutes to go. So there's no opportunity. Apple super strong going into the close, but this is exactly where it sat and could not go higher a couple of days ago. And you saw it reject it this morning. You saw it reject this level again yesterday. I'd love it. If it just gaps above, it's going to be an obvious, like a 228 break on Apple at some point, maybe on Monday, who knows. But if it's underneath that 222.75 to 227, to me, it's a short there. Over here, it's going to be a long on Monday with a ton of room. Someone said 230. I think it's got room to like 32, 33 on Apple.
Yeah, I think we get to 52-week highs on Apple probably by the end of next week, which is 237 and change. So I think that's going to be a good one. I'm really bullish about the market and what we see right here. So for me, again, Tesla near the highs, right? Amazon trying to battle back. Google's trying to make that move again as well. Microsoft's at the 200 period. I think that gets bought down there as well. But yeah, it's lots of stuff to talk about here. Join me and Joe in just a couple minutes. There he goes. He's getting ready to go. I'll join Joe. All right, Neil, good day trading.
Oh, you good?
Yeah, we'll see everybody later on.
I knew you were still just waiting to get out. I thought you were going to take it into the close.
No, 170, 75. We are now out of everything. We're just waiting to see what Tesla was doing, not doing a whole heck of a lot. All right, Joe, get a mic, man. We're about to rock that after show. So, all right, thanks, everybody. I got to get over there so we can get prepared. 4 o'clock, Joe and I get ready for some Q&A, baby.
Yeah, we'll let you mosey on over to the desk with Joe. I think it's going to be, look, it always is, but I think it's always special when you have some new blood. I know a lot of people have always asked, like, what's your opinion about this or that options play? Look, Joe knows options. We're equity traders. At the end of the day, you always stick to what you know best. And I think that's what's amazing about our community is we have a wealth of knowledge all over the place, wealth of knowledge over the floor. But for the final time, at least this week, the bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Fantastic. We love them. But Adara in 2 and 1, ring it. The new mallet is a little bit aggressive. I cannot tell a lie. It feels like it's way louder. I'm also like the closest to that thing, which is pretty intense. It's like bang bang. Yeah, it's got some heft to it. Oh, it's like sand inside of this thing. You guys hear that? Yeah, you can hear it shake a little bit. Yeah, it's got some heft to it. I feel like I could use it as like a nutcracker if I had. I'm always down to eat, but like if we had something, I could do that. But I don't know if it's that light. I think it should, but also I think it should be green. What do we say? Like, why would we want red it should be green because we like it when the markets go up, not when they go to the downside. But thank you very much, everybody. It's been a fantastic week, but it's not over just yet. I do want to give a special shout out, like we always do, to Fabian and Ramin on the old ones and the twos. I look over. This is the first time I've actually looked over all week to see Andre without his headphones. He's still working, but he doesn't have the headphones on, so he can actually hear me say thank you for everything you do. He actually turned around and acknowledged. That's amazing. Oh, Midday, big shout out to Satya. Great job as always. Shout out to Sharif for everything he does. Adara at the news desk, keeping you guys abreast of what's going on here. Shout out to all of our fantastic community. Want to thank Michael Moss for coming on this morning, and want to give a special thank you to Joe, not just because he's popping in a couple, 3 times a week now, right? You're getting him 3 times on the midday, but now you're getting him on the aftermarket show as well. I did want to, because it only just opened now, that's CHSN. I'll go over this because I mentioned it was going to open up aftermarket, and it kind of did some absolute nonsense. So this stock has gone from silly to over-the-top silly in the aftermarket. It went as high as $19 on the reopen. So opened at 15, went as high as 19, as low as 12, and is back at 15. It is as thin as it gets on CHSN. So obviously, anybody that had that long going into the close, you've done well. Just be careful. There's not a lot of liquidity in this one. So congratulations to anyone that was in that long. But it's time. We've got the aftermarket show. It's the market recap over at the desk. We have, I just heard music instead of news in my ear. That was a new one. Kind of threw me off a bit here. Let's get on to the desk. We got the market recap. We've got Sean joined by Joe. How about now?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the recap show. We're here, baby. It's me and Joe. We've got this ready to go. The handsome man. The Dapper Dawn.
That's you.
The Dapper Dawn is in the building. We're really happy. Thank you for joining us here tonight. We're going to have a great market recap show. Oh, brought to you by Firefly. I like that little thing at the bottom there. Thank you, Firefly. Big stuff happening over there. And big things happening in the market today.
Massive.
I mean, we got that NFP number comes out at, I was just reading it again, 254 compared to an estimate of 150. Really got the market jumping today. We look at the Qs, we look at the SPYs here as well. The SPY today winds up 1% into the close. So that was a great move up into the highs of the day, Joe. We had this huge move in the SPY on that NFP number. Nice move to the upside right there, rocking up over 1% and then just dripping back down pretty much all morning, where your boy started going long, Joe. Hey. But you know what? We went long because we believe in this market. We believe in the jobs. But the thing is, the market did not believe it until about noon, Joe. Then we started to get going back up to the upside before closing again at the highs. So hey, we're really thrilled with being able to take the longs, but we were too long too early today. SPY and the NASDAQ, whoopsies, not EQQ, QQQ, both. Wow, NASDAQ up 1.2% against the S&P only up 1%. What about the IWM, you might say, Joe? Is that what you said?
That's exactly
what I thought you said that as well.
Yeah.
Up 1.41% right now goes the IWM. Let me flip this over to the daily chart. We still have a breakout coming on the IWM. Of course, this is the Russell 2000 looking for lower cap names to make that move upside. Hey, Joe. It's almost NHL season, baby.
Hey, it's time.
We were at the All-Star game last year. We got our All-Star hat on. We'll be wearing some Leaf gear coming up. Favorite NHL team?
Come on, I'm a Toronto boy. We got the Leafs. Leafs.
Dumb question by me over there. All right. People want to talk about CHSN. We will do that. Hey, Bears versus Bulls. We're going to talk about a couple questions. If there are anything you want to ask myself or Joe, put it in the chat. We'll do that in about 5 minutes. We're just going to do a quick little rundown of what was moving around today for sure. Let's have a quick look at IBIT. What did Bitcoin wind up doing today? Bitcoin over $62,000 as we speak, but today IBIT going up. I mean, nice move, right?
Yep.
Holding out the 50-period moving average, holding out the 200 period. Here, Fabian on the chart. Nice move there, 35.50, trying to hold out. I like Bitcoin here. I think we can get higher. What's your opinion on Bitcoin?
I think Bitcoin, I'm a Bitcoin bull, so I'm looking for this thing to go higher as well, too. So it's only a matter of time until we break out here. So we'll see what's going on up in the near future. And IBIT, soon to be optionable as well. So we really like that, Sean.
Yeah, I thought IBIT was already optionable, but not yet.
Not yet. It's coming.
Baby, you can come on too, bro.
Hey,
I mean,
get Fabian
yo,
on here.
mic this man up.
He asked me what's for
Mic
lunch.
this
so,
man up.
Let's go long.
Okay,
Long
let's
BTC.
go long BTC. I like that
That's
one.
it.
Right. How come all these young kids, everybody likes Bitcoin?
Hey, I don't know.
Fabian, you got to not walk
Follow
right in
the
front of
trend.
the camera next time. You know
Follow
what I
the
mean?
trend. We got to follow the trend with what everybody else is doing. So,
Fabian, try to be professional over here. Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
Brendan, man, these two are unhinged over here. This is what happens.
This is what happens.
Like I do the show, we're getting carried away, but it's a great one. This is what people like. They're loving it here on the chat. Okay, today, just real quick, man, what led the day today was not Nvidia. No, it's partner in crime. It was AMD, and oh boy, Joe, I don't know if you saw at the end of the day, we had a banger of a trade on AMD. We waited for it to break through the high of the day, and when it did, we smashed it. Nice move, over $1 in the money at the end of the day on this 170 long. Hit that through there. We actually took this break right there. I don't know why it's not showing at the side, but that break right there of about 170.25. I got to get the pointer going on here so we can get a little bit more accurate on that one as well. But nice move upside there at the end of the day on AMD. Hey, we sold some Wynn Casino because China. You know, Macau, China's been going absolutely insane there. And you know what we wound up buying?
AMD. Damn, up 5% on the day. Absolutely beautiful.
Berkshire.
Oh, Berkshire. I was wrong on that one. Hey, I was anticipating a little bit too
I was
much
letting
on
you
that
go
right
there on AMD.
That's
no,
all
but we
right.
put some money to work on Berkshire over the last couple of days. We talked about that. It's the first time I've ever bought this stock. I like Berkshire. Why do I like it? What's coming next Friday? Earnings. In what sector? Did you say banks? Financials? There we go. This guy's on top of it.
Speaking of banks, XLF up over 1.5% today. So there you go.
XLF. You like the banking sector right now, Joe?
We got to keep an eye on those. So XLF up over 1.5%.
Look at this. Great call by my guy over here, Joe. Banging that. I went out. Look at XLF right here at all-time highs, trying to break through this level. I actually made a call this morning on Morgan Stanley. Wow. Okay, looks like a good one. Let's see what it did on the day, though. Did we end near the highs? Yes, we did. Morgan Stanley, the reason why we like this one, upgraded. Look when they report, guys. They report late, October 16th. So the banks start next Friday. Today's date, checks notes. What is today's date anyways? The 4th. So the 11th. So Morgan Stanley comes the next week. So I just think that if you get a good run up on some of these banking names, you already have Morgan Stanley breaking out of the top right here. I mean, look at this stock. Already near the top. What if JP Morgan beats? They're not near the top, Joe. That gets up here. What do you think Morgan Stanley's going to do? It's going to follow it. So let's wait to see JP Morgan reporting next Friday. Also reporting next week, the day before Morgan. Bank of America still has higher to go. WFC, I think, is the same day. Yes, WFC, but it's Morgan Stanley that's looking the best out of all of them.
Yes,
I think, Joe, you want to trade strength. You want to trade the leaders. It is Morgan Stanley right now in the banking sector. Well, what was down today? Hey, UNG. But you know what? What a run it's been.
Oh, gas.
For natural gas, Joe. We talked about this name all the way down here. And unfortunately, I got to figure out where my little marker is down here. But I thought we got down to 12 or 13, all the way up to 15, and now making that move back in. All right, do you want to go over, put it to Joe for just a couple of seconds. I'm going to see if I can fix this chart.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, we were looking over at AMD. We were talking about AMD not too long ago, up over 5% on the day. Absolute monster trade on behalf of Sean. So he got some of that. We like that. And as well as XLF, as I said before, we're up over almost 0.75% on XLF. So that's looking really good there. We like to see what XLE is up to as well. It's also really strong. So that could have dragged the NASDAQ up as well, too. What's going on here?
Chart not working.
Chart.
Okay, everything's fine. All right, let's just come back to here. I'll just get after everything's working. I can't get the crosshairs to go. That's okay. All right, get your questions ready to go. It's almost 4:10 right now, and I thank everybody that's staying late with us. Hey, it's Friday.
It
was a big week. Let's just see what the Qs were up on the week right now. We're happy about that. Did I hear that it's your birthday?
The 5th, tomorrow.
Hello.
Hey.
Any plans there? It's always nice when your birthday's on a Saturday.
Yeah, we got some dinner plans, and that's about it. Obviously, the girlfriend's got me running around the city, so we'll be around, absolutely.
I'm down with that. Good. We did just about get positive. Where are they? What type of food? type of food.
Tonight is Italian.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we are going to Chubby's, so some Jamaican cuisine.
okay,
Yeah, some good stuff. Yes, yes.
Okay, we'll get that
Some
jerk
good
chicken
stuff.
going through right there for sure.
That's it.
My kids love beef patties, but they got it sort of the homemade ones. Those are the legit ones. You know what I'm saying? You got to get that going through. We definitely like that. No. We get them from, it's actually Max Grill House. It's a barbecue joint. The guy's from Jamaica. It's right near our house. We go there all the time. You know, for $8, so the guy has this huge barbecue just outside of his place. He's outside. He's playing the big barrel. He's playing the music. $8, quarter chicken, rice and peas coleslaw.
So there you go. Max's.
Max, yeah, M-A-C-K, Mac, right there. So we're coming into that one as well. But look at the cues. We basically get back to zeros for the week. So that's nice. Good start to the month, though. Obviously, the first day there, nice little red candle to start the month, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We get back up there to the upside. So we're right back in for the NASDAQ, looking to go green on the week starting next week. And same thing with the SPY. Was a downside move brought to you all the way back. There's this theory that there's a lot of money on the sidelines, right? And I think that that's probably true. Every single time there's a dip, buy opportunity, it seems the market wants to do that, right? So we're going to wait. I feel like it's going to be a very, very important, let me get this out of my ear. There's going to be a very important week happening this earnings season, right? So we're going to wait for that World Series of the Super Bowl of earnings starting here. Late October, we get Meta. Late October, we get Apple. They're all going to come through. Can they support this recent move up? I mean, look at Meta here. What? I mean, I don't know. I like that Oculus. I like that Meta
Absolutely
Connect.
amazing.
But honestly, Meta knocking on 600's door right now. Bob Dylan.
And to think it was only $100 not too long ago, Sean.
Yeah, nice move right there. Only $100. That was a little while ago.
That was a couple years ago.
I think we're probably over right now the huge drops in a lot of these stocks. I don't want to say that we can't retrace back. I mean, Apple generally has about 2 or 3 20% pullbacks per year on that stock. We've already had a couple here. I mean, even Meta, right? This little drop down that we had in July, that went from, I can't see these prices. We might have to switch over charts here until I get that all figured out because I don't have the watermark here to give me what that price was. But this drop here, 20% drop in for sure, as now we get back up to 596 again. All right, that's going to bug me. Happy birthday to Joe. Yeah, right there. Glenn Smith there. There's 8 to 10 trillion on the sidelines waiting to come in.
Fixed income, right? The yields aren't as large anymore, so we're going to look to put some risk on. It's looking like soon.
Do you know what the what the total crypto market is?
Something trillion. No, I don't know. It's in the trillions, but I know it's about to outpace gold, I think, eventually.
Yeah, not yet. But gold is about Bitcoin and the whole crypto market combined about 2.5 trillion. So if you think about all the money that's on the sidelines, like you said, fixed income and everything like that, there is a lot of room to run if some of that money goes into Bitcoin.
Exactly.
But it might inflow back into the market, and there's definitely inflowing into some hot stocks. And we talked about Berkshire, why we like that, because insurance companies and some of those big names like Coca-Cola trimming some of their Apple position as well, and trimming Bank of America. Will be interesting to see. We know that they've recently bought some Ulta Beauty and whatnot. So there, hey, what's up? Hey, Davis. Okay, if we are ready, we can go into some trader talk. So let's do it.
Let's go.
My guy Joe, man, what are you talking about? Okay, Ramin goes, who is it? I'm like, we've already discussed what we're doing here. We're doing talks right now with all of us. Okay, so here we go. The first one, thank you, from Bears vs. Bulls. Actually, you know what? I can put it in here. Right, let me put it into the chat. Anybody has questions, get them in the chat right now. Bears vs. Bulls will copy them, and then I will simply do this. Repaste them right now in the chat so everybody can see. Join us right now in the chat for the Hey, still 2,300. Thank you so much for staying late with us, by the way. All right, Chris Falsey says, hey, Sean, appreciate everything you're doing for us. Best show ever.
Dang.
Probably because you're on it, Joe. What do you think about Palantir $50 into the end of the new year? I mean, what do I think about higher price targets on Palantir?
Hey.
Right now. Okay, so into the end of the year. So we got to think about that. So right now, into the end of the year, we're going to have roughly, so we have election coming up in under 30 days. So that's going to definitely affect some of these plays, especially government plays, military plays. Palantir is one of those. So right now we're in October. So October, November, December. So about 60 or so trading days left in the year. Can Palantir go up in 60 days? Can we get to $50? Well, here's what Palantir looks like on a daily chart. Now, I'm just going to look at this. Let's call up a weekly to give ourselves a little bit more ammo into this trade. Now, look at how far extended it is away from the 50-period moving average. All right, what are the catalysts for Palantir moving forward? Now, they're going to report on November 5th. Will they have a positive EBITDA quarter? Yes, they will. Will they outpace what people are expecting? I believe yes. Is that enough to give Palantir 25% boost?
Let's see.
I say yes.
Let's
I don't
see.
see any reason of why Palantir stops from here. I actually think the short float will be increased next time we get a short float update. Why? Because I think people will try to put on a short. There will be traders that will fade this move. There will be traders that say, hey, it's already included in the S&P 500. Why are we still going up? Their quarter might not be that impressive, but at the end of the day, people trying to chase Palantir, I think will continue to chase it into the new years. They're going to sell it at the end of the year. They're going to sell it January 1st, January 2nd, January 3rd. Get out of Palantir. Why are they going to sell it? They're going to book profits. I could see some selling happening near the end of the year to add to that sort of hedge fund, give that little look of being up. Remember, they can't book profits until they sell. Okay, so they're going to get out of some positions. They could mark to market it, but then I think it gets re-bought up in January. So I think there could be some selling at the end of December, possible buys into the end of the year on Palantir, selling it maybe the last week in December, and then buying it back into January. So I do think Palantir does have a chance to go upside right now. Okay, right now. All right, here we go. Hey, Davis, you want to look at this? All right, so this is for Joe from Hey Davis. I'll put it in the chat right now, and then Joe can respond right here. All right, Joe, here it comes right now. Hey Davis says, which stock should we buy if you're looking for money at the money calls 60 days out? I mean, there's so many stocks to choose.
So
Joe.
many stocks. There's a lot of stocks. There's a lot of stocks. What are you thinking, Sean?
Is there a name that you like right here moving forward? Is there something that you've been looking at? Because regardless, 60 days out, that's going to be the end of the year. It doesn't even have to be a stock. Is there a sector that you're liking? Is there a stock maybe? Is there something that you recently put on?
Absolutely, and that stock is AMD, who put in an absolute banger of a day, almost up 5% here going on. It still hasn't made any new all-time highs. It's lagging the rest of the semiconductor industry, so that's something that I would look to put a little cash in, is AMD. Maybe get some calls at the money calls around 170, and you can push for a break around 187. So that would be my look, some AMD calls, absolutely.
All right, great call. Now, and I'm still trying to find out how to, I might actually log out of Trade Ideas and back in, because for some reason we don't have that marked there. Okay, we only have 10 minutes. No, we're going later today, Ramin, don't worry about it. The after show going to 5 o'clock.
At 5 o'clock, 5:15. Q&A until 5.
All right, thank you so much. And again, a lot of people are talking about it here. So great call there on AMD. So there you go. We like that. I agree with you. Just sort of the pressure coming through. Nvidia's all-time high is 140. So we're getting close to that. AMD still has a way to run up until 220 or plus on AMD. Let me check that AMD high. Yeah, there it is right there.
227.94.
227.94 there. Okay. All right. What's up to William Knight? Talking. This might be a good help to both of us. So William, right now, putting a question in the chat. So thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for this. Let's post it up here and push enter. Oh, it's too many words. Early next week. Okay, the end of this question is early next week. William Knight says, Sean, what do you think about this airline move today? Overbought? I set into some $7 strike puts on JetBlue. So JBLU, have a look at that there. JBLU for next Friday. He thinks it sinks under $7 by the time a week from now hits. So let me go JBLU on this one.
Under 7.
Yeah, have a look, Joe, and I'll call this up on the daily.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking at JBLU, and you know, it is a little extended right now. Maybe there's a big volume signature, so there could be a potential pullback looking at JBLU. So that's not a bad look. Look for the short maybe, because it can be an isolated pivot. So yeah, maybe buy some puts on it, buy a little protection on the side, and you might have yourself a solid trade there.
All right, we're going to switch up our gears here, actually load into our Prosper Pro platform for a second here. So anything else in the airlines? Have you ever looked at that Jets ETF?
Yeah, Jets, I haven't looked at that, but I know Spirit is in a little bit of trouble right now, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they were potentially possibly filing for bankruptcy. So how about that? I mean, you can see here, I feel like, especially when you're looking at a save or something that's moving 20 or 30% in a day, that's not something that you want to maybe get into if you're
not right
already
away.
be in.
Exactly.
Because that premium would be so high.
Exactly. Especially with the increase in volatility, you don't want to be buying something with a higher premium when you could have got it for a much better price. So don't chase the stock. It is going through some financial trouble, so watch out for Spirit Airlines.
All right, we are still trying to load back into trade ideas here and get going on that one as it is not cooperating with me right now. I'm just going to load an old layout here and see if we can get it going right now into the close. So we'll open up that layout. And here we go, a new layout coming. And yes, now it is working. So hallelujah for that one. Thank you to Trade Ideas. Sometimes it's just a log in and log out. I know that helps a lot with our platform here as well. All right, FXI today. So Joe, what were you trading? I didn't talk to you too much about that.
I traded some Nvidia today.
Okay.
We looked at the the ADRs, the Chinese ADRs. JD was gapping up as well. So we took some trades on that and we took some trades on Nvidia. So those were the looks for today, especially on the gap up on the ADRs.
All right. 1K today. Congratulations, eyeball there. Good day for you there today as well. XDAMI says 1K as well made there. So we've talked about Nvidia. James G says, James G. Diddy. Oh, we shouldn't say that, but there he is right here. All right, we'll post it up here. What do we think, as he asks about, what do we think about SoFi? And he wants your opinion on that as well. So we want to thank James for that here. SOFI right now. I mean, what a big move it's had right there. We still are looking for that 850 to break. And again, SoFi coming out October 29th. So a little bit of a late, Ramin, if we can come over to the screen here, a little bit of a late report coming for SoFi October 30th. So we will get bank earnings before that. Of course, SoFi is just a little baby bank. What they deal with a lot is student loans. I thought we had some talk with that with Joe Biden recently about some student loans in the current government. I don't know if that's going to change, of course, if and when we get a conservative government coming through. I think that election is right there. This is going to be, I think, an election-sensitive stock. So what is SoFi looking like to you?
You know what? SoFi is looking not too bad. The volume's starting to pick up a little bit. It's been holding its bottoms, so who knows what? If you want to buy some calls on this stock, maybe not heading into earnings because we don't want to get caught into that volatility onslaught. But if you're looking for a swing play via options, maybe buy a week or so out before the earnings date and just be sure to close that position before the earnings announcements because we don't want to get caught on the wrong side of that trade. But other than that, it's looking pretty good for a long. Maybe I would look to buy some calls on that for sure, Sean.
I like SoFi there, yeah, especially breaking out. Sometimes you want to get into a position before it breaks out so that you can pay a little bit less on that. If there's a breakout and we're thinking for the next week or two, I know you'd like to do that.
Yeah,
trade weekly, so that would be
absolutely. Well, if I'm going to play a breakout for a long option, maybe look a little farther out so you can give yourself a little bit more time to work there, right? Because we don't want time to work against us in that. So we need the breakout to work real quick and real fast.
All right, we have another trade here. We have another question, that I just posted on here from Black Sheep Trades. He wants me to ask you this: what is the best live trading show on YouTube?
Oh, that's an easy one. Trader TV Live.
Find this man a job. I like that one right there. Okay, that was an easy one. I didn't want to get directed to me because, I'm a little biased on that one as well. All right, so this is a good question. Again, Matt Florence is all over this for you. I want to keep asking Joe this. You see my face all the time. So let's go, Joe. All I trade is options, says Matt. How far out do you normally buy for calls or puts? I think you kind of just answered that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we'll touch on that a little bit more. So when you're going to buy some calls or puts and you're looking to long or short something, give yourself a little bit more extra time, right? We don't want theta to work against us because we know time decay will diminish the value of our contracts. So depending on the style of strategy that you're looking to employ, give yourself a couple more weeks. And if that trade doesn't work out, then the contract value won't be destroyed by theta.
So we have a question here right in the chat. It's actually funny from Hey Davis. He says to both of us, is it harder to work and look at stocks on these screens as they're angled down or on the show where they're kind of like in our face and maybe angled the other way?
Hey, we just adapt to what we have to do. We adapt. That's it. Bang. We adapt. Adapt to the situation.
I like the desk. I like our trading
adapt
station.
to the environment, and that's what we got to do, Sean.
The thing is that we're the only ones standing.
Hey.
So we've actually created this. I was like, I'm going to do this show. We're going to stand while we're doing the show because we sit all day. So I think like standing up here kind of gives us like that sort of bird's eye view of this. So I'm comfortable doing this. I think that's really cool. Okay, let's go. Let's keep on asking some more. All right, someone wants to know. I'm not going to post them in the chat anymore, but thank you everybody for that. Keep following along. I'll just repeat them. All right, Ravi Fernandez says, what do you all think about Nvidia on Monday? Are we bullish or bearish on NVDA? Okay, so for me, man, it's pretty simple. Bullish. I mean, I don't. We're above the 50-period moving average, but let's just talk about this maybe a little more, constructive than that. Okay, so again, today, look at this big move up here in the pre-market on Nvidia. Obviously, we get that jobs number, but remember, the jobs number was a positive indicator for the market, okay? Although we made a huge move up and came all the way back, look at it, just make that move higher. I don't think this looks like, chart on. I don't think this looks like we want to fade this very much here.
No.
Closing at the highs of the day for Nvidia, to me, that's a huge sign. I've been sitting here trading for many, many years, over 20, believe it or not, Joe. And you know what? When stocks generally close at their highs, that's a great sign, especially when it's had such a dramatic move. So it's only going to take a couple positive stories on Monday to get this thing rocking and rolling. So if we even go back down to a 60-minute chart, you're going to see the next level that everyone's going to look at is right up here, 127. I actually think we can open up near 127 on Nvidia on Monday. And then when we take that out, then the next level is 130, and then we go higher and higher and higher. So I think right now, the worst thing we can do as a trader is fight the Fed. The Fed rate here, we've already talked about it. It's almost 100% guaranteed that we're going to get that quarter point, then another quarter point back in December, half basis point off at the end of the year. I think the Fed likes that. I think they're going to stay with it. And I think tech names like Nvidia, that only has a PE of like 30 or something right now, has a good opportunity, forward PE, has a great opportunity of getting higher than where we are right now. So for me, I like Nvidia into next week. I do like AMD potentially better. And the reason why AMD is better is look at this chart right here.
Absolutely.
Great call by Joe on this one. Great call, I feel like, by trading this today. AMD doesn't have anything to test anymore. It's already broken this high. Traders that are short, 3% short float on AMD is actually half decent. There's a lot of days to cover, 1.5. You could get a bump up here, as a lot of traders say AMD's not going to break 170. Well, guess what? It did that pretty easily today. AMD takes down 170. Can Chef Joe, Zion Lala wants to know, what about your wheel strategy? Can Joe go over his wheel strategy one of these days? What exactly is that?
Okay, so the options wheel he's talking about, I personally don't employ the options wheel, right? So that's more of a long-term strategy that you're employing with options, right? So you're selling puts, looking to get assigned, Sean, and then you now own shares of that, and then you will sell calls against that position to collect premium, also looking to get assigned on that as well. But you make the difference between your average price of the shares and the short calls, right? So the wheel strategy is a great strategy if you're looking for longer term and you're looking for assignment and to continuously bring in that type of cash flow. But there are capital requirements with the options wheel.
Just a couple more minutes left. All right, so just real quickly here. Harry Krishna, what's up? Is metal possible 560, 540? Yes, easily possible, man. And the reason why I want to talk about this is real quick. We already talked about sort of the downside of some of these tech names. What goes up must
come down
sometimes. But right there, look at this move down, right? So here we go. This is just back in April when everything was fine for Meta. We went from 529 down to 420. That lost $100 on 500. That is 25%. So we already had a 25% move. Then we went right back up. Then we went from 550 back down to 450. That's another 25% move. So just in the last 3 months, we've had two 25% moves. You're like, okay, well, that was in the past. All right. So what about late August? We went from 540 all the way down to 500. That's $40 on 500. So that's another 8 to 10% move downside on that. So can we pull back on Meta? Yes, we can. I think could be a big move down in. Will it come into 520? I don't know about that. That seems like losing about $70 on 500 would be par for the course. I do think there is pullbacks here. It doesn't really like the 50 period. What it likes is the 200 period here. So I think a pullback into 470 could be possible. I mean, earnings is a while away. That's October 30th. That would be a spooky Halloween if we drop down 25% on Meta, but it's happened before, and it will, mark my words, happen again. I just don't think it's this earnings season. I think we still have a nice move back there up into the upside. Guess what? Hit the siren over there.
Oh. We're waiting.
Roll call. All right. The siren normally means fourth. Thing is, Joe, you might not know. Anytime it's Ramin here and it's 4:30, that thing almost rings like it's broken. You know what I mean?
Second early.
She's letting me know that we got to jam out of here. But there, I actually like this.
Hey.
You know what that reminds me of? You play hockey?
I'm a big hockey guy.
What does that remind you of?
Me putting pucks in the back of the net.
I love that. I love when he goes, me putting pucks. I love that one. All right, it's roll call, baby. Here we go. And for those of you that do not follow, basically every single goaltender right above them has the red light, man. And that's as soon as that puck crosses the line, it's a goal. And that red. But nowadays, there's so many things get reviewed all the time.
Everything's reviewed, right? We got to go back to the old ways. It's either it's in or it's not.
Shout out to Daryl. Here we go. It's roll call real quick. Daryl Flinch, one of the first ones. We used to do trader interviews. We used to bring traders that are watching the show live on the show. Maybe we'll bring that back. Daryl was one of the first. What's up to Hugh? Hey, Davis is here. Fat Figu's here. Penguin Dynasty. William Knight. Rich Naples. Hey, man, we still got over 1,800 watching us. Amazing. Thank you so much for that one. Black Sheep Trade is here. Pitchbull's here. Neil Robb is here. Lydia's here. Matt is here. Bob is here. Harry Krishna. We already got your question. Easy peasy. We like that one. Great week, and thank you too as well. Xylon Lala has got 99 problems, but the market ain't one. Damn, Daniel says Juan Velasco, Fun Bubble, Matt C, God Emperor, and everybody else. Thank you so much. Joe, have a great birthday,
Thank
man.
you, my friend. Thank you.
Best wishes to you for that one. A safe one, a full one. As it seems like it's going to be definitely based around food. I definitely like that one as well. All right, look, it's been a great week. You're on Monday, Tuesday,
and
Thursday. So join Joe next week on the Midday show where Sharif and him will talk about something, definitely options and learning to trade. Myself and Neil, Brendan, Adara, Sharif, Joe, Sataya, Ramin. When are you off for me? Not next week? The week after that, she gone for... Next week, Wednesday, she's gone. We'll be missing her for about a week and 10 days or so. She goes back home, so we'll say see ya to Ramin and miss her for sure. But we'll be joining Fabian, Andre, everybody back next week. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you, my guy.
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks for stepping up and joining me here on the after show. What a wild week. You heard our calls. We're excited for next week. We're bullish on this desk. I hope you guys are too. From everybody here at Trader TV Live, have a fantastic weekend. Happy birthday belated to Sataya as well. And we'll see everybody later. Ciao.